The Project Gutenberg ebook of Handbook of Violin Playing. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Handbook of Violin Playing. Author: Carl Schroeder. Translator: John Matthews. Release date: February 26, 2024. Ebook number 73023. Language: English. Original publication: London, Augener Ltd., 1920. Credits: Linda Cantoni, Adrian Mastronardi, and the online distributed proofreading team at https://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive/American Libraries. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook Handbook of Violin Playing. Augener's edition, number 9212. Handbook of Violin Playing by Professor Carl Schroeder. Translated and edited by J. Matthews, with an appendix consisting of a guide through violin literature and a chapter on the viola. 4th edition. Augener Limited, London. Printed in England. Contents. Part I. The instrument. Page: Origin of the violin. 1. The oldest violins. 1. Development and perfecting of the violin. 2. Prominent makers of the present day. 3. Attempts at improving the violin. 4. Search for the discovery of the old Italian makers' secrets. 6. Distinguishing features of the old Italian violins. 7. Imitations of the old Italian violins. 10. Constituent parts of the violin. 10. Function of the sound post and bass bar. 12. Position of the bridge. 12. Amount of pressure on the upper table. 13. Dimensions of the violin. 13. The wood. 13. The varnish. 14. The strings. 14. Strings pure in fifths. 15. The string gauge. 15. Preservation of the strings. 16. The bow. 16. Different parts of the bow. 17. Resin. 18. Violin cases. 18. Price of violins. 19. Price of violin cases. 19. Price of bows. 19. Preservation of the instrument. 19. Cleaning the hair of the bow. 20. Names of the strings and tuning. 20. Compass of the violin. 21. Part 2. The technique of violin playing. Position of the player. 22. Holding the violin. 22. Position of left hand and arm. 23. Holding the bow. 25. Position of right hand and arm. 25. Examining the manner of holding. 25. Bowing. 25. Principal signs used for the left hand and for bowing. 27. Employment of up and down bows. 28. The first exercises. 29. Placing the fingers. 30. Exercise in intervals. 33. Chords in arpeggio. 35. Stretching the forefinger. 36. Various styles of bowing and their signs. 37. Arpeggi. 41. The close shake, vibrato. 42. The open shake. 42. The mordent. 44. The double shake. 44. Scale playing. 45. Fingering of scales. 46. Chromatic scales. 47. The positions. 48. Changing the position. 49. Movement of the fingers in changing positions. 49. Diagram showing the positions. 50. Double stops. 53. Chords in 3 parts. 58. Chords in 4 parts. 62. Harmonics. 64. Pizzicato. 69. Part 3. The performance. Artistic rendering. 72. Taste. 72. Individuality. 73. Phrasing. 73. Appendix. Pictorial representation of the bowing. 80. The mute. 81. The vibrator. 82. Alphabetical list of celebrated violinists of the 17, 18, and 19 centuries. 84. Violinists of the 20 century. 106. Translators. Appendix. The Viola. 107. Guide through violin literature. 109. Guide through viola literature. 179. Part I. The instrument. Origin of the violin. The invention of stringed instruments is certainly of great antiquity, but exact information with regard to the origin of the violin has not come down to us. Although stringed instruments were in use before Christian times, we know that these had nothing in common with the violin, or that at any rate the bow was not then known. It is therefore presumed that its invention and use in connection with stringed instruments occurred in the 1st century of the Christian era. Many are, notwithstanding, of the opinion that the use of the bow was known in pre-Christian times in India and in Persia. Pictures of Indian and Persian bowed instruments exist, but the period when they were employed is not exactly known. See Fig A and B of page 2. The oldest violins known are those of the Tyrolese lute maker Gaspard Duiffaprugger, Tiefenbrucker, made in the 16th century. A few of these instruments remain to the present day, and are noticeable on account of their fine, clear tone, as well as for the neatness and elegance of their workmanship. Development of the violin. After Duiffaprugger, the following makers were those who chiefly labored to perfect the violin: Gaspard de Salo, middle of the 17th century, Giovanni Paolo Maggini, 1590–1640, Andreas Amati, 1520–1580, his sons Antonius and Hieronymus Amati, the son of the latter, Nicholas Amati, 1596–1684, the pupils of the same, Jacob Steiner, 1621–1683, and Antonius Stradivarius, 1644–1737. Of the Amati violins, those of Nicholas Amati are the best, the most perfect specimens of violin making, at present unsurpassed, were made by Stradivarius. In his instruments everything is perfected: tone, model, varnish, etc. A Rabab Arabian bowed instrument, of Persian origin. B. Rabba Indian violin. After Stradivarius, the finest violins are those of his pupil Joseph Guarnerius d'Algaçu, 1683–1745, and there are many of them which rank with those of Stradivarius. To the Guarnerius family of violin makers belong Andreas Guarnerius, pupil of Amati, middle of the 17th century, his son Joseph Guarnerius, 1680–1730, Peter Guarnerius, and the son of the elder, Andreas, Guarnerius, 1725–1740. The names Stradivarius and Joseph Guarnerius mark the highest achievement of violin making, and to the present day none have succeeded in surpassing them. Of other Italian violin makers who have furnished us with good instruments may be mentioned Alessandro Galliano, 1695–1725, Carlo Bergonzi, 1712–1750, Laurentius Guadagnini, close of the 17th and beginning of the 18th century, Jo. Baptist Guadagnini, 1755–1785, Dominicus Montagiana, 1715–1750, Vincent Ruggieri, Jof. Baptist Ruggieri, and Peter Jacob Ruggieri, beginning of the 18th century. In France, good violins were made by Lepaute, 18th century, Gand, Bernardel, 19th century, and Vuillaume, 1798–1875. In Germany, besides Steiner and his pupil Albany of Botzen, Klotz, father and son, 17th and 18th century in Mittenwalde, Whitholm, 18th century, Nuremberg, Bosch, father and son, Leipzig, 1805–1871 and 1829–1871, Jacob Deal, Hamburg. In England, B. Banks, Salisbury, 1727–1795, R. Duke, London, 1754–1780, Jacob Fent and C. Harris, early part of the present century, and Matthew Hardy, Edinburgh, have left many good violins. Prominent makers of the present day. Good violins are made in the present day by Hammig in Leipzig, Rikers, Berlin, Scheunemann, Schwerin, Fab, Hamburg, Lenk, Frankfurt, Reuner, Berlin, Roth, Marnukirchen, etc. In England excellent instruments have been and are being made by Hill, Hart, Hannott, E. Withers, and Boulangier, London, W. H. Mason, Manchester, F. Devoni, Blackpool, J. Monk, Merton, Surrey, and others. In France, by Miguel, Thauker, Lotti, and in America, Gemunder. These have all produced serviceable instruments. Ability to judge properly the merits of a violin, whether new or old, comes only with experience. Beginners should therefore, before purchasing, consult a player or teacher possessing the necessary knowledge. Violins by the same maker, to all appearance exactly alike, yet frequently differ greatly in tone quality, and an instrument of bad tone is a stumbling block in the path of progress, disheartening the learner. Tr. Attempts at improving the violin. Many attempts have been made at improving the violin by altering its form and proportions, and by using other kinds of wood, metal, glass, and porcelain. Violins have also been constructed. Experiments have been made with the bass bar, bridge, sound post, etc., in endeavors to make a further advance in violin making, but all these attempts have yielded no results of importance. The most remarkable attempted alteration of latter days proceeds from the piano maker Hagspiel in Dresden, and consists in bending or arching the upper table of the violin instead of working it out, the sound holes appearing as round openings in the ribs instead of in the upper surface. The tone of these violins is of surprising power and volume, but they demand a peculiar, and somewhat firm bowing. A heavier bow is also needed. The maker proceeds on the assumption that there exists, in modern orchestras, a tonal gap between the string and the brass instrument. The tone of the stringed instruments is often quite overpowered by the predominating force of the wind instruments. This is especially noticeable in opera orchestras, where their space will seldom permit of more than 10 or 12 first violins, and the same number of second violins, for instance in the instrumentation of Wagner's Nibelungenring. In its production the wind instruments need so much space in the orchestra, that instead of a corresponding increase in the number of the strings, they must often be lessened, naturally occasioning a want of balance. A selection of the instruments made by Herr Hagspiel, violins, violas, violoncelli and double basses, would probably tend to lessen this disproportion, as one of them yields at least as much tone as two of the ordinary instruments. By sufficient familiarity with the method of using them, the tone might be made to blend uniformly with that of the other instruments in passages of a light and soft character. In any case, the inventor has thrown out a suggestion, and made a beginning towards preparing the way for a correct balance of tone in the orchestra, and his idea therefore deserves consideration. The author is not aware if practical experiment in the orchestra has been made with these instruments, but it should certainly give some advantageous result. Another invention has been produced recently by Herr Christopher Scheinert in Berlin. It consists of a vibrating hammer or tongue for stringed instruments. This is a little instrument placed under the bridge of the violin, so that, it being furnished with a slender hammer, elastic metal tongues vibrate freely between the upper table and the strings. The vibrating hammer is set in motion through the strings by the bow, through which simultaneous movement the power of the instrument is increased, and the tone color elicited. Experts have tested the contrivance, declaring it to be a happy idea. Professor H. Ritter's invention of the normal three-footed bridge must also be mentioned. Assuming that the bridge in use for centuries, with its prescribed feet, does not fully convey the vibrations of the strings to the upper table, the two middle strings sounding feebler than the outer, Professor Ritter has made a middle point of contact between the bridge and the upper table. This inner support is intended to make the middle strings sound with the same intensity as the outer ones. In his pamphlet on the subject, Würzburg, G. Hirsch, Herr Ritter demonstrates that his three-footed bridge has not only an aesthetic significance, but claims consideration scientifically. One attempts to discover the secrets of measurement of the Italian violin makers. For a long period violin making was restricted, deviations such as the experiments explained above, notwithstanding, to imitating the first Italian masters of the art, and endeavoring to equal them. But so conscientious and true in all their parts and contents is the workmanship of the Italian instruments that this has not been attained. A very general opinion is, that certain secrets in instrument making were known to the Italian masters but have become lost, and many have made the attempt to rediscover these secrets. A maker in Aix-la-Chapelle, named Niederhitman, a violin amateur, possessing a collection rich in valuable old violins, believed the mystery to be discovered, and that it consisted in impregnating the wood. The substance used was a species of pine found in the vicinity of Cremona, or the instrument was mainly built of this wood. This pine, balsam pine, became quite decayed by the drying up of its resin, and thereby the key to the enigma why in spite of the closest imitation the old Italian tone was not arrived at, was found. This pine exists no longer in Italy, and thus was to be explained the reason why notwithstanding the closest copying of existing instruments, the old Italian tone quality was not reproduced. A friend of Niederhitman's, Concertmeister Henry Schroeder, formerly of Leipzig, interested himself greatly in this discovery, and having obtained through a chemist a similar resinous substance, made, with the aid of Herr Hamig in Leipzig many trials with this impregnation, from which a remarkable result was to be got, but which was not of long duration. Herr Schroeder, who went later to America, knowing that the balsam pine still grew there, did not rest until he found this tree, believing that instruments made from it would again approach the old Italians. Several violins were found already made with balsam pine wood, but the brilliant expectations that were cherished were not fulfilled. Points of note in the old Italian violins. Maggini violins. These instruments are of large outline. The upper table is highly arched and the arching rises somewhat suddenly from the edges. The wood of the upper table is thick and very good. The back, compared to the upper table, is less thick. The wood of the back is taken slab-wise, the trunk of the tree being cut in layers across the whole breadth, to the sides are shallow. The varnish is thin, transparent, and of a clear brown color. The purfling is frequently doubled, and spread over the back in arabesques. The tone of the Maggini violins is full and heavy, resembling the viola quality. The ticket is as follows: Andreas Amati. These are mostly of small model. The upper table is of good, fairly thick wood, and very highly arched towards the middle. The back is cut on the slab. The varnish is brown and transparent. The tone is delicate and not powerful. Antonius and Hieronymus Amati. The violins issued as the work of the two brothers in partnership are much esteemed. More instruments of small than of large size were, however, produced by them. The upper table is highly curved, and has towards the edges a groove or furrow. The wood of the back and of the ribs cut slab-wise. The varnish resembles that of Andreas Amati's violins. The tone is also small. The label runs Nicholas Amati. These instruments are distinguished from those of the other Amati violins by a grander appearance, better and thicker varnish, and a more brilliant and penetrating tone. The scroll is somewhat small in proportion to the body. Label Stradivarius. In the career of Stradivarius 3 periods may be traced, and the violins proceeding from each of these distinct periods themselves vary more or less. The instruments of the first period differ but little from Amati violins, and are classified as being of the school of Nicholas Amati. The instruments of the second period are already quite different from the first. The whole model is larger, the arching finer, the wood of the upper table and also of the back is stronger, and the varnish redder in color. From the third period proceeded the finest violins that are in existence. The model is again somewhat larger, the upper table is flatter, the wood of the back and of the ribs instead of being cut on the layers in slab form, surcouch, is taken on the quarter, surmaya. The varnish is still more brilliant, yet soft-looking, and so transparent that the beauty of the wood underneath it is fully brought out. The F-holes are wonderfully cut, and the entire work is finely finished in every detail. The tone fulfills every possible requirement. It is of great power and body, sparkling, noble, and yet sympathetic and sweet. The violins made in the last years of Stradivarius reveal the weakness pertaining to old age. The tone is still fine, but the workmanship is altogether inferior. From this time forward, when the arching is more prominent, and the varnish darker, the beauty of the tone is diminished. Labels of various other Italian makers imitations of old Italian violins. The old Italian violins have been so closely copied by many makers, with regard to model, wood, varnish and appearance of age, that it is difficult to discriminate between the genuine and the spurious. It is still more difficult when the copy possesses a fine quality of tone. It needs a practiced, keen eye to determine the genuineness or spuriousness of an instrument, and it may well be that many, believing themselves to have bought a real old Italian instrument, have only obtained an imitation thereof. The inside ticket has of itself been closely copied, and may be purchased in sheets. Constituent parts of the violin. Exterior. The most important part is the upper table or belly, A. The other parts are the ribs or sides, B. The back, C. The neck, D. The head comprising the scroll and peg box, E. The pegs, F. The fingerboard, G. The bridge, H. The tailpiece, I. The button 3, K. The nut, L. And the F or sound holes, M. The interior of the violin contains the sound post and the bass bar. Interior. Function of the sound post and the bass bar. The sound post, placed underneath the right foot of the bridge, a little way behind it, supports the upper table against the pressure of the strings upon the bridge, and the bass bar serves a similar purpose under the left foot of the bridge. The sound post, by connecting the upper table with the back, sets the entire instrument into vibration, and by its help the sound waves radiate to all parts. Position of the bridge must stand on the middle of the upper table so that both feet are in line with the necks of the F-holes. Through the forward pull of the strings increased during playing, the bridge has a tendency to bend forward. To avoid this one must frequently watch, and pull it backward, yet keeping the feet in the same place. The bridge may be fixed sloping somewhat backward rather than forward for amount of pressure upon the upper table. Through the combined influence of the strain and pressure of the strings upon the upper table, it supports a weight of about 100 pounds against this burden. This, in other respects, fragile instrument, opposes a wonderful power of resistance, an example of its ingenious yet simple construction. Size of the violin. The violin measures in the length of its body 14 inches, in breadth in the upper part 6/in, in the lower 8 superscript 3/6 in. The top height of sides 1 superscript 3/6 in, bottom height of sides 1/4 in. Three sizes are distinguished: full, 3/4, and half size. These last serve for children. The wood of the violin. The upper table is made of pine. This must be very old, dry, compact, straight in grain, whereby the choice of suitable wood is rendered difficult. For the back, ribs, neck, and bridge, maple is used. The sound post and bass bar consist usually of pine. For the fingerboard and pegs 5, ebony is the most serviceable. The old Italian violin makers procured their pine wood from Italian Switzerland, and from the South Tyrol, maple from Croatia, Dalmatia, and Turkey. The varnish. This is of great importance for the instrument. In the first place it preserves it from the influence of the weather, and then it also has its influence upon the tone. A fine varnish must be transparent, so that the wood underneath may be fully shown up, and it must also be of a fine, but not glaring or staring, color. The finest varnish is found on the violins of Stradivarius. Two kinds of varnish are used: spirit varnish, a gum dissolved in alcohol, and oil varnish, a gum dissolved in oil of turpentine. The strings. Violin strings are made from the intestines of sheep. The lowest string has fine wire spun round it, silver wire being the best. Copper wire is greatly used, it being much cheaper. The best strings are obtained from Italy, from Rome, Padua, and Naples, although very good strings are also manufactured in Germany, at Marnukirchen. The value of a string consists principally in its perfect equality of thickness throughout. Above all, there must not be knots in it. A string spun quite evenly yields accurate vibrations, and is on this account pure in tone. In order to test the purity of tone of each string, it may be held as shown at both ends, pulling it rather tight, and then setting it into vibration with one of the fingers. If it appears double, thus it possesses a pure tone. If, however, it appears threefold, if only at one part of it will be false. Strings pure in fifths. To obtain absolutely pure intonation, the strings must be pure in fifths, i.e., the notes in those higher positions which are pressed by one finger across two strings, must sound perfectly true. Many strings are rather thicker at one end than at the other. If this is not also the case with the adjacent string, or if the thicker end of it be not stretched in the same direction as the other string, then the two are not true in fifths with each other. Both strings must therefore lie from one end to the other regular in thickness, or else their thin ends must be laid in one direction. 6. In the latter case, however, all the harmonic notes are not true, and one also notices that the intervals in double stopping generally, as well as in fifths, are not regular upon all the strings. A treatment is in vogue by makers of strings and instruments by means of which the strings are rendered quite pure in fifths. These prepared strings are, however, not so durable, nor so good in tone, as the unprepared. But it is of service to have always a few of these in readiness, as the violinist has not always time enough to select those strings which are true. Wakehold, Dresden, supplies strings pure in fifths, which may be recommended. The string gauge. In order always to have strings of the same thickness, a string gauge is used, which may be procured at any instrument maker. 7. String gauge. Care of the strings. That the strings may be kept fresh, it is advisable to wrap them in oil paper and then preserve them in a close, airtight tin box. In this way they may be preserved in fit condition for a year or more. The bow. This received its name from its ancient form, which has undergone many alterations before the present form was arrived at. The greatest improvement in the bow was attained by the Frenchman, Tuart, at the end of the 18th century. His bows possess the greatest elasticity and firmness, and are, in consequence, the most successful. After Tuart, Vuillaume in Paris, John Dodd in England, and L. Bosch in Leipzig, have made the best bows. At present the most celebrated bow makers are Tubbs in London, Knopf in Dresden, and Voiron in Paris. French bows are most in request, although many of them are made in Germany, sent en gros to Paris, stamped there as French, and issued to the world as of Parisian make. Constituent parts of the bow. These are, a. the stick, b. the hair, c. the nut, d. the screw, e. the head or point, f. the lapping. The stick is made of Pernambuco or Brazil wood, the hair is white horse hair, that taken from living horses being the best, though less often obtained. The screw serves to give the stick its proper curve. The lapping helps to give the fingers a firmer hold, avoiding contact with the smooth stick. Silk, silver wire, or leather is used for the lapping. 8. Resin. To set the strings in vibration, the hair of the bow must be rubbed with resin. Its German name Colophonium is derived from the Grecian town Kolophon, from whence it was first procured. The unprepared hair of a new bow requires a small quantity of powdered resin rubbed into it. Before the bow is used, the hair should be tried upon some instrument not in use, or upon a stretched string. During the ordinary rubbing upon the hair, care must be taken that the resin is not rubbed hard, but allowed to glide lightly over the hair. It is very usual to hold the resin with the left and the bow with the right hand. In this way the fingers of the left hand become sticky with resin dust, which is detrimental to the stopping, and also soils the strings and fingerboard. It is better, therefore, to reverse this procedure. Good resin is supplied by Gand and Bernadelle in Paris, Hamig in Leipzig, Fab and Dial in Hamburg, and others. The most suitable holders are those which open on two sides, and are also provided with a cover 9 violin cases. A good violin is worthy of a good case, to protect it against dust and damp. It should be so filled that the violin lies in it securely, and yet may be easily taken out. A leather covering for the case is also convenient, by means of which the effects of any sudden shock are minimized. The best cases are mostly obtained from Paris, though some very good ones are made in Marnukirchen. Prices of violins. It is not easy to state the exact price of a violin, especially of an old one, and here particular fancy and habit come also into the question. The best old Italian violins, such as those by Stradivarius and Guarnerius, are in our own time excessively dear, often £300 to £1,000, and even more. Stradivarius received for his violins about 4 louis d'or. Amati violins are considerably less, costing from £150 to £300. Other old Italian violins, if in fine condition, cost £30 and upwards. New violins by celebrated makers may cost from £15 to £30, yet one can often get a very useful instrument for from 50/ upwards. Prices of violin cases. Cases cost from £5/ to £3, the latter price including a leather covering. Prices of bows. The bows of Tuart now cost £25 and upward. New silver-mounted bows of best quality cost about 30/, mounted in German silver about 18/. Inferior qualities may be had from 3/ upward. The worth of a bow to its possessor consists in its firmness and elasticity, and in its proving fit to execute every kind of bowing with certainty. Care of the instrument. The instrument must always be kept clean and in order, every part should always be in proper condition. The dust from the resin must, every time after playing, be wiped from the upper table, fingerboard, and bridge with a soft cloth. The strings, fingerboard, and neck are then rubbed with an old silk handkerchief, taking care not to rub the strings to and fro, but always in one direction, else small fibers may be loosened. If the strings are dirty through perspiring fingers, the upper 3 strings may be rubbed with a little neatsfoot oil or almond oil, or a notched almond may be used. The G string may be cleaned with spirits or by rubbing with fine, No. 1, glass paper. The incrustation of resin upon the surface of the strings may be removed with spirits, observing that nothing drops upon the upper table, to injure the varnish. To keep the neck quite smooth it may be occasionally rubbed with pulverized pumice stone put into a little muslin bag. 10. The dust that accumulates inside the violin may be removed by warming some very fine gravel or grains of wheat, and throwing them inside. The instrument is then shaken about, and on shaking the grains out again through the F-holes, the dust comes away also. To make the pegs work easily and yet hold fast, they must frequently be rubbed with dry soap and then with chalk, where they come in contact with the peg box. Cleaning the hair of the bow. If dirty, unscrew the nut from the stick, and wash the hair with warm water and soap. Then rinse in cold water, and hang up the bow to dry. When again screwed up, powdered resin is rubbed into the hair with a little brush. Spots of grease are extracted by rubbing with salt in blotting paper, or by a hot iron with blotting paper wrapped around it. Naming and tuning of the strings. The 4 strings of the violin are tuned in perfect fifths. The first is the E string, 1, the second the A, 2, the third the D, 3, and the fourth the G, 4. The usual practice, when the pitch of the A is determined, is to tune the D to it, the G to that, and lastly the E to the A11 compass of the violin. The compass of the violin extends over about 4½ octaves. In the orchestra to this extent at most. Part 2. The technique of violin playing. Attitude of the player. When playing from notes, the player places himself opposite the desk a little to the left, so that the violin does not hide the notes from view. The body should be erect, but not stiffly so. The right foot is put outward, the left straight, so that the toes are in a line. The weight of the body must rest chiefly on the left foot. Holding the violin. Chin rest. The violin is held with the left hand and rests on the left collar bone. The instrument must be horizontal. To give a firm grip, a small pad is often placed between the violin and the left shoulder. A chin rest screwed to the ribs, and covering a part of the upper table, is also to be recommended. The chin rest serves also to protect the varnish. To prove that the violin is held securely and well, the left hand may be removed. Position of the left hand and the left arm. The left hand is placed so that the neck of the violin is held between the lower joint of the thumb and the third of the index finger. The neck must not be gripped, but lightly held 12, and care taken that between the neck and that part of the hand which connects the thumb and first finger, there is an open space. The inner part of the hand is kept away from the fingerboard, so that the fingers may fall upon the strings from above. The position of the left arm must be such as to bring the elbow far enough to the right to place it underneath the middle of the violin. To attain a correct manner of holding, place the first finger on the second on the 2 note of the A string, the third on the D string, and the fourth on the G string, so that the fingers lie as follows, the fingers being lifted simultaneously, and allowed to remain in position over the strings. The position of the hand will be correct. Holding the bow. The thumb is placed with its fleshy part close to the projection from the curved part of the nut, taking care that the middle knuckle is not bent inward, but always in an outward direction. The second joint of the index finger must rest against the stick. The middle finger is placed opposite the thumb upon the stick, whereupon the other 2 fingers follow, close to these. The little finger will then about rest with the lower part of its point on the stick. Position of the right hand and arm. The right hand must project somewhat forward, and above the bow, and must be suitably arched. The carriage of the arm must be light, and the elbow not prominently lifted. When playing on the lower strings, the position of the hand and the lower part of the arm will naturally be higher. Testing the position. Having succeeded in acquiring a firm hold of the instrument and of the bow, it is best to examine before a looking glass the attitude of the whole body, which must be natural and unconstrained. The body and head should be held erect, the shoulders somewhat back. When beginning to draw the bow across the strings, the manner of holding should be examined and corrected after every stroke before proceeding further. Bowing. The bow is placed on the string at the nut, or lower part of the bow, the stick being tilted towards the fingerboard. The bow must be drawn steadily to its point, and exactly parallel with the bridge, whereby the wrist is compelled to move, and at the end of the stroke, on reaching the point of the bow, sinks so that the little finger only rests at its extreme tip upon the stick. The upper arm is so held that with down strokes the elbow remains below the shoulder, until a third of the bow is left over. If the production of a louder tone is desired, the bowing is made closer to the bridge and in piano passages further away from it. The necessary power for producing louder tone is obtained only from the thumb, index finger, and wrist, and the forearm is held as independently as possible of the upper arm. Principal signs used for the left hand and for the bowing. Open string pi down bow 1 first finger up 2 second sp, spitzy, at the point of the bow. 3/3 m in the middle of the bow. 4/4 father, frosh, at the heel, nut end, of the bow. GB, ganzer bogen, whole bow. HB half bow. Use of the down and up bows. As a rule, in every piece beginning with a full bar a down bow is used for the first note, and in a piece beginning with a single stroke on the upbeat, unaccented beat, or an upbeat consisting of several notes bound together, legato, the up bow is used. If the upbeat contains several notes, it must be so arranged that the last of these is played with an up bow. For example, listen, exceptions to the rule of beginning a full bar with a down bow often occur. For instance, if the first bar begins piano, gradually to forte, as in the opening of the Verschuts overture, listen here, one begins with the up bow, because afterwards at the nut end more power can be brought to bear, thus bringing the forte into effect. A further example of exceptional treatment is the beginning of the Euryanthe overture. Listen equally, there are exceptions to the rule of beginning upbeats with the up bow. Listen the first bowing exercises. The violin being properly held, and the entire attitude being correct in every particular, the fingers of the left hand are placed on the strings as follows. Upon lifting them, let them remain over the strings in the same position. The open strings are then bowed, and preferably at first the D string. After each bow, let a pause be observed, to examine every detail of the position, and to revise it. The bowing exercises on the open strings are to be continued until at last notes varying in value from semibreves to crotchets are played with ease and certainty, and an even tone of good quality produced. The first bowing exercises are usually as follows. Each of these exercises should also be played upon the other strings. The exercise in minims and crotchets in half strokes and in the middle. Placing the fingers. The first exercise consists in setting the first finger on all the strings in succession, then the second in conjunction with the first, the third in conjunction with the other two, and finally the fourth is added. In the same manner on the other strings. If one desires to remain in the key of C13, the first finger when on the E string must be drawn back a semitone to stop F, and on the G string, the two finger must be put forward a semitone to play the note B. The remaining notes are stopped alike on all the strings. It is better at first not to adhere to the scale, but to stop the notes of the other strings as shown above on the D string, thus producing the following tones. Next must be practiced the putting back of the first, and the advancing of the second fingers on all the strings, then the advancing and withdrawal of all the fingers. Example: the fingers must so descend upon the strings that the first joint stands perpendicularly upon them. The pressure of the fingers upon the strings must always be in excess of the pressure of the bow. According to one's playing, whether forcible or light, so the pressure of the finger is increased or decreased. In slow movements and long notes only that finger is pressed down which has to play the note. The others are lifted, yet so that each one is suspended exactly over its proper place. In ascending scale passages in quick time, the fingers are allowed to remain. In descending passages, one finger is lifted at a time. The observance of this rule greatly facilitates true intonation in descending scale passages, as, each finger being already in its place upon the note to be played, these places have not again to be separately found. There are, however, exceptions which will come under notice later. After the setting back of the first finger and the putting forward of the second finger have been successfully practiced, the free 14 setting of the 2, 3, and 4 fingers follows. All the notes in regular order from the open G on the G string to B on the E string must now be played. To attain certainty of fingering in the lower position, one of these two methods must next be adopted. Either intervals thirds, fourths, fifths, sixths, sevenths, and octaves from each note on each string, in C major, must now be practiced, or all the major and minor scales may next be played, with the practice of the intervals in all the keys. Choice must be made as to which method of study be next pursued, according to the individuality and intelligence of the learner. Practice of intervals in C major, listen fourths, fifths, sixths, sevenths, octaves. Here great care must be taken to distinguish between the differences that exist in these intervals, whether the 3 is minor or major, the 5th perfect or imperfect, etc. Simultaneously with the practice of intervals for the left hand, bowing exercises for the passing of the bow from one string to another must be taken, also skipping over a string as in sevenths and octaves. The scales, and, later, intervals and chords, must likewise be studied with various bowings and also legato. First, 2 notes should be taken to one bow, then gradually more, also with single notes and bound notes mixed. The practice of intervals may now be extended to the following. Chord exercises in arpeggio form. Listen stretching the little finger. To reach the C in the second octave with the little finger whose natural position on the E string is on the note B, it must be stretched, care being taken to avoid moving the wrist and altering the whole position of the hand. Listen the various kinds of bowing. These are best classified into primary bowings, Grundbogenstrich, of which there are 6 different examples, and secondary bowings, Nebenbogenstrich. Primary bowings. 1. The rapid detached stroke with the whole bow, grand detach. This is executed in such a manner that the bow moves quickly from its nut to its point, and back again in the same line parallel to the bridge. Between each stroke there must be a pause, but during it the bow must not leave the string. It must be so quickly executed that a crotchet is made to sound like a semiquaver. Rendering listen line 1 listen line 2 the stick must be firmly held between the thumb and the first and second fingers. The elbow, at the commencement of the downstroke must rest close to the body, and, on reaching the point of the bow, not be raised above the stick. A special care is needed in order to make the upstrokes equal in power to the downstrokes. 2. The singing stroke. Also executed with the whole bow. The first contact must be delicate, and the single tones must follow each other without interruption. The player, drawing the bow quite parallel with the bridge, must press more and more as the point is reached. At the change of stroke, the wrist makes a slight movement, and the elbow assumes the same positions as in the previous grand detach bowing. 3. The detached hammered, martellato, bowing. This stroke is chiefly made at the point of the bow, which must not leave the string. With every note the stick is pressed or pushed by the thumb in the direction of the index finger, so that each tone is sharply cut out, but with a musical quality. The upstrokes must receive a stronger pressure. This bowing can also be played at the nut end, and of course entirely with the wrist, which must be held lightly over the strings. The elbow must be tolerably close to the body. The martelli bowing is an excellent preparatory study for staccato, which is really only one out of a number of martelli notes taken in one bow. Rendering listen line 1 listen line 2 4. Detached stroke with the forearm. As indicated by its name, is executed by the forearm and the wrist, and from the middle to the point of the bow. The upper arm must remain quite still. In this bowing no pause must be made between the notes, but they must be connected easily and agreeably together. Listen 5. The skipping stroke. This stroke is made at the middle of the bow, which must be lightly held between the fingers and controlled by the wrist. The stick is made to vibrate strongly, whereby the bow is caused to move up and down. It is difficult to attain an agreement between the placing of the fingers and the skipping movement of the stick, for which reason this bowing must first be practiced on one note. Afterwards several notes may be taken on one string, then on the different strings. Listen line 1, listen line 2, 6. The rebounding or springing, so till, bow. This bowing differs from the foregoing in that the bow rebounds from the string after each note, and is then permitted to fall upon it again from above. In order to avoid too great dryness or hardness in the tone, the bow when falling on the string must be gently controlled. Rendering listen line 1, listen line 2 secondary bowings. 1. The bound, or legato bowing. In this, as many notes are played at one stroke as may be found connected by the curved legato sign, or as necessitated by the phrasing. In passing from one string to another the wrist will require special watchfulness. Listen to the staccato stroke. This is, as already stated, a series of martelli notes taken in one bow, and must first be slowly practiced with the up bow, to the point, and with a free wrist, the thumb only exerting a slight pressure upon the stick. The staccato is also executed with the down bow, beginning near the nut. Listen 3. The springing staccato stroke. This consists of a series of rebounding notes, primary bowing number 6, taken in one bow, and can be rendered both by the up and the down bows. 15. Listen 4. The tremolo is a succession of quick notes in very short strokes, and is executed with a loose wrist, the upper half of the bow lying upon the strings. Listen. Another species of tremolo is the following. Listen here, two notes are included in one bow, thus causing it to resemble the skipping stroke. Only the upper half of the bow is used, and it is held lightly with the thumb and first two fingers. 5. The ponticello. This is executed with the bow lying quite close to the bridge, whereby the tone becomes somewhat nasal. When so produced by the whole string orchestra it often makes a fine effect. 6. Flautando. Also with the bow resting on the string, but, unlike the foregoing bowing, it is executed just over the fingerboard. The notes so played yield a delicate flute-like quality of tone. Arpeggi. By arpeggi is meant the intervals of a chord in quick succession. These may be extended over 3 or 4 strings with the most varied bowings and rhythms. Particular care must be taken to keep the wrist flexible. 16. Listen. The vibrato or close shake is a trembling similar to the vibrato of a vocalist. Employed occasionally and with discretion it is of good effect. On the violin it is produced by setting the finger in tremulous movement upon the string, so that the pitch slightly rises and falls. Only the thumb and the finger in use must participate in the holding of the instrument. There is no special sign for the close shake in general use, its employment depending upon the player's taste. Sometimes it is indicated by the word vibrato. 17. The trill. The trill is an even alternation usually quick of two adjacent notes and may be executed on all the notes of the violin. The note played alternately with the principal note may be either a tone or a half tone distant. The trill is made both with and without a turn at the end. The turn is played in one bow with the shake, and at the same speed. Exceptions exist in shakes ending with a full close. In a series of shakes the turn is reserved for the last. Listen. Various kinds of turns. Listen. Final shake. Listen. Usually the lower note of the two constituting the trill is taken first. If it is intended that the upper note should begin the trill, it will be indicated by a small note before the principal note. The upper note of the trill is always understood to be in accordance with the key. If it is meant to be raised or lowered, a semitone, a sharp or flat will be placed over the shake. Final shake. Listen. To execute the trill evenly, it must first be practiced slowly. The finger making the trill must be lifted high, falling upon the string with firmness and elasticity, so that it is again lifted high. The bow meantime passes lightly over the string. The trill is studied upon every note in both tones and semitones. The mordent, pralltriller. The mordent is a single alternation of two notes preceding the principal note, and is generally indicated by the following sign rendering. Listen or, listen rendering. Listen or, listen the double trill. To this species of shake, difficult of execution, applies all that has been said about the single trill. The player's chief care will consist in making both fingers fall quite simultaneously upon the strings. Listen scale practice. Scale practice demands diligent application. By its means we attain certainty of intonation, power, and flexibility of tone, as well as familiarity with the various kinds of bowing. The beginner must now practice all the major and minor scales, in the first position, first in moderate tempo, with whole bows, listen then with short detached strokes in the middle of the bow, at the point, and also at the nut, and with the foregoing primary bowings listen all with the utmost possible tone, and afterwards with varying nuances listen. The scales are then practiced with varying bowings and rhythms, legato and staccato, for example listen fingering of the scales. To each note in the first position belongs its own finger, whether the note is raised or lowered a semitone, the same finger being used. As a rule in ascending passages the open string is used, downwards, the forefinger is preferred in its stead. If the notes of the open strings are raised a semitone, usually the forefinger plays it on the string below. Listen if the scale begins with such a note, the first finger will be used twice in succession, for example listen the chromatic scales. In the chromatic scales, the 1, 2 and 3 fingers will each be used twice in succession, and of course must be pushed forward, or backward, with firmness to the next note. The 4 has one note only on each string assigned to it. The fingering will be the same, whether the scale is expressed by sharps or flats. Listen another system of fingering, utilizing the open strings, is as follows. Listen the positions. The various places for the left hand, up and down the neck, are known as the positions, and each is determined by the place reached by the first finger. If the hand is so placed that the first finger is ready to press down these notes it will be termed the first position. If the first finger is upon these it will be the second position. The ball of the thumb must not touch the neck. As in the first position the first finger remains upon the strings as guide. The thumb also, lies opposite the first and second fingers. 3 position. In this position the ball of the hand comes in contact with the ribs of the violin. 4 position. From this position upward the thumb is withdrawn further and further underneath the neck of the instrument. V position. 6 position. 7 position. Besides these there is the half position, nut position, or back shift, which, when enharmonically changed to belongs to the first position. The positions retain their names when the notes are sharpened or flattened a semitone, only one must frequently change the finger in enharmonic passages, or the position. Changing the position. Sliding from one position to another must be executed with ease and certainty, and it is especially necessary to grip the violin between the chin and the collar bone, in order to give the hand free play. Particular care must be bestowed upon sliding the fingers whilst changing positions. If in passing to a higher or lower position, the last note of the position just left, and the first of the position aimed at, have to be played by the same finger, it must slide over the string firmly, and without leaving it, whether the notes in question are legato or not. Listen if the first note, when ascending to a position, is to be played by a finger following that used in the lower position, the first must slide with it, remaining until the position of the hand is again changed, or until released by an advancing finger. The first note must be played firmly by the finger assigned to it, without causing the slide to be heard. In the following examples, the accompanying fingers are indicated by small notes. Listen, listen, listen. If the notes of the different positions are to be taken upon two strings, the finger goes with it to the higher position, but without necessarily remaining on the string. Listen, in proceeding downward to another position, the finger on the last note slides with that which is proceeding in advance so far as to find its place in the lower position, but with the understanding that in case the note that follows is not to be played with the same finger, it must not remain down. Listen, if the first note of higher position is to be played by a finger which is not the last used in the lower position, it must slide with it until the proper place in the higher position is reached, but must be lifted as soon as the finger which has to play the first note is put on the string. Listen, if the first note in a lower position is to be played with a finger that in the upper position is ultimately replaced by the finger following, the finger in question must slide from the upper position to its place in the lower. But ere it has reached it, the first note in this position must be gripped. Listen, if the notes of the different positions are not bound together by means of legato signs, this sliding of the finger must take place so quickly that no notes are heard between. If the notes are bound together to be played in one bow, then the portamento or slide will be audible. The player must beware lest the portamento from one tone to another becomes exaggerated, or perhaps the entire enharmonic scale lying between the notes will be produced. All whining must be avoided, and the note next that to which the finger is sliding should not be heard. The violinist must know the major and minor scales in all the positions, above all acquiring certainty in the various positions. On this account stress must be laid on the study of the same with the greatest possible diligence. Double stops. The violin is capable of producing a great variety of double notes or double stops. In conjunction with an open string, all the intervals may be given. Unisons. Listen, in unisons, the note given by the open string is produced simultaneously on the next lower string. The fingering adjusts itself according to the position in which one is playing, and it may be practiced in the first four positions. Seconds. Listen, at A, the lower note will be played on the lower string, but at B the upper note is produced on the lower string. The fingering at A is conformable to the position employed. Either the 3, 2, or 1 finger may be on the lower note. At B, the upper note can be played either in the 2, 3, 4, or 5 position, and either the 4, 3, 2 or 1 finger may be placed on the upper note. Thirds. Listen, listen, the thirds at A lie in the first two positions. At B, the upper note is taken on the lower string, and either in the 3, 4, 5, or 6 position. Fourths. Listen, A lies in the first position. At B the higher note is again produced on the lower string, as a harmonic note, in the 4 position. Fifths. Listen, the perfect fifths in this example have each 2 open strings. The imperfect fifths are played either in the first or half position. Sixths. Listen, in the first position. Sevenths. Listen, in the first and second positions. Octaves. Listen, in the first 3 positions. Ninths. Listen, the upper notes in the 1, 2, 3, or 4 positions. Tenths. Listen, the upper notes in the 2, 3, 4, or 5 positions. Double stops without open strings. Unisons. Listen, seconds. Listen, major thirds. Listen, minor thirds. Listen, thirds are fingered with the 1 and 3, or the 2 and 4, also with the 3 and 4 fingers in a series of thirds. Fourths. Perfect 4. Listen, augmented 4. Listen, fingering 1, 2, and 3, 2, 3, 4 fifths. Perfect 5. Listen, imperfect 5. Listen, perfect fifths are fingered 1, 2, 3, or 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 imperfect fifths are fingered with the same fingers as fourths. Sixths. Major 6. Listen minor 6. Listen fingered 1, 2, and 3 2 3 4 sevenths. Listen fingered 1, 2 3 4 octaves. Listen fingered 1, in the upper positions frequently 1 and 2 4 3 4. It is necessary to remark that the foregoing examples do not give the fingering of the scales in double stops, only the fingerings which may be used in double stops as met with singly. To these double stops without open strings, those in conjunction with an open string, pages 53, 54, can still be added by this means, that they are played on two lower strings, e.g. the first stops on the D and G string are obviously excluded from this. Chords of 3 notes. In triple stops the two upper notes have mostly the same duration, the lower note being previously released by the bow. 3 notes may, however, be made to sound simultaneously, but special skillfulness is requisite, and the sounds cannot be of long duration. Formerly Paganini, Old Bull, and other violin virtuosi, used a very flat bridge in order to play in 3 and 4 parts. Such tricks may be produced even with the ordinary bridge, by unscrewing the nut of the bow, passing the stick underneath the fiddle, letting the hair lie upon the strings, and holding both hair and stick together with the right hand. As a rule, when several chords in 3 or 4 parts succeed each other, they are played with down bows in order to obtain the necessary power and equality of tone. Here and also in the 4-part chords which follow, the easiest are those which make use of the open strings, triple stops with 2 open strings, listen with 1 open string, listen without open strings, listen fingering 2 3 and 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 listen fingering 3 and 4 2 3 1 2 listen fingering 2 and 3 3 4 1 2 listen fingering 2 3 4 2 3 4 1 2 3 listen fingering 4 2 1 listen fingering 4 4 and 3 2 3 2 1 2 1 listen fingering 3 and 4 1 2 2 3 listen fingering 1 1 4 listen fingering 1 and 2 3 4 2 3 listen fingering 4 4 and 3 1 1 1 2 3 2 listen fingering 2 2 and 3 1 1 2 4 3 4 listen fingering 2 4 1 listen fingering 1 2 4 listen fingering 4 1 2 chords in 4 parts, quadruple stops. With 2 open strings, listen with 1 open string, listen without open strings, listen harmonics. Natural and artificial harmonics, or flageolet tones, may be produced on the violin. The natural harmonics are obtained by placing the finger quite lightly, and without pressure, upon the string, and bowing with great care. From the middle of the string upwards towards the bridge, and also from the middle towards the nut, lie natural harmonics at the nodes of the string. The sign indicating that a note is to be played as a harmonic, is either 0, flageolet or sun harmonique. In the case of harmonics which yield a note differing from that stopped by the finger, the actual sound produced is indicated by the sign. G string. Listen D string. Listen A string. Listen E string. Listen natural harmonics are also produced by placing 2 fingers lightly and simultaneously on 1 string, G string, D string, A string, E string. Artificial harmonics. These are produced by playing 2 notes on 1 string, the lower one being pressed down firmly, the upper one lightly. The distance of these 2 notes from each other may be either a third, fourth, fifth or octave. The most usual artificial harmonics are those at a fourth. At a fourth, listen at a fifth, listen at a third, listen. Artificial harmonics may also be produced at the distance of a minor third, but these speak with difficulty. At an octave, listen in like manner on the higher strings. In the lower positions those at the octave necessitate a wide stretch between the 1 and 4 fingers, rendering them impossible for small hands. Double harmonics. Both natural and artificial harmonics may be played as double stops. The former speak best, the latter being more difficult. They require very thin stringing. A natural double harmonics, listen similarly on the upper strings. B. Artificial double harmonics, the large notes indicate the notes which are to be pressed down firmly, the small notes those to be lightly touched, and the sign the actual sounds produced. A. Fifths, produced at the distance of a fifth, fourth, and third, listen B. Thirds. Listen C. Fourths. Listen D. Sixths. Listen E. Octaves. Listen the pizzicato. The most usual method of playing pizzicato is by means of the index finger of the right hand, by which the string is gripped and plucked. The thumb is placed against the fingerboard. In pieces to be played pizzicato throughout, the thumb may be employed. In this case the violin is held down, underneath the right arm, as, for instance, in the serenade in Don Giovanni, when the violin replaces the mandolin. Listen, the sign used is pizzicato, its cessation, arco. The pizzicato is also possible with the left hand, and is chiefly thus employed when notes played by the bow and pizzicato notes follow each other quickly. Left-hand pizzicato is indicated by plus over the notes, and is usually executed by the finger which has pressed down the preceding note, or else with the fourth finger. Listen notes may be also played arco and pizzicato simultaneously. For example, listen chords also sound well pizzicato, as for instance, listen if it is desired that the tones shall vibrate well, the thumb is released from the fingerboard, and the fingers of the left hand remain pressed down on their notes. Pizzicato stops in chords are also mixed with notes played by the bow, and are then plucked with the second finger of the right hand. Listen, the arco notes are played at the heel of the bow, and with the upstroke. Part 3. The rendering. The rendering of a piece implies its artistic reproduction, every necessary artistic resource being therein blended. The violinist is capable of a perfect rendering only if, in addition to a firm, easy technique of the left hand, adroitness in bowing and susceptibility to the modifications of tone, and a technique equal to all demands made upon it, he has under his control a higher spiritual musical development, fine taste, and a warm individual feeling. Only through the combination of all these qualities can one reinvest the dead signs of the composer with spirit and life, and cause his work to pass before the hearer's soul as an ideal, living picture. Intellectual culture. Under this head must be included a knowledge of the theory of music, which renders possible the clear understanding of the sequence of ideas which the composer has expressed through time, degrees of movement, dynamic signs, melodic periods, and the harmonies upon which they are constructed, the rhythmic combinations, and through all these peculiarities the character of a piece as well as the individuality of the composer. And where special directions for the rendering are not employed, to perceive from the text of the work itself the correct rendering. Taste. To render a piece of music with taste, signifies the reproduction of the same so that the hearer perceives through the player a complete understanding of it, and throughout its performance receives a correct impression of its character. If an artist has given expression to all the composer's written dynamic gradations of tone color with understanding and feeling, it will be artistically refined. If infused with his own individuality, and if no awkwardness appear technically with respect to the manipulation of his instrument, his performance will be regarded as tasteful. It should be especially his concern to avoid the numerous faults common to many players, for example, whining, a mawkish drawling from one tone to another, exaggeration of the close shake on the part of the left hand, inartistic accentuation, unmeaning throwing of the bow upon the strings, and c. individuality. If the artist has studied and learned how to give expression to the individual feeling of the composer, his own individuality in the performance is also of great consequence. It consists in this, that the same piece in performance shall appear ever fresh and new. Individual feeling is subject to continuous change, through influences from within and without, Consequently, an artist who has acquired a full and active control over all his powers does not perform a piece the second time in precisely the same manner as the first time. Where, however, this is the case, it may be regarded as a sign that the performer has not yet arrived at a complete artistic freedom. Phrasing. Upon this subject no exhaustive treatise will be given, but only some observations upon intelligent phrasing as applied technically to violin playing. As in singing, and in wind instruments the breath, so in the playing of stringed instruments the change of bowing, is the potent medium through which phrases are divided, distinguished from each other, and rendered clear. Stringed instruments present considerably greater difficulty in this respect than singing, on account of the manifold kinds of stroke in bowing. Often within the compass of a short phrase the most varied bowings occur. Moreover, it cannot be laid down that with each phrase or period the stroke must be changed. These phrases may, however, in many cases coincide with the change of bowing, and the player must in general make it his aim to obtain correct phrasing by a suitable application and adjustment of the changes in the stroke. The following examples from Mendelssohn's Violin Concerto are often incorrectly phrased, through changing the bow in the wrong places. Listen, the above passage is thus rendered by many violinists, listen, and in David's edition of the concerto it is even marked thus, listen, and a similar passage in this way, listen. A prolongation of this theme also shows incorrect changes of bow, from which wrong phrasing ensues. Listen, the bowings indicated underneath the notes show the correct phrasing, and also the effect aimed at in connecting the idea with the previous example. In passages where the phrasing is not plainly defined by the changes of bow, the change occurring in the middle of a phrase, the strokes must be made to follow each other as smoothly as possible, i.e. without a break. Listen, passages which, owing to rapid time and bowing, are not easily to be rendered clear by the player, must at least have the real meaning of the phrase indicated with correct accentuation. It will then become apparent in the rendering. For example, listen, listen, see Concerto by Lipinski, bowing marks by David. Listen, here the phrasing would become clearer and more intelligible if the legato signs were made to include the notes next to them in the following passages: 1. The E in the second bar, 2. As far as D in the fourth bar, 3. E in the sixth bar, which would be better tied to the F, then in the following bar the two Ds could be played in one bow, and C. It is still harder than in compositions by violinists or in pieces marked by them, to make the right changes of bow in the sense of the phrasing in the works of composers who are not thoroughly familiar with the technical handling of the violin, and whose indications of bowing are somewhat eccentric, or merely mark the difference between staccato and legato. Even our classical composers have not always been sufficiently strict in this respect, and the appropriate phrasing has been supplied by many violinists, as for example in the quartets of Mozart and Beethoven. The fingering is just as essential to correct phrasing as the bowing. Generally the changes of position are made so as to suit the requirements of the phrasing, that it may be rendered smoothly. This is particularly needful in long sequences of notes on one string. Listen, in the first 4 bars the positions are not so well suited to the phrasing as compared to bars 5 and 6. Listen, in this passage from Richard Wagner's Siegfried, most players change the position with the first note of the 3rd bar, whereas it should occur after this note, on the C. In order to render it so, the forefinger may be taken 3 times in succession, beginning with the highest C. Here also the changes of bowing should coincide with the phrasing marked. It is essential to a correct rendering that, even in the first pieces played by a beginner, a perception of the phrasing as a whole should be acquired, not, as is usually the case, regarding the bowing marks and the legato signs as exclusively determinative of it. In this respect, unfortunately, there is nothing offered for the student's enlightenment and the improvement of his taste in the existing violin methods. At least, no method is known to me containing apposite suggestions and remarks on this head. Appendix. Pictorial representation of the bow strokes. The signs in general use indicating the down and up strokes are these. The first sign indicates the lower end of the bow, or nut, ger frosch, the second, the upper part or point, spitze. Hermann Schroeder, in his edition of Kreutzer's 42 studies, dedicated to Joachim, has introduced a further development of these signs. They are not placed in their usual position, but sideways. Example: listen the same in a simpler and more condensed style. Read from the left. The bowings in the first example are shown together with their notes, and the signs of up and down strokes are then to be found in their ordinary positions. The editor of the studies has, however, given the preference to the employment of the second manner of writing these, on account of the simplified and easily produced representations of the bow, and also because of the compressed form of the bowing strokes given below it. The pictorial signs for the bowing are more particularly for use in such studies as exemplify different methods of playing, or such as have groups of repeated phrasings and bowings. In the remaining studies they are employed wherever the ordinary signs and terms do not suffice to show the relative extent of the distribution of the bow. The mute. The mute is a clamp with 3 notches, which, to obtain a muffled tone, is fastened on the bridge between the strings. Its use is indicated by consordino, its removal by senza sordino, or by with and without mute. There are also mutes which are fastened to the violin in order to avoid this noisy fixing and unfixing, being brought into action by a slight push. These mutes are not made as a clasp, but consist of a small plate which presses against the bridge, and not upon it. The simultaneous sounding of subordinate and combination tones. Without entering into the province of musical acoustics, the well-known experiment only can be mentioned here, demonstrating that mingled with the notes one plays, others are audible. It is with this object that a snuff box or a key is laid on the upper table of the violin. If one plays double stops in slow tempo whilst one of these articles is thus placed, not only 2 notes, but 3, 4, or even more, may be heard. In order to obtain good and correct progressions in harmony, the double notes played must follow in suitable sequence. Generally, 2 intervals of the same kind should not follow each other. In order to make the sympathetic tones more plainly audible, and at the same time to obviate the whizzing noise produced during the bowing by the article placed on the upper table, Hermann Schroeder has invented an apparatus called vibrator for the production of harmonic overtones, and for the reinforcement of the combination tones of stringed instruments, Germ. R. Patent number 40224. The inventor says in his specification researches into the sympathetic tones of instruments of the violin species, and a theory deduced therefrom as to the movement of the bow upon the strings, Leipzig, C.W. Fritzsch, amongst other things the following in order to produce upon stringed instruments, more especially the violin, the harmonic overtones of the notes played, as well as the combination tones. A weight, G, is brought over the upper table of the violin fastened to it, but allowed free play. This weight, when the instrument is being played, vibrates with the vibrations of the upper table, being kept in its place by the spring, H, F. That the weight, during its vibration, may be firmly kept in one fixed position, the holder, F, is fastened to the ribs of the violin. On the other hand, the shifting, very elastic tail, H, above this holder, with its fastened end, H superscript 1, over a peg, S, grips the vibrating weight, G, controlling its movements up and down upon the instrument. With the spring, H, in position, one can then fix the screw and holder, F, over any part of the ribs, bringing the weight, G, into action upon various parts of the body of the violin. Yet its application will best succeed if brought upon the upper table, either in front of, or behind, the bridge, under the two strings G and D, because here the wood of the upper table is brought most into vibration, and also because the most serviceable tones of these strings, particularly the notes of the middle part of the scale, cause these subordinate and combination tones most clearly to be heard. The spring, being quite flexible, may be bent to any shape, and in the circular form shown above helps the firm position of the weight with respect to the amount of pressure. The under, and somewhat concave, disc of the weight is covered with paper, which agreeably modifies the tone quality. Vibrator. The use of the vibrator permits the production of curious and often striking effects, especially in light and flowing playing, as, perchance, in chorales, when 3, 4 or more parts become audible in regular harmonic sequence. The tone of the violin is caused to resemble very much that of the harmonium, and nuances from the lightest piano to at least mezzo forte are obtainable. Celebrated violin players of the 17, 18, and 19 centuries. Adelberg, August von, born 1833, at Constantinople, originally intended for the diplomatic service, was a distinguished violinist and composer. He was taught by Meister. He died at Vienna, October 20, 1873, after a long period of mental aberration. Allard, Delphine, born March 8, 1815, at Bayonne, a noted virtuoso and teacher, amongst others, of Sarasate, after Bailliot's death became professor at Paris Conservatoire until his retirement in 1875. He produced concertos, a violin school and studies. Died February 22, 1888. Paris. Arditi, Luigi, born 1822 at Crescentino, Italy, settled in London as conductor. Armengod, Jules, born 1824, Paris, renowned there as a quartet player. Artaud, Alex. Joseph Montaigne, born February 5, 1815, at Brussels, died July 20, 1845, at Ville d'Avray near Paris. He studied at Paris Conservatoire under Kreutzer, became member of several orchestras, then made extended concert tours through Europe and America. He wrote a violin concerto, string quartets, and C. Our, Leopold, born May 28, 1845, at Veszprém, Hungary. Pupil of Don't in Vienna, also of Joachim. From 1863 to 1865 he was leader at Dusseldorf, then at Hamburg, and from 1868 in a similar capacity with the Imperial Orchestra, St. Petersburg, and professor at the Conservatoire there. Bailliot, Pierre-Marie-François de Sales, born October 1, 1771, at Passy near Paris, pupil of Viotti. He taught at the Paris Conservatoire, and wrote a great violin method, studies, concertos, and quartets. He died September 15, 1842. Baltzar, Thomas, born in the first half of the 17th century at Lübeck, was regarded in his time as a phenomenal player, died in 1663. Barswiz, Stanislaus, born April 16, 1858, at Warsaw, pupil of Loeb in Moscow, mostly engaged in concert tours. Bargheer, Carl Louis, born December 31, 1833, at Buckeberg, pupil of Spar, was from 1863 to 1876 court Kapellmeister at Detmold, lived subsequently at Hamburg. Died 1902. Barth, Richard, born June 5, 1850, at Grosswansleben, Saxony, pupil of Beck at Magdeburg, and of Joachim. Became a left-handed player, owing to an accident to one of his fingers. Since 1882 leader at Krefeld. Bazzani, Antonio, born November 24, 1818, at Brescia, known also as a composer. He lives in Milan as teacher of composition at the Conservatorio, and since 1880 as its director. Becker, Jean, born 1836, at Mannheim, pupil of Queteneus there and of Allard in Paris, was leader at Mannheim and on resigning, 1858, made concert tours. At Florence he founded the Florentine Quartet, in 1866, with Macy, Chiostri and Hilpert, subsequently Spitzerhagiesi, which was dissolved in 1870, he then traveled with his children, professionally, and died in 1884. Benda, Franz, born November 25, 1709, at Altbanatki in Bohemia, was at first a choir boy in the Nikolai Church, Prague, then in the choir of the Dresden Kapelle. Later he became a violinist, pupil of Konieseck and Graun, entered the Berlin Opera Orchestra in 1732, and became leader in 1771. He died at Potsdam, 1786. His brothers George, Johann, and Joseph, and his sons Friedrich Wilhelm Heinrich, and Karl Hermann Heinrich, also a son of Joseph Bendes, Ernst Friedrich Johann, were all employed in the Royal Orchestra, and, with the exception of George and Ernst, were pupils of the elder Benda. Benowitz, Anton, born March 26, 1833, at Privret, Bohemia, pupil of the Prague Conservatorium. He was leader at Salzburg and at Stuttgart, since 1866 professor in, and since 1882 director of, the Prague Conservatorium. Birio, Charles de, born February 20, 1802, at Louvat, the chief exponent of the Belgian school. He taught amongst others Vieux Temps and Prélume. His works are well known, chiefly his concertos and themes varies. He resided in Brussels, became blind in 1852, and died in April 1870. Bisekierski, Basil Basilwitsch, born 1835, at Moscow, pupil of Leonard at Brussels. He appeared with success in Germany, France, Spain, and c. as a virtuoso. Biber, Franz, born 1638, at Wartenberg on the Bohemian frontier, died 1698 at Salzburg, where he was Kapellmeister. He was raised to the nobility by the Emperor Leopold I. A few sonatas composed by him are to be found in David's Advanced School of Violin Playing. Blagrove, Henry Gamble, born October 1811, at Nottingham. Taught by his father, he played in public at the age of 5, and on the opening of the Royal Academy of Music, London, was one of the first pupils, studying with F. Kramer. In 1833 to 1834 he studied under Spar. He was for 30 years one of the most prominent English players, and died December 15, 1872. Blankensee, Julius, born April 9, 1858, at Wartburg in Westphalia, pupil of Joachim. He was Kammervirtuos at Sondershausen, and subsequently leader at Nuremberg. Bohm, Joseph, born April 4, 1795, at Pest, died March 23, 1876, pupil of Rode, and teacher of Joachim. He was engaged chiefly in the Viennese court orchestra, and as teacher in the Vienna Conservatorium. Bauer, Anton, born 1783, 1791, at Munich, pupil of Rudd. Kreutzer. He was leader at Berlin and Hanover, and died in 1852. Bott, Jean-Joseph, born March 9, 1826, at Kassel, died 1895, in America, pupil of Spar. He was leader at Kassel, and subsequently at Meiningen and Hanover, Court Kapellmeister, where he was pensioned in 1878. Since then he lived in Hamburg, New York, and C. Boucher, Alexander Jean, born 1770, Paris, died 1861. He was a great charlatan in violin playing, yet was received with much applause on his concert tours. Brassin, Gerhard, born June 10, 1844, at Aix, pupil of David. He was leader at Bern and Gothenburg, then teacher in Stern's Conservatorium, Berlin, from 1875 to 1880 conductor of the Breslau Musikverein, since then living in St. Petersburg. Brodsky, Adolf, born March 21, 1851, at Taganrog, Russia, pupil of Jos Helmesberger at Vienna. He was member of the court opera orchestra, visited Russia as virtuoso, then became teacher in Moscow Conservatoire, afterwards at the Leipzig Conservatorium. In 1892 he went to America, but in 1895 became principal of the Manchester Royal College of Music. Burmester, Willie, born at Hamburg, March 16, 1869, studied under Joachim at the High School, Berlin, but elected to make a special study by himself of Paganini difficulties, in whose works he is probably unrivaled. He appeared in London in 1895. Cambani, Joseph. Giuseppe, born 1746, at Livorno, died 1825, Paris, where he had settled in 1770. Campanoli, Bartolomeo, born September 10, 1751, at Cento near Bologna, pupil of Nardini. He was from 1797 leader at the Leipzig Gewandhaus concerts, subsequently director at New Strelitz, where he died November 6, 1827. Wrote a good method, and some studies. Cannabich, Christian, born 1731, at Mannheim, died 1797, at Munich, or 1798 at Frankfurt, was leader at Mannheim, and in this capacity, as also in that of teacher, was quite remarkable. Carotis, John Toplady, born at Keighley, Yorkshire, January 20, 1836, died July 13, 1895, in London. He studied with Molich in Stuttgart, was leader of some of the chief English orchestras, and was also a fine solo player. Koenen, Franz, born December 26, 1826, at Rotterdam. Solo violinist to the late King of Holland, accomplished solo and quartet player, living at Amsterdam. Collins, Isaac, born 1797, died 1871, in London, was a celebrated English performer. His son Collins, Viotti, was also an excellent player. Collinet, Edouard, born July 23, 1838, at Bordeaux, studied at the Paris Conservatoire under Girard and Sauzet, but became a conductor, and is, as such, very celebrated in Paris. Collins, Jean-Baptiste, born November 25, 1834, at Brussels. He studied at the Conservatoire there, has been since 1863 a teacher in that institution and since 1888 also at the Antwerp School of Music. Corelli, Arcangelo, born 1653, at Fusignano near Imolo, Bologna, was the founder of the Italian school, which in its executive and creative aspects inaugurated a marked epoch in the art of violin playing. Violin composition and technique were brought by him into definite form, serving as a sure foundation for later times. Like all the violinists of that period, Corelli was also a composer, and in this capacity stood prominently forward. His music has lasted to our own day, the complete edition having been brought out by Joachim and Chris Ender, and separate sonatas arranged for violin and piano by G. Jensen, and others. Living chiefly in Rome, Corelli was held in extraordinary esteem as violinist and composer, and a great number of pupils crowded round him. His most celebrated pupils were Geminiani and Locatelli. He died in 1713, after a tour to Naples. Clement, Franz, born 1780, at Vienna, died there in 1842, was first concertmeister at the Theater an der Wien. Courvoisier, Carl, born November 12, 1846, at Basel, lived in Dusseldorf and enjoyed much favor as teacher and player. He went to England in 1885, and is now living in Liverpool. Author of a violin school and studies, also sundry articles on the technique of violin playing. Kramer, Wilhelm, born 1743 or 1745, at Mannheim, died 1799, in London, where he was leader at the Italian Opera, and in various concert societies. He was regarded in England as the first violinist of his time. Kroner, Ferdinand, Karl, and Johann, brothers, were all members of the Munich court orchestra between 1737 and 1786. In 1749 they were raised to the rank of the nobility. Csillag, Hermann, born 1852, at Bakony Telek, Hungary, pupil of Helmesberger at Vienna, became member of the court opera orchestra there, and subsequently leader at Baden-Baden, Dusseldorf, Hamburg, and Rotterdam. From 1887 to 1888 taught in the Conservatorium at Helsingfors. Damrosch, Leopold, born 1822, at Posen, pupil of Hubert Reis, prepared for a medical career. He was from 1857 Kapellmeister at Breslau, and since 1871 in New York, where he died in 1885. Dankla, Jean-Baptiste Chaz, born December 19, 1818, at Bagneries de Bigorre. He entered the Paris Conservatoire at the age of 10, founded in Paris a fine quartet, with his brothers Leopold and Arnaud as second violin and cello. He has composed many melodious educational works, and enjoys great repute as a teacher in the Paris Conservatoire. Dando, J.H.B., born at Somers Town, 1806, pupil of Maury, died May, 1894. He was one of the pioneers of quartet playing in England, also for many years prominent as leader of the best orchestras in London, in his day. David, Ferd, born January 19, 1810, at Hamburg, died July 18, 1873, at Klosters in Switzerland, pupil of Spar, leader in the Leipzig Gewandhaus and theatre orchestras from 1836 until his death. He was distinguished both as teacher and leader. As composer, he produced many violin works, concertos, variations, studies, and also a school, besides editing many previously unpublished pieces by the old masters. De Anna, Heinrich Karl Hermann, born June 22, 1835, at Vienna, pupil of Meysner and Mildner, until 1851, when he relinquished music for a military career, entering the Austrian army. In 1853 he became lieutenant, was in the War of 1859, but at its conclusion resumed the violin. He made concert tours, was engaged in 1862 in the Royal Opera Orchestra, Berlin, and became first concertmeister. He was second violin in Joachim's quartet. Died November 1, 1892. Denremont, Maurice, born March 19, 1866, in Rio de Janeiro, pupil of Leonard. During about 10 years he made many appearances in Germany, played in London, at the Crystal Palace, with great success, and died in Buenos Aires, November 1893. Dessau, Bernhard, born March 1, 1861, in Hamburg, studied at the Berlin High School, was leader at Königsberg and Prague, now in Rotterdam and teacher in the Conservatorium. Dittersdorf, Karl von, born November 2, 1739, at Vienna, died October 31, 1799, was violinist in the Imperial Orchestra, and had much success in his tours. He was subsequently Kapellmeister, and composed a great deal, operas, symphonies, quartets, and C. Don't, Jacob, born March 2, 1815, at Vienna, died there November 18, 1888, pupil of his father. He was member of the Imperial Orchestra and teacher in the Conservatorium, produced excellent studies. Dreyschak, Raymond, born August 20, 1824, at Zach in Bohemia, died February 6, 1869, was second leader in the Leipzig Gewandhaus Orchestra, and teacher in the Conservatorium. Dupont, Joseph, born August 21, 1821, Liege, died February 13, 1861. Pupil of Prüm in the Liege Conservatoire, subsequently teacher in the same. Dupuy, Jacques, born October 21, 1830, at Liege, taught there in the Conservatoire, died 1860. Dupuy, Jean-Baptiste, born 1775, at Corsellis near Neuchâtel, died April 3, 1822, at Stockholm, was leader there, and also at Copenhagen. He composed concertos, duets, and operas. Durand, Frederick, born at Warsaw in 1770, died in the middle of the 19th century, pupil of Viotti, in Paris. He made many concert tours, entered the French army in 1796, became adjutant to a general, but must have taken his leave after several years, for he traveled again as a virtuoso and became eventually violinist in Strasbourg Theatre. Eberhard, Goebe, born March 29, 1852, at Hattersheim near Frankfurt, pupil of Dietz, Heermann, and Wilhelm J. He was leader at Bern and Bremen, paid successful visits to Germany, Switzerland, Austria, and Italy, and since 1884 has been active in Hamburg as soloist, professor, and author. He has composed studies, violin solos, piano pieces, and songs. Eck, J. Friedrich, born 1766, at Mannheim, date of death not known, one of the best 18th century players, lived in Munich and Paris. His brother Eck, Franz, born 1774, at Mannheim, was Spar's instructor, member of the Munich Orchestra, and violinist at the Imperial Court in St. Petersburg. He died insane at Bamberg in 1809. Eckhorn, Ernst, and Eduard, brothers, born April 30, 1822, and October 17, 1823, respectively, appeared as prodigies from 1829 to 1835. Both found positions in the Coburg Orchestra. Ernst died June 16, 1844. Ernst, Heinrich Will, born 1814, at Brunn, died October 8, 1865, at Nice, pupil of Maysder, was mostly occupied in making concert tours, everywhere causing a profound sensation. Composed, amongst other pieces, a concerto pathetic, elegy, Otello Fantasia, and Hungarian variations. Ferrari, Domenico, born at the beginning of the 18th century, pupil of Tartini. He passed in Vienna for a great violinist, also exercising his profession in Stuttgart and Paris. In 1780 he was murdered. Furillo, Federigo, born 1753, at Brunswick, date of death not known. His 36 violin caprices are celebrated. Fischer, Johann, born in the middle of the 17th century, in Swabia, was one of the first German violinists who made a reputation. He was, at the beginning of the 18th century, Kapellmeister at Schwerin, and died in 1721 as Kapellmeister to the Margrave at Schwedt. Fleischhauer, F., born July 24, 1834, at Weimar, pupil of Joachim and Loeb, since 1865 court leader at Meiningen. Fontaine, Antoine Nicolas Marie, born 1785, at Paris, pupil of Kreutzer, traveled much, and lived in Paris since 1825. Franz Loh, Ignaz, born June 3, 1736, at Mannheim, died 1803, was leader in the Electoral Orchestra, an accomplished orchestral player. His son and pupil Franz Loh, Ferdinand, born May 24, 1770, at Schwetzingen, died 1833, at Mannheim, was more celebrated than his father. Gans, Leopold, born November 28, 1810, at Mayence, died June 15, 1869, at Berlin, was leader in the Berlin Court Orchestra. Gavini's, Pierre, born May 11, 1726 or 1728, at Bordeaux, died September 9, 1800, at Paris. He wrote studies, notably Les 24 Matinées. His father, François Gavini's, was a violin maker, and was, in 1762, dean of the Paris Violin Makers Guild. Tr. Geminiani, Francesco, born towards the end of the 17th century, at Lucca, died December 1762, at Dublin, was one of Corelli's most famous pupils. G brought out the earliest Italian violin method, which became in great request, and by which the essential features of Corelli's style have been handed down to the present day. The best of his violin sonatas have been published in G. Jensen's Klassisk Violin Musik. Giardini, Felice, born April 12, 1716, at Turin, died December 17, 1796, at Moscow. He toured, with brilliant success, in Germany and England, became orchestral conductor, and later theatre director, in which capacity, however, he had no success. Gompertz, Richard, born April 27, 1859, at Cologne, pupil there of Königsloh and Joachim, now professor in the Royal College of Music, London. Graun, J. Gottlieb, born at the commencement of the 18th century, died October 27, 1771, brother of Heinrich Graun, the composer of Der Tod Jesu, was leader in the court orchestra, Berlin. Grunberg, Max, born December 5, 1850, at Berlin. He was solo violinist at Meiningen under Bülow, leader and teacher in the Sondershausen Conservatorium, then at Prague, and now lives in Berlin, where he has founded a conservatorium, is a celebrated teacher. Habneck, François Antoine, born June 1, 1781, at Mézières, died February 8, 1849, Paris, pupil of Bailliot in Paris. He was member of the orchestra, and subsequently conductor, at the Grand Opera, then became concert conductor, in which capacity he introduced Beethoven's symphonies to the Parisians. Founder of the celebrated Conservatoire concerts. Haddock, Edgar, born in Leeds, 1862, taught by his father, appeared in public at the age of 6. Originator of the Leeds musical evenings. Hailer, Carl, born February 1, 1859, at Hohenelby in Bohemia, pupil of Prague Conservatorium and of Joachim. He was soloist in Bilst's orchestra, leader at Mannheim and now at Weimar. Hanflane, George, born March 17, 1848, at Breslau, pupil of David and Joachim, leader at the Royal Theatre, Hanover. Han, W.H., born May 30, 1831, musician in ordinary to the Queen. His 5 sons received their education first as choir boys at the Chapel Royal, afterwards all studying the violin or cello at the Royal Academy of Music. Brahms' Sestet for strings was performed in London, 1888, entirely by this musical family. Hauser, Miska, born 1822, at Pressburg, died December 8, 1887, Vienna, pupil of Bohm and Meister in Vienna, traveled nearly all over the world. A few of his compositions are in vogue, e.g., The Bird in the Tree, and Lieder ohne Wort. Heckmann, Robert, born November 3, 1848, at Mannheim, died November 29, 1891, Glasgow, pupil of Becker and David. He was leader at the Euterpe, Leipzig, and at the Town Theatre in Cologne, then traveled as quartet player, winning universal recognition. Heermann, Hugo, born March 3, 1844, at Heilbronn, pupil of Deberio, was leader at Frankfurt, and since 1878 principal violin teacher at Hoch's Conservatorium. Hegar, Friedrich, born October 11, 1841, at Basel, pupil of David, concertmeister with Bils, and at Zurich, now director of the music school there. Helmesberger, George, born April 24, 1800, at Vienna, died August 16, 1873, pupil of Bohm, was member of the Imperial Orchestra and teacher in the Conservatorium. His eldest son, George, born 1828, was leader at Hanover, where he died in 1853. His younger brother Helmesberger, Joseph, born November 3, 1829, lived at Vienna as director of the Conservatorium and court Kapellmeister. He became very noted as a quartet player. His son Joseph, born 1855, was from 1878 solo violinist in the court orchestra, died October 24, 1893. Hermann, Friedrich, born 1828, at Frankfurt, studied at the Leipzig Conservatorium, for many years professor in the same, and also, up to 1876, first viola player in the Gewandhaus concerts. He has written chamber music, violin solos, and besides arranging many classical works for various combinations of stringed instruments. Hess, Willy, pupil of Joachim, was leader at Frankfurt and at Rotterdam, then settled in Manchester as solo violinist in Sir Charles Halley's orchestra, in 1895 called to Cologne as leader in the town orchestra and teacher at the Conservatorium. Hilf, Arno, born March 14, 1858, student of the Conservatorium, Leipzig, until his 17th year. He was leader at Moscow, and in 1888 at Sondershausen, then joined the Gewandhaus Orchestra, Leipzig. Himmels's Tass, Richard, born June 17, 1843, at Sondershausen, pupil of Ulrich and Joachim, leader at Breslau. Hollander, Gustav, born February 15, 1855, at Leibskutz, Silesia, pupil of David and Joachim, was leader and teacher in Cologne Conservatorium. composer of the Spinner Lied, and other pleasing violin pieces. Jacobson, Heinrich, born January 10, 1851, at Hadersleben, pupil of David and Joachim. He was first violinist in the Leipzig Gewandhaus Orchestra, solo and chamber music player to the Duchess of Anhalt-Bernburg at Ballenstedt, and since 1876 teacher at the Berlin High School. Died 1901. Jacobson, Simon, born December 24, 1839, at Mittau, pupil of David, leader at Bremen and New York, was afterwards teacher at Cincinnati, and now lives at Chicago. Janitsk, Anton, born 1753, in Switzerland, died 1812, as Kapellmeister to Count Bergsteinfurth, pupil of Pugnani at Turin. He was leader at Treves with Prince Wallerstein-Ottingen, and conductor at the theatre, Hanover. Jansa, Leopold, born 1796, at Wildenschwert in Bohemia, died January 25, 1875, at Vienna. His compositions formerly enjoyed much favor. He lived in Brunswick, Vienna, and London. Jaffa, George, born August 27, 1835, at Königsberg, died February 25, 1892, Cologne, pupil of singer David and Allard, leader and teacher in Cologne Conservatorium. Jensen, Gustav, born Christmas Day, 1843, at Königsberg, pupil of Loeb and Joachim, died November 26, 1895, as professor at the Conservatorium, Cologne. He wrote orchestral works, a violin sonata, chamber music, and besides ably editing and arranging many compositions of the old masters for violin and piano, Klassisk Violinmusik, Vortrags's Tutti N, and c. Joachim, Joseph, professor, Dr., born June 28, 1831, at Kitzener Pressburg, pupil of Bohm in Vienna. He was leader at Leipzig, Weimar, and Hanover, subsequently director of the High School, Berlin. He is the first among living violinists, and has formed a large number of prominent players. Kaliwoda, Johann Wenceslaus, born February 21, 1801, at Prague, died December 3, 1866, at Karlsruhe, conductor of Prince Fürstenberg's orchestra at Donaueschingen. In addition to violin pieces, he wrote symphonies and overtures. Kess, Willem, born February 16, 1856, at Dordrecht, pupil of David and Joachim. He was leader at Amsterdam, and Kapellmeister at Dordrecht, and since 1883 conductor at Amsterdam. Kiesutter, Chr. Gottfried, born December 24, 1777, at Ansbach, died September 27, 1827, London, lived successively in Amsterdam, Oldenburg, Hamburg, Hanover, and London. Campbell, August, born August 18, 1831, at Bruckenau, pupil of Spar, David, and Joachim, leader at Weimar, retired on a pension in 1884, died April 7, 1891, Weimar. Königsloh, Otto von, born November 14, 1824, at Hamburg, pupil of Passius and Hafner, afterwards of David. From 1858 to 1881, he was leader at Cologne and teacher at the Conservatorium, but resigned the former post on account of a bad arm, received the title of professor, and removed to Bonn. Died 1898. Kopecky, Ottokar, born April 28, 1850, at Schottberg in Bohemia, pupil of Benowitz in the Prague Conservatorium. He was leader at the Town Theatre, Brunn, at the Mozarteum, Salzburg, and in the Sondershausen Court Orchestra, where he received in 1881 the title of Kammervirtuos. He now lives in Hamburg as soloist and teacher. Kotek, Joseph, born October 25, 1855, at Kamene Podolsk in Russia, died January 4, 1885, Davos, pupil of Lob and Joachim, teacher at the Berlin High School. Kreutzer, Rudolf, born at Versailles, November 16, 1766, died June 6, 1831, Geneva. He was a famous virtuoso, professor in the Paris Conservatoire, and composed much. His 42 studies still remain at the head of all studies, and have passed through many editions. Beethoven's grandest violin sonata, Op. 47, is dedicated to him, although it is said he never played it. Tr. Cruz, J.S., born March 23, 1859, at Melbourne, pupil of Joachim in Berlin, leader in the Philharmonic there, and since 1892 at Bremen. Kudelsky, Karl Matthias, born November 17, 1808, Berlin, died October 3, 1877, Baden-Baden, pupil of Ed Reitz and Lafont, lived in Berlin, Russia, Hamburg, and Baden-Baden. Lacroix, born 1756, at Remberville, died 1812, as music director at Lübeck. Lafont, Chaz Philippe, born December 1781, at Paris, died August 14, 1839, pupil of Kreutzer and Rode. He made many concert tours, and composed much. Held appointments in St. Petersburg and Paris. Lalo, ed., born 1823, at Lille, died April 22, 1892, Paris, student at the Conservatoire. He was quartet player in Paris, and then busied himself chiefly in composition. Lamotte, Franz, born 1751, Vienna or in the Netherlands, died 1781, in Holland. He was a great virtuoso and sight reader, but in consequence of his looseness of conduct could make no position. Lamoureux, Chaz, born September 28, 1834, at Bordeaux, studied in the Paris Conservatoire. He was violinist in various Parisian theaters, afterwards conductor, and has rendered great service by introducing German compositions into France. Lob, Ferd, born January 19, 1832, at Prague, died March 17, 1875, at Gries Neerbutzen, pupil of Mildner at Prague, was leader at Weimar, Berlin, and Moscow. His Polonaise for the violin is well known. Lauterbach, Jo. Chr., born July 24, 1832, at Kulmbach, pupil of Fröhlich at Würzburg, and Abirio at Brussels. He was leader at Munich, afterwards at Dresden, pensioned 1889, and taught in the Dresden Royal Conservatorium until 1877. Leclerc, born 1697, at Lyons, was murdered in Paris, October 22, 1764, labored chiefly as teacher and composer for his instrument. His compositions have appeared in various editions, some of his best sonatas in G. Jensen's Klassisk Violinmusik. Leonard, Hubert, born April 7, 1819, at Bel-Air, Belgium, died May 6, 1890, Paris, pupil of Havnek in Paris. He was for a long period a teacher in Brussels Conservatoire, then resided in Paris. He produced a violin school, besides studies. Lipinski, Karl Joseph, born 1790, at Radzin in Poland, died December 16, 1861, in Galicia. He traveled much as a virtuoso, was from 1838 to 1859 leader in the Royal Orchestra, Dresden. His military concerto is the best known among his writings. Locatelli, Pietro, born 1693, at Bergamo, died 1764, Amsterdam, pupil of Corelli, was regarded in his day as a great virtuoso. He produced L'arte del violino, concertos, and sonatas. Lolli, Antonio, born about 1730, Bergamo, died 1802, Naples, was, next to Locatelli, the chief founder of pure virtuosity, and owed his success to his technique alone. Of his artistic development there is little to be said. Lotto, Isidore, born December 22, 1840, at Warsaw, pupil of Massart in Paris. He was teacher in Strasbourg Conservatorium, then in that of his native town. His filius is well known. Lubin, Leon de St., born July 8, 1805, at Turin, died February 18, 1850, pupil of Spar, was leader at the Königstadter Theater, Berlin. Marsic, Martin Pierre Joseph, born March 9, 1849, at Liege, pupil of Leonard, Massart, and Joachim. He made himself known through several concert tours in France, England, Germany, and then settled in Paris since 1892 as violin professor at the Conservatoire. Massart, Joseph Lambert, born July 19, 1811, at Liege, died February 13, 1892, Paris, pupil of Kreutzer. Since 1843, he was teacher in Paris Conservatoire, taught Wieniawski and Lotto. Mathai, Heinrich. August, born October 3, 1781, Dresden, died 1835, at Leipzig, where he was leader at the Gewandhaus, pupil of Kreutzer. Maurer, Ludwig Will, born February 8, 1789, at Potsdam, died October 25, 1878, at St. Petersburg, where he had lived since 1832, having been previously leader in Hanover. His concerto for 4 violins is well known. Meister, Joseph, born October 26, 1789, at Vienna, died there November 21, 1863, pupil of Skupensky, was leader in the Imperial Orchestra. He composed many violin pieces, quartets, and C Mazas. Jacques Feriol, born September 23, 1782, at Béziers, died 1849, pupil of Bailliot, was teacher in Paris Conservatoire. Meerts, Lambert Joseph, born 1802, Brussels, died there May 12, 1863, pupil of Havnek, Lafont, and Bailliot, taught in the Brussels Conservatoire. He published a violin school, and studies. Mestrino, Niccolo, born 1748, at Naples, died 1790, Paris, as leader of the orchestra at the Opera Italian. He began as a street player, underwent imprisonment on account of some foolish prank, and during his confinement advanced his technique. Meyer, Waldemar, born February 4, 1853, at Berlin, pupil of Joachim, was from 1873 to 1881 first violinist in the court orchestra, Berlin, then went on tour. His brother Felix is Royal Kammer virtuose, and an accomplished violinist. Milanolo, the sisters Therese and Maria, born August 28, 1827, and June 19, 1832, respectively, at Savigliano near Turin. They were regarded as juvenile prodigies during the years 1839 to 1846. The younger died in 1848 in Paris, the elder retired into private life in 1857. Mildner, Moritz, born 1813, at Turnitz, Bohemia, died December 4, 1865, was teacher in Prague Conservatorium, and leader at the theatre. Molik, Wilhelm Bernhard, born October 7, 1802, at Nuremberg, died May 10, 1869, at Cannstatt, pupil of his father and of Spar. He was leader at Munich and Stuttgart, made many concert tours, and composed many violin pieces, and c. His fifth concerto has been frequently played by Mr. Carl, and his oratorio Abraham was, for a time, in favor. Tr. Maury, Nicholas, born in London, 1793, died June 18, 1839, of Italian origin. He occupied, for nearly 30 years, a prominent position in England as a violinist. He was also a music publisher. Moser, Carl, born January 24, 1774, at Berlin, died there January 27, 1851. He was employed at intervals in the Berlin Court Orchestra, being appointed Royal Kapellmeister in 1840. His son Moser, August, born December 20, 1825, Berlin, pupil of his father and of Deberio, lived for many years in South America, and died on a concert tour there, 1859. Mozart, Leopold, born November 14, 1719, at Augsburg, died May 28, 1787, at Salzburg, where he was Vice-Kapellmeister. Published one of the earliest violin methods. Mühlmann, Ernst R., born June 5, 1856, at Klingenthal, Saxony, pupil of David and Röntgen at Leipzig Conservatorium. In 1875 appointed soloist to the Duchess of Anhalt-Bernburg, at Ballenstedt, 1876–1878 at the Town Theatre, Leipzig, until 1882, leader in Loeb's orchestra at Hamburg, until 1884, leader in Neumann's Wagner tour, since then, leader Hamburg Town Theatre. Müller, Carl Schroeder, born November 11, 1797, at Brunswick, died April 4, 1873, pupil of Moser at Berlin. He was leader in the celebrated quartet formed by the brothers Müller, and in the ducal orchestra. Natchez, Tovadar, born May 1, 1859, at Pest, studied at the Prague Conservatorium and under Joachim. He has made many tours as virtuoso, but lives chiefly in London. Nardini, Pietro, born 1722, at Fabiana, died 1793, at Florence, pupil of Tartini. From 1753 to 1767 he was member of the Württemberg Court Orchestra, Stuttgart, then solo player at the Florentine Court. A few of his sonatas are still performed. Narretkoning, Jo. Jos David, born February 25, 1838, at Amsterdam, pupil of David, 1859–1870 leader at Mannheim, then at Frankfurt. Neruda, Wilma Maria Franziska, Lady Halley, born March 21, 1840, at Brunn, pupil of her father and of Jansa, found her vocation in concert tours, now lives in London. Lady Halley has been for many years associated with the Monday popular concerts, and her excellent example has undoubtedly given a great stimulus to the study of the violin in England by ladies. Tr. Olbull, born February 5, 1810, at Bergen, a self-taught violinist, who made many concert tours, amongst others 3 times to America. From a musical point of view his compositions are unimportant, corresponding to his playing, and only calculated for the production of virtuoso effects. Ole Bull died August 17, 1880, in Norway. His first appearance in London was in 1836. Tr. Ondrijsek, Franz, born 1863, at Prague, pupil of Benowitz and Massart, in 1882 visited Germany during his concert tours. Played in London 1895. Paganini, Niccolò, baptized October 27, 1782, Genoa, died May 27, 1840, Nice. The most talented and gifted violinist that ever lived, in every respect an original, a speciality. About his career the most romantic stories of adventure were circulated, to which his fantastic, almost ghostly, appearance gave rise. Of his compositions, the concertos and 24 caprices are best known. Puppini, Guido, born at Camaggiore near Florence, August 1, 1847, pupil of Giorgetti. For several years he was director of the Florentine Società del Quartetto, now principal professor at the Royal Irish Academy. Writer of a method and many effective pieces for his instrument. Petrie, Henry Will, born April 5, 1856, at Leest near Utrecht, pupil of Joachim, was leader at Sondershausen, Hanover, and Leipzig, then in the Dresden Royal Orchestra. Pickle, Wenceslaus, born 1741, at Bechin in Bohemia, died 1805, 1804, at Vienna, pupil of Dittersdorf and Nardini, lived in Vienna and Italy. Pisendel, Jo. George, born December 26, 1687, at Carlsbad, died November 25, 1755, at Dresden, pupil of Torelli and Vivaldi. He was useful in promoting violin playing at Dresden, where he was leader. In particular, he obtained from the violins in the orchestra great equality in playing. Pixus, Fried. Will, born 1786, at Mannheim, died 1842, at Prague, where he taught in the conservatorium. Politzer, Adolf, born at Budapest, in 1832, studied under Bohm in Vienna Conservatorium. Was awarded first prize in 1846, and went on tour through Germany. He settled in London in 1850, became principal violin at Covent Garden, the Wagner and Gounod concerts, and the Albert Hall Choral Society. He has been for many years principal violin teacher, and since 1890 co-director, of the London Academy of Music. Died 1900. Pott, August, born November 7, 1806, at Nordheim, died August 27, 1883, at Graz, pupil of Spar, was court Kapellmeister at Oldenburg until 1861, then lived at Graz. Prill, Carl, born October 22, 1864, at Berlin, pupil of Joachim. He was solo violinist under Bils, leader at Polosk, then at Magdeburg, since 1891, in the Gewandhaus Orchestra, Leipzig. Pruim, François, born June 5, 1816, at Stavelot, Belgium, died there July 14, 1849, pupil of Havnek. Was teacher in Liege Conservatoire, and travelled much. Of his compositions, Melancholy was formerly a great favorite. Pognani, Gaetano, born 1727, died 1803, at Turin, pupil of Tartini. He travelled a great deal, and was from 1770 until his demise leader at the Turin Court Theatre. He trained Viotti, amongst others. Rab, August, Vice-Concertmeister at the Leipzig Theatre and Gewandhaus Orchestra, also leader at the Euterpe. Ralph, Francis, born 1847, died September 8, 1887, educated at the RAM, London, where he became one of the most valued teachers. Rapoldi, Edward, born February 21, 1839, at Vienna, pupil of Jansa and Bohm. He was leader at Rotterdam, then Kapellmeister at Lübeck, Stettin, and Prague, next teacher at the Berlin High School, then leader in the court orchestra, Dresden, and since 1893 teacher at the conservatorium there. Died 1903. Refeld, Fabian, born January 23, 1842, Duchel, leader in the Royal Orchestra, Berlin, since 1873, industrious composer. Remenii, Edward, born 1830, at Heves in Hungary, studied at the Vienna Conservatorium. He interrupted his artistic career in order to take part in the Hungarian Revolution and thus came to be an adjutant of Gorgi's. He then fled to America, living subsequently in Weimar, London, St. Petersburg, and Paris, also in South Africa, returning to Europe in 1892. Died San Francisco, 1898. Ries, Hubert, born April 1, 1802, at Bonn, died September 14, 1886, Berlin, pupil of Spar, was leader in the Royal Orchestra, Berlin, and produced many works for violin. His son Ries, Franz, born 1846, Berlin, pupil of his father, and of Massard, Paris, was engaged at the Italian Opera, London, as violinist, but gave up performing in 1873 on account of a nervous affection of the arm, and founded a music business in Dresden. He composed many violin pieces and songs. Ries, Louis, brother of Franz, was born in Berlin in 1830. He has occupied the post of second violin at the Monday Popular Concerts since 1857. Reitz, Edward, born 1801, in Berlin, died 1832, brother of a former Dresden Kapellmeister, Julius Reitz, was member of the Royal Orchestra, Berlin. Rode, Pierre, born February 26, 1774, at Bordeaux, died there November 25, 1830, pupil of Viotti, taught in the Conservatoire, Paris, then became solo player in St. Petersburg. His compositions and his violin school enjoyed great favor. Romberg, Andreas, born April 27, 1767, at Vecht, died November 10, 1821, as court Kapellmeister at Gotha, was previously member of the orchestras in Bonn and Hamburg. Röntgen, Engelbert, born September 30, 1829, at Deventer, pupil of David, and afterwards his successor as leader in the Gewandhaus Orchestra, Leipzig, in which capacity he rendered great service. He had been a member of the same orchestra for about half a century. Died 1897. Rosa, Carl, born March 21, 1842, in Hamburg, was leader there from 1863 to 1865, then made concert tours, afterwards becoming opera impresario. He died in Paris 1889. Sainton, Prosper Philosophy Catherine, born June 5, 1813 Toulouse, died October 17, 1890, London, pupil of Havnek at the Paris Conservatoire. He made concert tours throughout Europe, then was appointed teacher of his instrument at the Toulouse School of Music. He visited London in 1844, settling there in 1845 as professor at the Royal Academy of Music, a post which he held until his death. He was also leader in the orchestras of Covent Garden Theatre, 1846 to 1871, and of Her Majesty's, 1871 to 1880, and c. He wrote 2 violin concertos, besides solos. Salomon, Jo. Peter, born 1745, at Bonn, died 1815, in London, made himself useful in producing Haydn's works, was leader in Berlin, then lived in London. Sarasate, Pablo Martin Meliton, y Navascues, born March 10, 1844, at Pamplona in Spain, pupil of Allard at Paris Conservatoire, gained worldwide celebrity through his concert tours. Sarat, Emile, born May 22, 1852, at Dun Leroi, Cher, pupil of Debirio. He toured with much success, settled in Berlin, but was subsequently called to London to succeed M. Sainton as professor at the Royal Academy of Music. Schnitzler, Isidore, born June 2, 1859, Rotterdam, studied at Cologne Conservatorium, also under Wirth, Wieniawski and Joachim, toured successfully in Romania, Germany, America, and Australia. Schroeder, Henry, born April 29, 1846, at Hamburg, pupil of Leonard and David. He was leader in Bremen and Hamburg, then teacher in Moscow Conservatoire, in a similar capacity at Leipzig, 1874, from 1883 in Cincinnati, but returned to Germany in June 1889. Schroeder, Hermann, born July 28, 1842, at Kulenburg, was soloist with Bills in 1866, then with the Duchess of Anhalt-Bernburg. He founded in 1870 a music school at Berlin, is also teacher in the Royal High School, Church Music Department, and received the title of professor in 1888. Wrote a prize method, studies, theoretical works, and C. Schubert, Franz, born July 22, 1808, in Dresden, died there 1878, pupil of Rolla and Lafont, was leader in the Dresden Court Orchestra. Skupensky, Ignaz, born 1776, in Vienna, died there 1830, pupil of Wranitzky. He was the first to introduce quartets into public performances systematically, these renderings being held in high regard. Siegfried, Max, born October 9, 1827, at Rottweil, died December 20, 1885, Stuttgart. He was Kapellmeister in the Hohenzollern-Heching Court Orchestra, lived since 1869 at Stuttgart, and was appointed court Kapellmeister there in 1871. Issued, jointly with Singer, a violin method. Seitz, Fritz, born June 12, 1848, at Guntherleben near Gotha, pupil of Ulrich at Sondershausen, and of Lauterbach in Dresden, was leader at Sondershausen, at Magdeburg, and then at Dessau in the court orchestra. Singer, Edmund, born October 14, 1831, at Todis in Hungary, pupil of Bohm, was leader at Pest, Weimar, and subsequently Stuttgart, professor also in the conservatorium there. Siveri, Ecobedo Camillo, born October 25, 1815, at Genoa, pupil of Paganini, traveled much as virtuoso, and died in 1894. Skalitsky, Ernst, born May 30, 1853, at Prague, pupil of Mildner and Joachim. He was from 1873 to 1879 leader in the Park Orchestra, Amsterdam, then in a similar capacity at Bremen. Soldat, Marie, born March 25, 1864, at Graz, pupil of Pot and of Joachim, made successful concert tours. Spar, Louis, born April 5, 1784, at Brunswick, died October 22, 1859, at Kassel, pupil of Franz Eck. He was leader at Gotha and Vienna, visited Italy, England, and France, became court Kapellmeister at Kassel in 1822, receiving a pension in 1857. Spar was equally celebrated as a violinist and as a composer. His most distinguished pupils were Leon de Saint Lubin, Ries, David, Bott, Campel, and Pott. Stamitz, Jo. Carl, born 1719, at Deutschbrod in Bohemia, died 1761, at Mannheim, is regarded as the founder of the German school of violin playing. He was leader at Mannheim. His son Stamitz, Carl, born May 7, 1746, at Mannheim, died 1801, at Jena, was leader at Mannheim, finally music director at Jena. Strauss, Ludwig, born March 28, 1835, Pressburg, pupil of Helmesberger and Bohm in Vienna, was leader at Frankfurt, settled in 1864 in London. Died 1899. Struss, Fritz, born November 28, 1847, at Hamburg, pupil of Auer and Joachim, was Kammermusikus in Schwerin and in Berlin, subsequently leader in the Royal Orchestra. Tartini, Giuseppe, born April 12, 1692, Perino, died February 26, 1770, Padua, the greatest executant and most prolific composer of his time. He wrote hundreds of concertos and sonatas, of which the Trillo del Diavolo is the most celebrated. His best sonatas are published in G. Jensen's Klassisk Violinmusik. Telemann, George Philip, born March 14, 1681, at Magdeburg, died June 25, 1767, at Hamburg, was leader at Eisenach and subsequently Kapellmeister there, then conductor at Hamburg. Thomson, Cesar, born at Liege, March 18, 1857, studied under Jacques Dupuy and Leonard. Having acquired an exceptional technique, he has toured with great success. He was leader of Bilst's Orchestra, Berlin, since 1883, teacher at the Liege Conservatoire. Trois, Teresina, born May 27, 1867, at Turin, pupil of Massart in Paris, one of the most popular lady players of the present time. Ulrich, ed., born April 12, 1815, at Leipzig, died November 26, 1874, at Stendal, pupil of Mothai, was leader at Magdeburg and Sondershausen. Unthan, a violinist of the present day deserving mention as a curiosity, in that having no arms he plays with his toes. Veracini, Francesco Maria, born 1684, died 1759, in his time a noted player and composer, lived in Italy, England, and Dresden, greatly influenced Tartini's development. Some of his sonatas are published in G. Jensen's Klassisk Violinmusik. Vutamps, Henry, born February 20, 1820, at Vienna, died June 6, 1881, at Algiers, pupil of Debirio. He visited Germany, England, France, and Russia, was named virtuoso in chamber music to the Russian court in 1846, resided in St. Petersburg until 1852, then traveled and visited America, living subsequently in Frankfurt, Paris, and Brussels. Viotti, Jove. Battista, born May 23, 1753, at Fontenelle, died March 13, 1824, in London, pupil of Pugnani, after Corelli and Torelli, the greatest Italian violinist of the last century. He made extended concert tours, as teacher practicing chiefly in Paris, where he also conducted the Grand Opera for a brief period. Walter, Benno, born June 17, 1847, at Munich, leader in the court orchestra there, and teacher at the music school. Wasilewski, Joseph W. von, born 1822, at Grossliesen, near Danzig. He was educated at the Leipzig Conservatorium, where he entered the Gewandhaus Orchestra, then, after becoming leader at Dusseldorf, and conductor at Bonn, settled at Sondershausen. He has made himself known also as a writer on musical subjects, through his biography of Schumann, The Violin and its Masters, The Violoncello and its History, and died 1896. Weber, Miroslav, born November 9, 1854, at Prague, was member of the Sondershausen Court Orchestra, leader and opera conductor at Darmstadt, and afterwards in the like capacity at Wiesbaden Court Theatre. Wieniawski, Henry, born July 10, 1835, at Lublin, died April 2, 1880, at Moscow, pupil of Massart. In 1860 he was entitled Imperial Russian Kammer Virtuoso, taught for 5 years in St. Petersburg Conservatoire, traveled a few years in America, then succeeded to Viextemps duties at Brussels, went again on tour, dying in Moscow of heart disease. Wilhelm J. August. Emil Dan. Ferd, born September 21, 1845, at Usingen, Nassau, pupil of David, undertook his first concert tour in 1865, in Switzerland. In the following years he visited Holland, England, and afterwards living near Wiesbaden, Blasewitz, and, 1894, London. Wiplinger, Paul Karl, born July 7, 1824, at Halle, was leader at Aix, and since 1860 at Kassel. Wolf, Heinrich, born January 1, 1813, at Frankfurt, since 1838 leader there. Was also a talented composer. Wolf, Johannes, born May 1862, at The Hague, studied with Wirth in Rotterdam, and Rapoldi in Dresden, subsequently gaining the Premier Prix in Paris, made his debut at one of M. Pastillope's concerts, toured through the continent and settled in London. Issay, Eugene, born at Liege, in 1858, studied the violin from the age of 5, chiefly with his father. He made the acquaintance of Wieniawski in 1873, and was invited by him to Brussels. Toured successfully through Europe, and is also in the front rank as teacher, lives in Brussels. Zajic, Florian, born May 4, 1853, at Unhast, Bohemia, pupil of Mildner and Benowitz in the Conservatorium, Prague. In 1870 he became leader at Augsburg, was from 1871 to 1881 in the Mannheim Orchestra, then, until 1880, principal violin teacher in the Conservatorium of Strasbourg. From 1889 he was first teacher at Stern's Conservatorium, Berlin. He has toured with success in Germany, England, France, Austria, and Switzerland. Some violinists of the 20th century. Hall, Marie, born at Newcastle on Tyne, 1884, studied with Mossel, Cruz and Sevcik, made a successful debut in London, February 16, 1903. Hegedus, Firene, born at Budapest, 1881, studied with Hubby, appeared in London, June 1901. Koshin, Yaroslav, born in Bohemia, 1884, In 1896 became a pupil of Sevcik's, visited London 1902, with great success. Chrysler, Fritz, born at Vienna, February 2, 1875, studied there, later with Massart in Paris, where at the age of 12 he won the Premier Prix of the Conservatoire. Introduced by Richter, he made a highly successful appearance in London in 1902. Kubelik, Johann, born July 5, 1880, at Michael near Prague, pupil of Sevcik, introduced to England by Richter, he became extremely popular as a Paganini player of exceptional technique. Pecsky, Louis, born July 20, 1880, at Budapest, admitted to the academy there by the Minister of Public Instruction at the age of 7, visited London 1896. Rivard, Serge Achille, of French parentage, in 1879 shared with Ondřejšek the first prize of the Paris Conservatoire. Appeared with success in London in 1894. Sevcik, Ottokar, born 1852 in Bohemia, entered the Prague Conservatorium, where he subsequently became very famous as professor of the violin. Author of some important studies. Zakharewicz, Michael, born at Ostrow, Russia, in 1877, studied 5 years with Sevcik, appeared with success in London in 1903. Translator's Appendix. The viola. The terms viola, tenor, brach, alto, and cant, are all used in different countries to designate that member of the violin family which is tuned a fifth lower than the violin. In England it is commonly known as the tenor, from the fact of its playing a part in the string quartet analogous to that of the tenor voice in relation to the other voices in part singing. In Italy it was termed the viola di braccio to distinguish it from the larger viols which rested on the ground or were supported by being placed between the performer's knees. Viola or alto the Italians now term it, the music written for it being in the alto clef, middle C on the 3 line. The German term brach is simply a corruption of braccio. Cant is the name by which it is usually called in France, indicating that it is tuned a fifth lower than the violin. The tuning is as follows: the G and C are both covered strings. Occasional high passages necessitate the employment of the treble or violin clef. Although its 3 upper strings are identical in pitch with the 3 lowest of the violin, the quality is quite different, the viola being more reedy and penetrating. This is due to the disproportion between the deeper tuning of the instrument and its dimensions, which are only about 1/7 greater than those of the violin. Tenors were formerly made in several sizes. The ponderous instruments of Gaspar da Salo and other Italian makers are of greater interest to collectors than of practical utility, requiring arms of exceptional length to play them. The large-sized violas were known as the viola tenori, and the ordinary-sized instrument as the viola alto, and the two had often separate parts assigned to them in the same composition, down to the time of Handel. Hence the survival of the two names alto and tenor, applied in our own day to the same instrument. The rich and sympathetic quality of tone of the viola renders it eminently suited for the performance of nocturnes, elegies, and melodies of a pathetic or tragic character. Some beautiful compositions have been specially written for it, and it is to be regretted that these are so very seldom heard in public. From the penetrating character of the tone, new violas are invariably harsher than new violins or violoncellos, but fortunately several good makers of the last century have left a number of instruments which have now become matured, and the demand being so much less than for violins, a good medium-sized viola may often be obtained at about half the cost of a violin of the same quality. Mr. Hermann Ritter of Heidelberg has in recent years endeavored to revive the large tenor under the name of Ritter's viola alta. Several of these instruments have been made, and they have been used with good effect at the Bayreuth Wagner festivals. Vidal's measurements of a Stradivarius viola dated 1723, are as follows in Length of body, from base of button to tail pin, 16 superscript 3/6 breadth, upper bouts, 7/6, lower, 9 superscript 1/32, inner, 5/32 height of ribs, upper bouts, 1 superscript 1/32, lower, 1/6 NB. For guide through viola literature see page 179. Guide through violin literature. The Roman figures, I, IA, IB, 2, etc., indicate the steps to which the respective works belong. Violin methods. Courvoisier, see Violin School. 7600 AC. An elaborate method in 3 parts, with 5 supplementary parts constituting a school of velocity, 7603 AE, with copious explanations given in English, German, and French. David, F. Violin School. Hoffman, R. The First Instruction in Violin Playing, complete, 5668, or in 2 BKS, 5668A, B. Der erste Unterricht im Violinspiel. OP 92. The first elements are explained in a very thorough and systematic manner. For young amateurs it has moreover the advantage of engaging their interest by the frequent use of well-known melodies in the places of dry meaningless figures. Kaiser, H.E. Popular Violin Tutor, Elementary. OP 65. 7606, a clear and systematic primer which leads the pupil on by the aid of favorite melodies will be always attractive for young beginners. Mazes. Petite Method. Popular Instructor in Violin Playing, 2 BKS. 7623A, B. Simple and progressive, making much use of operatic airs and national melodies. Ritter, E.W. Practical School, 10 BKS. 7610 AK. The explanatory text is clear and to the point. Scholes, Richard. School of Artistic Violin Playing. A theoretical and practical instruction book, in all matters relating to style, for moderately advanced players. OP 9. 5681, excellent work for style and phrasing. Clear and exhaustive explanations of every chapter make the work particularly useful, especially for those who have not the opportunity for individual teaching. Schern, M. Practical Course of Instruction, 12 BKS. 7611-22, Spar, L. Violin School. This monumental work is of great utility to advanced students, but is seldom used for beginners by experienced teachers, the exercises being not sufficiently graduated as to difficulty. Schroeder, Professor C. Catechism of Violin and Viola Playing. 3 edition, 9212. Technical exercises. Casordi. Technique of the bow. Courvoisier. L'École de la Velocite. 7603A, B. The School of Velocity. Book 1, Systematic Finger Exercises. Book 2, Studies of Scales and Chords in Systematic Order. Dankla. OP 74. École du Mécanisme. Cruz, E-Scales and Arpeggios, 3 BKS. 5664 AC. Lutjen, H. Scales and Exercises. 8663, Ritter. Scale and Chord Exercises. 5676, Wolferite, F. Daily Exercises. 7624. Studies. Step I. First position only, and in easy keys. Boehmer, C75 Exercises in Intonation, through all keys. Op. 54. Eheim. 2 books. 5643a, b. An excellent work greatly facilitating the knowledge of extreme keys. Book 2 belongs to the next step. Courvoisier, c. The School of Velocity. Book I Systematic Finger Exercises. 7603a. Exercises in all possible fingerings of the first position. Book 2. Studies of Scales and Chords in Systematic Order. 7603b. Book 3. Melodic Studies in Major Keys. 7603c. Books 4 and V belong to following steps. Gradus ad Parnassum. A collection of studies in progressive order, selected, carefully revised, fingered, and edited, with annotations and remarks by Eheim. Book I. First position. 30 elementary studies in the most practicable major keys. By Allard, Bach, Corelli, Don't, Heim, Hermann, Hoffmann, Kaiser, Cruz, Ritter, Spar, and Stephanie. 5471, Book 2. First position. 18 more advanced studies in major and minor keys. Easy double stopping. Enharmonic change. By Bach, Corelli, Handel, Hermann, Cruz, Spar, and Stephanie. Half position. 16 studies, changing from first to half position. By Allard, Don't, Hermann, Cruz, and Wichtel. 5472, 10 books of graduated studies revised by Ernst Heim, containing all the material for a serious study of the violin, each book corresponding in difficulty with the same book of his violin duets, Arena, see page 120, and his violin and piano pieces, Palestra, see pages 128, 129. Herring, COP 16. 25 studies for 2 violins in all major and minor keys, revised, phrased, and fingered by Eheim. The scales as contained in 2 violin part to be played by the student. 5618, Hermann, FLE Commencement de l'étude. 5612a, b. In 2 books, containing familiar airs interspersed with easy studies, with the 2 violin part. Hoffmann, R. The First Instruction in Violin Playing. Der erste Unterricht im Violinspiel. Op. 92. 2 books. 5668a, b. A thorough elementary course leading on to the following work of the same author. Op. 90, Book I-80 Melodic Studies. 5666a. A well-graduated course. Book 2 belongs to the next grade, and would prove an excellent preparation for Kaiser's 36 studies. 8662a. Cruz, E. Progressive Studies. Op. 34, BK1. 5663a. Contains 40 progressive exercises gradually introducing the notes of C major in the 1 position. Scale and arpeggio manual for the violin, arranged with a special view to the requirements of candidates at the various local examinations, by A. Laubach. 5672, this manual is written for students of all grades. Popular instructor in violin playing Part I elementary and first position. 7623a. Sean, M. Practical Course of Instruction Part I ABC of Violin Playing. Introductory School. 7611, 2. First Steps in Practical Violin Playing. 3. Progressive Exercises in the First Position 4. And in all scales. In 3 books. 7612 to 14, parts V to 12 belong to the following grades. Stephanie, R12 Progressive Studies, in the first position. 5683, Step 2. First 4 positions. Allard, DOP 10. Etudes mélodiques et progressives. 5640, also with 2 violin in 2 books. 5600A, B. Boehmer, C75 Exercises in Intonation, through all keys. OP 54. Eheim. Book 2. 5643b. Courvoisier, C. The School of Velocity. Book 4, 12 Melodic Studies in the first position, minor. 7603d. Don't, J24 Exercices Préparatoires Auxiliary Études de Art Kreutzer ETP Road. OP 37. 7604, except NOS 6, 8, 9, and 15 which belong to Step 3. Gradus ad Parnassum. A collection of studies in progressive order, selected, carefully revised, fingered, and edited, with annotations and remarks by Eheim. Book 3. First position. Chords and easy arpeggios. Chromatic passages. Second position. Changing from first to second position, Allard, Don't, Heim, Hermann, Hoffmann, Hohmann, Kaiser, Ritter, Spar, Stephanie, etc. 5473, Book 4. Third position. Changing between first and third positions. Portamento and tremolo. Bach, Deberio, Corelli, Don't, Furillo, Haydn, Hoffmann, Kaiser, Kreutzer, Mazes, Wenzel Pichel, Reine, Scarlatti, Spar, and Wichtel. 5474, Graduated Studies revised by Ernst Heim. Each book corresponds in difficulty with the same book of his violin duets Arena, see page 121, and his violin and piano forte pieces Palestra, see page 133. Hermann, FOP 24, BK1. 30 studies in the first position. 5659, also with 2 violin. 5613, Hoffmann, Our Melodic Studies. OP 90, Book 2. 5666b. Kaiser, HE Violin Studies, carefully revised and fingered, with instructive annotations by Ernst Heim. 36 Elementary and Progressive Studies, introductory to those of Kreutzer. OP 20. Complete, 8662, or in 3 books. 8662 AC. Minute instructions are given by Mr. Heim at the end of each study as to the manner of execution, the part of the bow to be used, and various fingerings. Each 10 bars are also numbered to simplify the repetition of single portions of a study. An edition is published with a separate part for a 2 violin, 5610 AC, also one with pianoforte accompaniment, 7397 AC. Cruz, E Progressive Studies. OP 34, BKS 2 and 3. 5663b, C. Book 2 contains 20 progressive studies in the sharp major and minor keys, Book 3, 20 in the flat major and minor keys. Mazes, F75 Melodic and Progressive Studies for the Violin. OP 36. Revised and fingered by C. Courvoisier. BKI 30 Special Studies. 7607a. BK2. 27 Brilliant Studies. 7607b. Popular instructor in violin playing. Part I, elementary and first position. Part 2. Higher positions. 7623b. Sean, M. Practical Course of Instruction Book V46 Short Exercises for the Violin with a Second Violin. 7615, Step 3. First 5 positions. Corelli, Arcangelo. Overs Reviews Par Joaquim ETF Chris Ender. In score. 8 Violiver I, OP1. Sonate de Chisa a Tre, du Violino, e Violone, ORC Ludo Col Basso per el Organo. In Roma, 1683. OP2. Sonate de Camera a Tre, du Violino, e Violone, o Cembalo. In Roma, 1685. 4936a. Lever 2, OP3. Sonate de Chisa a Tre, du Violino, e Violone, ORC Ludo, Col Basso per el Organo. In Medina, 1689. OP4. Sonate de Camera a Tre, du Violino, e Violone, o Cembalo. In Bologna, 1694. 4936b. Lever 3, OP5. Part Prima. 6 Sonate a Violino Solo e Violone, o Cembalo. Part 2. Preludii, Allemande, Carenti, Guy, Sarabande, Gavotte, e Folia o Violino Solo e Violone o Cembalo. 4936c. Lever 4, V, OP6. Concerti grossi con due violine, e violoncello di concertino obbligati, e due altri violine, viola e basso di concerto grosso ad arbitrario che si potranno raddoppiare. In Roma. 1712 2 levers. 4936d, E. Don't, Jacques. 20 exercices progressives, pour le violon, avec accompagnement d'un second violon, op 38. 7605, the last of these exercises belong to step 4. Gradus ad Parnassum. A collection of studies in progressive order, selected, carefully revised, fingered, and edited, with annotations and remarks by E. Handbook v. 4th position. 15 studies, changing between the first and fourth positions. By Deberio, Kramer, Don't, Hoffman, Kaiser, Kreutzer, Mazes, and Rode 5th position. 25 studies, changing between the first and fifth positions. By Deberio, Don't, Hoffman, Kaiser, Kreutzer, Maurer, Mazes, and Rode. 5475, graduated studies revised by Ernst Heim. Each book corresponds in difficulty with the same book of his violin duets Arena, see page 124, and his violin and piano pieces, Palestra, see page 142. Herman, FOP 24, BK2. 25 studies in the first, second, and third positions. 5660A, B. Hoffman, ROP 91. 40 studies in all positions, for practice in shifting. 2 BKS, 5667A, B. Kaiser, HE 36 Elementary and Progressive Studies, introductory to those of Kreutzer, carefully revised, fingered, and with instructive annotations by Ernst Heim. OP 20, BK3. 8662C. Also with second violin, 5610C, or with piano forte accompaniment, 7397C. Cruz, Progressive Studies. OP 34, BKS 4 and 5. 5663 D, E. Book 4 contains introduction of the second and third positions, 15 studies and major and minor scales through all keys in the first 3 positions. Book 4 contains 12 short technical exercises and 15 studies in the first 3 positions, introducing various technical difficulties and arpeggios through all keys. Sean, M. Practical Course of Instruction BK8. Fundamental instructions in the study of the positions, with examples, an easy melodious duettinos for 2 violins in various major and minor keys, 3rd position. 7618, Book 9. The same, 2nd position. 7619, Step 4. All positions. Blagrove, H12 Studies. 9415, Courvoisier, C. The School of Velocity. Book V Special Studies in Shifting. 7603 E. Dankla. OP2. 6 Studies, 5644. Furillo, F36 Etudes en Forme de Caprices, Ernst Heim, 5654. These studies impart great flexibility to the bowing, together with much practice in the higher positions. A careful revision of fingering and bowing with the addition of expression marks and part of bow to be used distinguish Heim's edition from all others. The same, revised by Carl Courvoisier. 5655, the fingering and phrasing has been carefully marked on the basis of the Joachim school. He avoids slurs of too great length which impair the power of tone. Gradus ad Parnassum. A collection of studies in progressive order, selected, carefully revised, fingered, and edited, with annotations and remarks by Heim Book 6. 6th position. 10 studies, changing between the first and 6th positions. By Furillo, Hoffman, Kreutzer, Mazes, and Rode. 7th position. 20 studies, changing between the first and 7th positions. By Allard, Debirio, Furillo, Hoffman, Kaiser, Kreutzer, Maurer, Mazes, Rode, and Wichtel. 5476, Book 7. 8th to 12th positions. 30 studies arranged according to their musico-technical object, independent of position. A. Studies on the shake and passing shake. By Allard, Bruni, Kramer, David, Don't, Furillo, Heim, Kaiser, Kreutzer, Mazes, Rode, Rolla, Schubert, and Spar. 5477, Graduated Studies revised by Ernst Heim. Each book corresponds in difficulty with the same book of his violin duets, Arena, see page 125, and his violin and piano pieces, Palestra, see page 151. Herman, FOP 24, BK3. 25 studies, 3rd to 7th positions. 5661, also with 2 violin accompaniment. 5615, Kaiser, HE violin studies, carefully revised, fingered, and with instructive annotations by Ernst Heim. 16 studies, comprising studies in the half, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th positions. OP 28. 8660, 16 studies, to follow the 36 studies, OP 20. OP 30. 8661, this carefully revised edition is particularly useful by frequently giving 2 or more different fingerings for one and the same study or single passage. The numbering of every 10th bar is also useful in studying subsections. Kreutzer, are 42 studies. New edition, revised and fingered by Ernst Heim. 5671, the original text has been carefully adhered to. The revision, fingerings, bowing, and marks of expression, show the same care which distinguishes all Heim's editions, while the explanatory remarks make this edition particularly valuable. The same, revised and phrased by Carl Courvoisier, 5665. Courvoisier's edition gives very good advice on the choice of position. While Heim has kept closely to the original text giving advice to the manner of rendering it, Courvoisier preferred to give his own phrasing etc. in the text, e.g. the cadential figures in the first study. Cruz, E. Progressive Studies. OP 34, BKS 6 and 7. 5663 F, G. Book 6. 6 studies in the fourth and fifth positions, and 6 studies in the first 6 positions in flat keys, major and minor. Book 7. 12 studies in the first 6 positions in sharp keys, major and minor. Mazes, FOP 36, BK 3. 18 studies for artists. 7607 C. Sean, M. Practical Course of Instruction Book 11. Fundamental instructions, examples, and pieces in the form of exercises for the study of the positions, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th positions. 7621, Book 12. 12 exercises for the violin. 7622, Scholes, Richard. School of Artistic Violin Playing. A theoretical and practical instruction book, in all matters relating to style, for moderately advanced players. OP 9. 5681, excellent work for style and phrasing. Clear and exhaustive explanations of every chapter make the work particularly useful, especially for those who have not the opportunity for individual teaching. Wesley, Hans. Comprehensive Scale Manual. 5686, Step V difficult. Octaves, springing bow, staccato etc. Birio, Sida. 6 Etudes Brillantes. 5646, also, published with pianoforte accompaniment, 7339 B. Campanoli. 7 Divertissements. Edited by G. Jensen. 7601 Gratis ad Parnassum. A collection of studies in progressive order, selected, carefully revised, fingered, and edited, with annotations and remarks by E. Heim Book 8. Studies arranged according to their musico-technical object, independent of position. 7 Studies on Staccato. By Furillo, Kreutzer, Mazes, Rode, and Schubert. 7 Studies on Springing Bow, Spiccato, Saltato. By Benda, Bruni, David, Kaiser, Mazes, and Wieniawski. 7 Studies on Octave Passages. By Furillo, Kaiser, Kreutzer, and Mazes. 8 Studies on Double Stops and Chords. By Don't, Furillo, Kaiser, Kreutzer, St. Lubin, and Wichtel. 5478, Book 9. Studies arranged according to their musico-technical object, independent of position. 8 Studies on Double Stops and Chords. By DeBirio, David, Don't, Furillo, Kaliwota, Kreutzer. 4 Studies on the Double Shake. By Kramer, Furillo, Gavinis, and Rode. 3 Studies on Flying Staccato, Throne Stroke. By Allard and Mazes. 5 Studies on Arpeggios, Difficult. By David, Don't, Mazes, and Mirtz. 10 Studies on Tenths and Other Large Intervals. By Don't, Furillo, Gavinis, Mazes, H. Rise, and Rovali. 5479, Graduated Studies revised by Ernst Heim. Each book corresponds in difficulty with the same book of his violin duets, Arena, see page 126, and his violin and piano pieces, Palestra, see page 156. Rode, p. 24 Caprices in the form of studies for the violin. Revised and fingered by Ernst Heim. 5679, the original text has been adhered to, with very clear indications of positions, fingerings, bowing and marks of expression by Ernst Heim. Rode, P. Caprices, revised by Carl Courvoisier 5678. Courvoisier does not adhere altogether to the original text, but uses his own discretion. Here as elsewhere he is careful to avoid very long bows which would counteract the production of a broad and powerful tone. View Temps, HOP 16. 6 Concert Studies. Step 6. Very difficult. Gavinis, p. 24 Etudes 24 Matinées. Gradus ad Parnassum. A collection of studies in progressive order, selected, carefully revised, fingered, and edited, with annotations and remarks by K. Handbook XA 17 Studies in the Polyphonic Style Prelude. Fugue. Fuguetta. By Bach, Campanoli, and Pickleby 13 Concert Studies, Harmonics and Pizzicato with the left hand. By Allard, Dankla, Leonard, Lipinski, Mazes, Paganini, Pruim, and Wieniawski. 5480, Graduated Studies revised by Ernst Heim. Each book corresponds in difficulty with the same book of his violin duets, Arena, see page 127, and his violin and piano piece, Palestra, see page 158. Wieniawski, H. L. École Moderne. Etudes Caprices. Op. 10. E. Heim. 5687. Pieces for violin solo. Step I. In the first position. Hermann, 50 francs Favorite Melodies. 5465 A. Hoffmann, are potpourris on popular melodies from classical and modern operas and oratorios. Arranged by R. Hoffmann. 45 books in the first position. Le Postillon. 5401A, La Sonnambula. 5402A, Norma. 5403A, Le Calife de Baghdad. 5404A, La Dame Blanche. 5405A, La Fille du Regiment. 5406A, Lucia de Lammermoor. 5407A, Orpheus. 5408A, The Messiah. 5409A, The Creation. 5410A, Zampa. 5411A, Wild Scoots. 5412A, Zaruendi Zimmermann. 5413A, Joseph. 5414A, St. Paul. 5415A, Il Siralio. 5416A, Il Flauto Magico. 5417A, Don Giovanni. 5418A, Der Frühscoots. 5419A, Step 2. In various positions. Gurlit. Our favorite tunes. 7608, Hoffmann, Richard. Potpourris on popular melodies from classical and modern operas and oratorios. Arranged by R. Hoffmann. 45 books. The Bohemian Girl. 5420A, Egmont. 5421A, Fidelio. 5422a, El Elisir d'Amour. 5423a, Lucrezia Borgia. 5424a, Iphigenie en Aulide. 5425a, Judas Maccabeus. 5426a, Das Nachtlager in Granada. 5427a, Hans Heiling. 5428a, A Midsummer Night's Dream. 5429a, Elijah. 5430a, Les Huguenots. 5431a, Le Prophet. 5432a, Le Nace de Figaro. 5433a, Die Lust Igen Weiber von Windsor. 5434a, Maritana. 5435a, Oberon. 5436a, Preciosa. 5437a, Der Fliegende Holländer. 5438a, Lohengrin. 5439a, Rienzi. 5440a, Tannhauser. 5441a, Il Barbier. 5442a, Guillaume Tell. 5443a, Mazzaniello. 5444a, Faust. Gounod, 5445a. Duets for two violins. Step I. First position. Allard, D. Progressive Duets, revised and fingered by E. Handbook I, Op. 22. Elementary. First position. 5599a. Book 2, Op. 22. Elementary. First position. 5599b. This excellent work should form every student's companion from the first beginning until a degree of considerable technical skill has been reached. It gains much by Eheim's careful revision as to the fingering, bowing and all marks of expression. Arena. A collection of duets for two violins, arranged in progressive order, carefully marked and annotated by Eheim Book I. First position. 8 easy duets in the most frequently used keys, by Wichtel, Dankla, Allard, and Abirio. 11801 S. Book IA. First position. 6 easy duets in the most frequently used keys, by Blumenthal, Kaliwoda, and Mazes. 11801 A. Book 2. First position. 5 easy duets in major and minor occurrence of easy double stopping and chords, by Pleyel, Bruni, Mazes, Thomas, and Rise. 11802 S. Book IIA. First position. 5 easy duets in major and minor, occurrence of easy double stopping and chords, by C. Gurlit, Kaliwoda, Pleyel, and Mazes. 11802 A. 20 books of graduated duets revised by Ernst Heim, each book corresponding in difficulty with the same book of his violin studies, Gradus ad Parnassum, see page 111, and his violin and piano pieces, Palestra, see pages 128, 129. Dankla, COP 25. 3 duos facils. 5601, Gurlit. OP 150. Duos facils et progressives. 5605, except 1 or 2 more suited to step 2. Our favorite tunes. Arranged. 7609, some of these belong to step 2. Heim, Ernst. ABC Darien in violin playing. 45 elementary pieces for violin with accompaniment of a second violin. 2 books. 5598a, b. Also published with piano accompaniment. 11461a, b. Hermann, 50 francs favorite melodies. 5465b. Hoffman, Richard. 30 short, instructive melodic pieces. OP 113. 5624, potpourris on popular melodies from classical and modern operas and oratorios, arranged by Richard Hoffman. 45 books. Step 1. In the first position Le Post Ilion. 5401b, Sonnambula. 5402b, Norma. 5403b, Caliph de Baghdad. 5404b, Dame Blanche. 5405b, Fille du Regiment. 5406b, Lucia de Lammermoor. 5407b, Orpheus. 5408b, Messiah. 5409b, Creation. 5410b, Zampa. 5411b, Wild Scoots. 5412b, Zaruendi Zimmerman. 5413b, Joseph. 5414b, St. Paul. 5415b, Il Siralio. 5416b, Il Flauto Magico. 5417b, Don Giovanni. 5418b, Friscoots. 5419b, Mazas, F duos faciles et progressives. 2 BKS, 5608a, B. Pleyel. OP 8. 6 duos. 7597, Rainica. OP 122a. 10 petits morceaux. 5630, delightful little bits, short and very easy. Ritter, EW 30 exercices faciles. BKI, 5631a. Sean, M18 short modern duets for two violins. In various major and minor keys, first position. 7616, 6 easy and melodious duettinos for two violins. In various major and minor keys, first position. 7617, step 2. First four positions. Allard, D progressive duets, revised and fingered by Handbook 3, OP 22. Elementary. First and second positions. 5599 C. This excellent work should form every student's companion from the first beginning until a degree of considerable technical skill has been reached. It gains much by Eheim's careful revision as to the fingering, bowing and all marks of expression. Album Operatique. 5639, Arena. A collection of duets for two violins, arranged in progressive order, carefully marked and annotated by Handbook 3. Easy duets, with change between first and second positions, by Mazas, Geminiani, Herring, and Rise. 11803 S. Book 3a. Easy duets, with change between first and second positions, by Geminiani, Mazas, C.G. Muller, and Blumenthal. 11803a. Book 4. Duets up to the third position, by Ignaz Lachner, Allard, and Herring. 11804 S. Book Eva. Duets up to the third position, by C. Gurlit, Ignaz Lachner, and Viotti. 11804a. Book V. Duets up to the fourth and fifth positions, by Herring, Mozart, Kreutzer, and H. Rise. 11805 S. Graduated duets revised by Ernst Heim. Each book corresponds in difficulty with the same book of his violin studies, Gradus ad Parnassum, see page 112, and his violin and piano pieces, Pala Estra, see page 133. Dankla, COP 24 and 25. Duos Facils. 2 BKS, 5602-3. Gurlit. Our Favorite Tunes. Arranged by F. Herman. 7609, Herring, Carl. 2 duos, both in the first, and occasionally the half and second positions. Op. 15. Revised, phrased, and fingered by Ernst Heim. 5617, Hoffman, Richard. 14 Instructive Melodic Pieces. Op. 114. 5625, Potpourris on Popular Melodies from Classical and Modern Operas and Oratorios, arranged by Richard Hoffman. 45 books. Bohemian Girl. 5420b, Egmont. 5421b, Fidelio. 5422b, Elalisire d'Amour. 5423b, Lucrezia Borgia. 5424b, Iphigenie and Aulide. 5425b, Judas Maccabeus. 5426b, Nachtlager. 5427b, Hans Heiling. 5428b, A Midsummer Night's Dream. 5429b, Elijah. 5430b, Huguenots. 5431b, Le Prophet. 5432b, Figaro. 5433b, Merry Wives of Windsor. 5434b, Maritana. 5435b, Oberon. 5436b, Preciosa. 5437b, Der Fliegende Holländer. 5438b, Lohengrin. 5439b, Rienzi. 5440b, Tannhauser. 5441b, Il Barbiere. 5442b, Guillaume Tell. 5443b, Mazzaniello. 5444b, Faust. Gounod. 5445b, Caluota. Op. 243. Duos Facils et Brillants. 3 BKS, 5606 AC. Kaiser, He Violin Studies, carefully revised, fingered, and with instructive annotations by Ernst Heim. 36 Elementary and Progressive Studies, introductory to those of Kreutzer. Op. 20. BKS 1 and 2. 5610 A, B. 16 studies, comprising studies in the half, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and seventh positions. Op. 28. 5619, NOS 10 and 11 Step 3, and 12 to 16 Step 4. 16 studies, to follow the 36 studies, Op. 20. Op. 30. 5620, NOS 6 and 8 Step 3, NOS 4, 5, 9, 11, 12, 13, and 16 Step 4. Lackner, IOP 96, 97, and 98. Sonatinus in A, D and B. February 3, 5621, there is an air of brightness and humor in these sonatinus which reminds one of Haydn and Mozart. Without making great demands upon the technique of the player, the sonatinus are brilliant and diversified, and although they chiefly appeal to the young, they are never childish. Op. 98 with its charming rococo coloring is sure to make friends upon acquaintance. Mazas, F duos facils et progressives, letters C, D and E3 BKS, 5608 CE. Pleyel, IOP 48. 6 Sonatinus. 7598, Rise, H Progressive Duets. Ernst Heim, 9 books Book I. First position. Easy double stopping. 5629A, Book 2. First and second positions. 5629B, these melodious and graceful compositions are rendered more valuable by the careful revision of fingering, bowing and marks of expression. They contain a wealth of technical devices. Ritter, EW 30 Exercices Faciles. BK2. 5631B, Thomas, E4 Duos. 5634A, B. Step 3. 5 positions. Allard, D Progressive Duets, revised and fingered by E. Heim Book 4, OP 22. Elementary. Third position. 5599D, Book V, OP 23. Easy. Third position. 5599E, Book 6, OP 23. Easy. Third position. 5599F, Book 7, OP 23. Easy. Third position. 5599G, this excellent work should form every student's companion from the first beginning until a degree of considerable technical skill has been reached. It gains much by E. Heim's careful revision as to the fingering, bowing, and all marks of expression. Arena. A collection of duets for 2 violins, arranged in progressive order, carefully marked and annotated by E. Heim Book V duets up to the 4th and 5th positions, by Herring, Mozart, Kreutzer, and H. Ries. 11805 S. Book Virginia duets up to the 5th position, by J. S. Bach, Mozart, and Paul Edro. 11805 A. Graduated duets revised by Ernst Heim. Each book corresponds in difficulty with the same book of his violin studies Gradus ad Parnassum, see page 114, and his violin and piano pieces, Palestra, see page 142. Don't. 20 Exercices Progressives. OP 38. 7605, Gurlit. OP 105. Ovice de Marionettes. 7596, OP 137. Commedietta Ovice. 7599, Hermann. OP 26. Morceau Melodiques, BKS 1, 2, 3. Piano ad lib. 5328 AC. Kaiser, H.E. Violin Studies, carefully revised, fingered, and with instructive annotations by Ernst Heim. 36 Elementary and Progressive Studies, introductory to those of Kreutzer. OP 20. Book 3. 5610 C. Molik, B3 Duets. OP 3. 3 books. 10008 AC. Mozart, WAOP 70. 12 duets. 4 BKS Pleyel, IOP 23. Duos. 1085 D. OP 24. Duos. 1085 E. OP 44. Duos. 5628, Rise, H. Progressive Duets, Ernst Heim. Book 3. Up to 3rd position. 5629 C. These melodious and graceful compositions are rendered more valuable by the careful revision of fingering, bowing and marks of expression. They contain a wealth of technical devices. Rode, POP 1. 6 duos. 2 BKS Viotti. Concert duets. 13 BKS Step 4. All positions. Allard, D. Progressive duets, revised and fingered by E. Handbook 8. OP 23. Easy. 5th position. 5599 H. Book 9. OP 27. Brilliant. 7th position. 5599 I. Book X OP 27. Brilliant. All positions. 5599 K. Book 11. OP 27. Brilliant. All positions. 5599 L. Book 12. OP 27. Brilliant. All positions. 5599 M. This excellent work should form every student's companion from the first beginning until a degree of considerable technical skill has been reached. It gains much by Eheim's careful revision as to the fingering, bowing and all marks of expression. Arena. A collection of duets for 2 violins, arranged in progressive order, carefully marked and annotated by Eheim Book 6. Duets up to the 6th and 7th positions, by H. Ries, Haydn, and Allard. 11806 S. Book via duets up to the 6th position, by Hauptmann and Blumenthal. 11806 A. An excellent collection of graduated duets revised by Ernst Heim. Each book corresponds in difficulty with the same book of his violin studies Gradus ad Parnassum, see page 115, and his violin and piano pieces, Palestra, see page 151. Hauptmann, MOP 2. 2 duets. 1082, OP 16. 3 duos. 5611, Hermann. OP 26. Morceau Melodiques. BKS 4, 5. 5328 D, E. Kaiser, H.E. Violin Studies, carefully revised, fingered, and with instructive annotations by Ernst Heim 16 studies, comprising studies in the half, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh positions. OP 28. 5619, NOS 1 to 9 belong to 2, 10 and 11 to 3. 16 studies, to follow the 36 studies, OP 20. OP 30. 5620, NOS 1 to 3, 7, 10, 14, 15 belong to 2, NOS 6 and 8 to 3. Meister. 3 celebrated duets. OP 30, 31, and 32. 10,007 AC. Rise, H. Progressive duets. Ernst Heim. Book 4. Up to 6th position. 5629 D. Book V up to 7th position. 5629 E. Book 6 9. In all positions. 4 books. 5629 FI. These melodious and graceful compositions are rendered more valuable by the careful revision of fingering, bowing and marks of expression. They contain a wealth of technical devices. Step V difficult. Arena. A collection of duets for 2 violins, arranged in progressive order, carefully marked and annotated Book 7. 2 duets in all positions, difficult, by Hauptmann and Abirio. 11807 S. Book VIIA. 3 duets in all positions, difficult, by Haydn, J.B. Viotti, and Campanoli. 11807 A. Book 8. 2 duets in all positions, very difficult, by F. Ries and Hauptmann. 11808 S. Book Atia. Duets in all positions. Very difficult, by C. Deberio and M. Hauptmann. 11808 A. Graduated duets revised by Ernst Heim. Each book corresponds in difficulty with the same book of his violin studies, Gradus ad Parnassum, see page 117, and his violin and piano pieces, Palestra, see page 156. Hermann. Op. 24. Etudes Spéciales. On double stops, shifting and C, 5615 A. Op. 26. Morceau Mélodiques. BK 6. 5328 F. Caliwota. Op. 234. Grand Duo Brillant. 5607, Rode. 24 Caprices in the Form of Studies, with second violin by Ludwig Abel, revised by E. Heim. 5632, the addition of an excellent second violin part by Ludwig Abel combined with the careful revision which characterizes Heim's work, and the numbering of every fifth bar, will make this edition welcome to all students. Step 6. Concert Duets. Heim, Ernst. Arena. A collection of duets for 2 violins, arranged in progressive order, carefully marked and annotated Book 9. 2 concert duets, by Spar and H. Ries. 11809 S. Book IXA. Concert duets. NOS 33 and 34 by Spar, number 35 by Mazes. 11809 A. Book X3 concert duets by Spar. 11810 S. Book XA. Concert duets, by M. Hauptmann and L. Spar. 11810 A. Spar, LOP 3, 39, 67, 148, 150 and 153. 14 Grand Duets. 7 BKS. These are the finest and most difficult duets for 2 violins. Duets for violin and violoncello. Kreutzer. Sonatas. Op. 16 and 17. 2 BKS 2. Beethoven. 3 duets. 3 Haydn, J duet in D3. Hoffmann, HA 6 duos. Op. 5. 3 Leonard and Servais. Grand Duo de Concert, Airs Anglais. 6 duets for violin and organ. Album. 10 pieces. 2450, NOS 1, 2, 3, and 6. 2 NOS 5, 6, 7, 8. 3 NOS 4, 9, and 10. 4 Becker, AOP 20. Adagio. 2078, 4. Henkel, H3 Tonsatz von J.S. Bach, ARR No. 1, Berceuse, 2, Sarabande, 3, Toccata. 7326, 2. Jensen, Gustav. Arioso e Rondo Peitico. Op. 40. 5380, 4. Lachner, I 2 pieces. Op. 66. Number 1, Andantino, 2, Nocturno. 4 Mozart. Andante cantabile from Violin Concerto. Op. 121. ARR by I. Lachner. 4 Reinberger, JOP 150. 6 pieces. Number 1, Theme with Variations, 2, Abendlied, 3, Jaeg, 4, Pastorale, 5, Elegy, 6, Overture. Spar. Adagio from Ninth Violin Concerto, ARR by I. Lackner. 4 pieces for violin with piano accompaniment. Step IA. First position, elementary. The simplest pieces only, rhythmically, as well as technically, are included under this head, the melodies being almost entirely either in minims and crotchets, or in crotchets and quaverse. Palestra. A collection of pieces, sonatas, suites, and concert pieces for violin solo with pianoforte accompaniment, arranged in progressive order, carefully marked and annotated by Ernst Heim. An excellent collection of graduated pieces revised by Ernst Heim. Each book corresponds in difficulty with the same book of his violin studies, Gradus ad Parnassum, see page 111, and his violin duets, Arena, see page 120. Book IA contents 4 pieces on the open strings by Ritter, Reinecke, etc., and 7 easy pieces in the easiest keys. First position, by Ritter, Moffat, Opral, St. George, etc., 11,471a. Book IB 9 easy pieces in the easiest keys. First position by Moffat, Heim, Reinecke, and Gurlitt. 11,471b. Book IC. Supplement to Books A and B piece on the open strings by Bordoni, and 9 easy pieces in the easiest keys by Moffat, Ritter, Concone, Stephen Heller, Volkmann, Laubach, etc., 11,471c. Fitzenjagen, W. Petits Morceaux. Violin part within the compass of a 4th op. 38. Number 1. Ave Maria. Heim, Ernst. ABC Darien in violin playing. Elementary pieces in progressive order. NOS 1 to 25. BK1. 11,461a. Most useful and attractive collection for young beginners. Herring, Carl. 16 pieces in progressive order. OP 14. Revised and marked for teaching purposes by Ernst Heim. 11,493, NOS 1 to 10. NOS 11 to 16 belong to the following grade. Short drawing room pieces. A very attractive set beginning with a little prelude for the open strings only. Book 1 contains 7 melodious little pieces, books 2 and 3 belong to the next division. Cruise, EOP 25. 30 melodies. 3 BKS, 7,515 AC. Laubach, A3 pieces, Menuetto, Nocturne IB, March Militaire. Moffat, A6 easy pieces for young violinists. 7,525, Reading, 06 easy pieces. Nocturne, Impromptu, Romance, NOS 4, 5 and 6 belong to IB Ritter, EW 12 short pieces. Book 1 contains 3 little pieces for the open strings only. Book 2 utilizes only the first and second fingers. Book 3 introduces the third, and Book 4 the fourth finger. Worm, Marie. Lullaby. Step IB. First position, easy and progressive. In the easiest keys only, but containing a little more movement and rhythmic variety. Palestra. A collection of pieces, sonatas, suites, and concert pieces for violin solo with pianoforte accompaniment, arranged in progressive order, carefully marked and annotated by Ernst Heim. Book IIA. Easy pieces in major and minor keys, and in the first position, by Mendelssohn, Ritter, Laubach, and R. Hoffmann. 11,472a. Book IIB. Easy pieces in major and minor keys, and in the first position, by R. Hoffmann, Handel, and L. Nicole. Occurrence of easy double stopping, chords, and easy ornaments, by Laubach, Mio, and Haydn. 11472b. Book IIC. Supplement to Books A and B pieces by Wolfer Mann, Stephen Heller, Tchaikovsky, Cruz, and Kulak. 11472c. An excellent collection of graduated violin and piano pieces revised by Ernst Heim. Each book corresponds in difficulty with the same book of his violin duets, Arena, see page 120, and his violin studies, Gradus ad Parnassum, see page 111. Beasley, J.C. 6 Little Pieces. Book 1, A Stray Thought, On the Lake, and A Happy Moment. Book 2, Eventide. Meditation and March. Clark, Scottson. Melody in A. Danby, J6 Petits Morceaux. Cantabile and Allegro, Petite Valse, Caprice, Adagio and Rondo, Minuet, Petite Barcarolle. Melodious and attractive to young pupils. Fitzenjagen, W. Petits Morceaux. Violin part within the compass of a fourth 3 morceau. Op. 38. Number 2, Barcarolle, Number 3. Mazurka. Morceau. Op. 39. Number 1, Cavatine, Number 2, Landler, Number 3, Tarantelli. Very effective little pieces within the compass of a fourth, with very attractive piano accompaniments. Gurlit, C. Our favorite tunes. Melodies, ancient and modern. 7375, Morceau de Salon, Facils. Op. 146 Landler, Nuits Leben, Nocturno, Impromptu. 8677a. 2 miniature sonatas, in first position. Op. 180 in F and D, 7500. An excellent introduction to concerted playing for musically intelligent young beginners. The Chase. Die Jagd. Op. 190, Number 6. Hauptmann, M3 Sonatinus. 7384. The rudimentary features of the sonata form are here packed into a very small compass indeed, all 3 movements of number 1 occupying only 1 page in the violin part. Heim, Eabcdarian in violin playing. Elementary pieces, transcribed and arranged in progressive order. Book 2. NOS 26-45. 11461b. Herring, Carl. 16 pieces in progressive order. NOS 11-16. OP 14. Revised and marked for teaching purposes by Ernst Heim. 11493, 8 pieces. OP 21. Ernst Heim. 11494, 10 petits morceaux. OP 66. 7392, short drawing room pieces. BKS 2 and 3. Hermann, F50 favorite melodies, the violin part in the first position. 5465 C. The same are also arranged for violin solo, 5465 A, 2 violins and piano, 5465 D, violin, violoncello, and piano. 5465 F. Hill, Claude H. 3 pieces. Number 1, Prelude, Number 2, Allegretto, Number 3, Gavotte. Hobie, see Album of Duets. Romance, Beret, Fairy Tale, Alla Mazurka. Especially pleasing is Number 3. Number 1 contains a few bars only playable to those prepared to enter on 2. Hoffmann, Richard. OP 101. Number 1, Animation. Potpourris on popular melodies from classical and modern operas and oratorios. Adam. Der Postilion. 5401 c. Bellini. Nachtwandlerin. Sonnambula. 5402 c. Bellini. Norma. 5403 c. Boiildio. Le Caliph de Baghdad. 5404 c. Boiildio. La Dame Blanche. 5405 c. Donizetti. La Fille du Regiment. 5406 c. Donizetti. Lucia de Lammermoor. 5407 c. Gluck. Orpheus. 5408 c. Handel. The Messiah. 5409 c. Haydn. The Creation. 5410 c. Harold. Zampa. 5411 c. Lortzing. Wild Scoots. 5412 c. Lortzing. Zarund Zimmermann. 5413 c. Mehul. Joseph. 5414 c. Mendelssohn. St. Paul. 5415 c. Mozart. Il Seraglio. 5416 c. Mozart. Il Flauto Magico. 5417 c. Mozart. Don Giovanni. 5418 c. Weber. Der Verschutz. 5419 c. Horrocks, A. Riga Udon. Kaiser. OP 65. Exercises and Popular Melodies. 7398, Kirchner, Th4 Albumblätter. F. Hermann. 7400, Cook, F. Petite Suite. Allegretto, Arietta, Scherzo, Romanzetta, alla Marcia. OP 12. 7508, Cruz, EOP 30. 6 easy pieces. 7518, OP 36. 6 easy pieces. 2 BKS, 7519A, B. March Album, Book 1. Edited by Herman. 8686A. Contains 14 marches by Lully, Couperat, Rameau, Handel, Haydn, and Simio, Alfonso. The Dolly's Dance. Moffat, A. Album. 12 pieces, in the easier positions. 7524, English Classical Album. 12 pieces for violin, with figured bass, by English masters of the 17th and 18th centuries. 7523, 12 classical pieces, in the first position. 2 books. 7526A, B. 12 pieces by English masters of the 17th and 18th centuries. 7537, these pieces are well written for the violin. They are, moreover, melodious and have interesting accompaniments. Nicole, El Minuet and Gavotte. Our favorite tunes. From a collection of ancient and modern melodies by C. Gurlit. Arranged by Father Herman. 7388, Pleyel. OP 8. 6 duos. Herman. 7545, Rainica. OP 122 a 10 petits morceaux. 7541, number 9 belongs to 2. OP 213. 10 petits morceaux. 7542, characteristic little pieces with interesting piano part. Reading, Oscar. 6 easy pieces. NOS 4, 5, and 6, Tempo de Valse, Polonaise, and Air Very. Ritter, E.W. Brilliant duets. The violin part in the first position, number 1. Variations on the Carnival of Venice. 7550 A. Number 2. Stradella, by Flauto. 7550 B. Number 3. Variations. Rule, Britannia. 7550 C. Number 4. Rondo, the Bay of Biscay and Hearts of Oak. 7550 D. Number 5. Logio Buchan. Fantasia. 7550 E. 12 short pieces, Book 4. For all 4 fingers. Number 8. March, number 9, Gavotte, number 10. Intermezzo, number 11. Romance, number 12, Tarantella. Schmidt, J2 Sonatinus. Edited and fingered by Emil Thomas. 7572, Taubert, W. Serenade. MF 17, Terzchuk, A Popular Melodies Volume I, England. 18 Popular Melodies. 8698 A. Volume 2. Scotland. 20 Popular Melodies. 8698 B. Volume 3. Ireland. 18 Popular Melodies. 8698 C. Tchaikovsky. Favorite airs from the opera Eugene Onegin. Arranged by V. Sorino. 5469 A. Volkmann. In the Mill. Number 1 of Musical Picture Book. MF 59. Worm, Marie. March in D, Step 2. First 4 positions. Palestra. A collection of pieces, sonatas, suites, and concert pieces for violin solo with pianoforte accompaniment, arranged in progressive order, carefully marked and annotated by Ernst Handbook 3a. Rather more difficult pieces in the first position, occurrence of chords, double stopping, and ornaments, 3 pieces by St. George and J. S. Bach. Employment of the half position, 3 pieces by Gurlitt, Rainica, and Scottson Clark. 11473 A. Book IIIB. Employment of the half position, 2 pieces by Dolmetsch and Schubert. Second position, changing from first to second position, 4 pieces by Crescentini, Boccherini, Scottson Clark, and C. Nail. 11473 B. Book IIIC. Supplement to Books A and B, pieces by Wolfer Mann, Scottson Clark, Nicole, Kulak, Loschhorn, and A. Krug. 11473 C. Book Eva. Pieces up to the third position, change between the first and third position without portamento, pieces by J. S. Bach and Veracini. Change between first and third positions with portamento, pieces by Mathilde Heimbram, Streleski, and Ignaz Lachner. 11474 A. Book IVB. Pieces up to the third position, change between the first, second, and third positions, pieces by Gurlitt, Haydn, and Ignaz Lachner. Change between the half, first, second, and third positions, pieces by Handel and Mendelssohn. 11474b. Book IVC. Supplement to Books A and B pieces by F. David, A. Jensen, Deberio, H. Rise, and N. W. Gade. 11474c. An excellent collection of graduated violin and piano pieces revised by Ernst Heim. Each book corresponds in difficulty with the same book of his violin duets, Arena, see page 121, and his violin studies, Gradus ad Parnassum, see page 112. Adam, A. Christmas. MF 108. Agrell, J. Sonata, edited by W. Abert. 11305, Albums. Arranged by F. Herman, containing pieces by modern composers, Volume 15. Streletsky, Minuet à l'Antique, Arensky, Serenade, Dobrizinski, Les Larmes, Gautier, Le Secret, Raff, Chanson Suisse, Rubinstein, Barcarolle, Squire, Gavotte Humoristique, Field, Notturno, Weber, Mayen Blumchen Walzer. 7322p. Album Operatique. Volume 1. 12 Melodies, Volume 2. 15 Melodies. 8689a, b. Ariosti, Attilio. 6 Sonatas Lesianae for viola d'amore, transcribed by G. St. George. 11311 af. Atkinson, J. A. Petite Valse. Op. 1. Bach, Emmanuel. Solfeggiato. Arr by Oscar Wagner. Bach, J. S. Gavotte in D. Hermann, CVM 9. Gavotte from 6th Sonata. 9401 c. 5th Prelude from Das Wohltemperierte Klavier. F. Hermann. MF 95. My Heart Ever Faithful. F. Hermann. MF 115, Beasley, J.C. Sonatina in F. Sonatina in D minor. 7327, Beethoven. Andante cantabile from Trio. Op. 97. MF 98. Bennett, W. Sterndale. The Lake. MF 78. Boccherini, L. Minuet in A. Brooks, WOP 48. Album Lyric. 4 pieces. 7333, Bergmuller. 3 Nocturnes. 8673, Busoni. Op. 28. Bagatellen. Number 3. 2449, Christmas Album. 10 pieces suitable for Christmastide, arranged by F. Herman. Albums, Volume 14. 7322. Adam, Christmas, Gruber, Tyrolese Christmas Hymn, Bach, aria from the Christmas Oratorio, Gurlit, Andante Religioso, Reinica, Chorus of Angels, Goltermann, Berceuse, Grieg, Christmas Song, Bortniansky, Adoration, Mendelssohn, Christmas Peace, Gounod, L. Angelus. Clark, S. March Auxiliary Flambeaux. 9403a. March Indienne. 9403b. March Militaire. 9403c. Procession March. 9403d. Pilgrim's March. 9403e. Meditation. Melody in D12 Morceau, original pieces. 7350, 1 or 2 are for those entering step 3, but all are easy. Clementi, C6 Sonatinus. Op. 36. Violin part by M. Rieger. 7351, Courvoisier, C. Bagatelles. 6 petites pieces. Op. 35. 9404, Recreations. Easy pieces. Op. 48. Pastorale, Gavotte, and Musette, Romance, Scherzo, Barcarolle, Waltz. 7355, Cibulca. Gavotte de la Princesse. Arrpar Father Herman, 9406 G. D. Alcan, F. Nocturne in G. Dankla, J.C. 12 Melodies. Arr by C. Gourlit. 7361, David, Ferd. Gondelied. Herman. MF 69. Kind Earlied. Herman. MF 12. Remembrance, Souvenir. De Angelis, G. Du Pezzi Facili. Op. 9, Berceuse, Gavotta. 7325, Diabelli. Sonata in F, W. Abert. 11373, Sonata in G, E. Thomas. 7347, Dolmetsch, A Romance. Dorn, Ed Grande March Imperiale. 9406 A. D'Arvoli, Leon. Gondolina. Arranged by E. Thomas. Soirées musicales. Arranged by R. Hoffman the Mill. The Smithy. Spinning Song. Swing Song. Dussek. Op. 20. 6 Sonatinas. 2507, Gade, N.W. Elegy. MF 13. Spring Flower. MF 32, Gautier, LLE Secret. MF 114. Gavotte Album. 14 of the most celebrated Italian, French, and German gavottes by Corelli, Couperin, Rameau, Bach, Handel, Martini, Gluck, and C. F. Hermann. 8687, Gluck, C. W. Andantino Affettuoso, Jensen, V. 22. Gounod, C. L. Angelus, arranged by F. Hermann. MF 113. Minuet, arranged by Cornelius Gourlit. Goltermann, GOP 114. Sonatine in F, 7381. Gundel, J. Oberlandler. MF 19. Gourlit, C. Morceau de Salon, Faciles. OP 146 BK2. Landlicher Tanz, Elegy, Aufschwung, Romance. 8677 BK3. Barcarolle, Andante Religioso, Fantasy, Capriccio. 8677 C. Pleasing and Useful Teaching Pieces, Book 3 containing the most difficult of the set, leading into next step. Also published folio size in separate NOS. Snowflakes, Schneeflocken. Short Pieces. OP 164 Book I Humoresque, Notturno, Stanchen, Bauerntanz. 7382 A. Book 2. Elegy, Canzonetta, Impromptu, Landler. 7382 B. Book 3. Reverie, Intermezzo, Adagio. Valse Noble. 7382 C. 12 pleasing and graceful teaching pieces, also in separate NOS. Idyll in D. OP 190, number 7. Under the Village Lime Tree. Andantino in B flat, from the Sonatina, OP 134, number 2. Handel, GF2 Suites, arranged by G. Jensen No. 1 in D, 7378 A, No. 2 in E minor. 7378 B. Jensen has been particularly happy in the selection of the pieces which form these suites, and his thorough knowledge of the great master's style has enabled him to provide accompaniments which breathe Handelian spirit, and are in themselves full of interest. Adagio religioso ed allegro, Jensen, V19. Sonata 3. Homage. ARR by F. Herman. 7376, Sonata 12. F. Maj. Dr. Riemann. 7502, Sonatas for flute with basso continuo, arranged, with marks of expression by Gustav Jensen. 7385, Sarabande. MF 96. Hartog, Henry. Les Cloches. 5 Mi Morceau de Salon. Haydn, J. Serenade. Jensen. V2. Adagio recitativo. Jensen. V3. Aux Minuet. MF 43. Hauptmann. Sonata. OP 6. F. Herman. 7383, Hauser. Die Plume, Preghyra. MF 55. Dorflied. MF 56. Heim, Ernst. Abendlied, Evening Song. Hennessy, Swan. OP 7. In the Mountains. 2 poetical little pieces entitled Mittags's Till, Noon, and Zweigsprak, Duet in Canon. Henkel, H. Sicilian. Henselt, A. La Fontaine. MF 35. Hermann, F. Sonatina in G, 7389A. OP 28, No. 2. Sonatina in D, 7390A. Dance movements from the works of great masters. The following are suitable for the step Bach, Sarabande. 7387A. Cherubini. Ballet music. 7387H. Handel, Scherzo. 7387B. Gluck, Musette. 7387L. Hoffmann, J. Cantilena in A. Hoffmann, Richard. OP 78. 4 pieces Scherzino, Romance, Gavotte. Minuet. 8 Vortrages Tuck. OP 10301. Intermezzo. 5 Berceuse. 3 short pieces, OP 110, No. 3. Scherzo. Wiegenlied, E. Heim. Hoffmann. Potpourris on popular melodies from classical and modern operas and oratorios. Balfe. The Bohemian Girl. 5420 C. Beethoven. Egmont. 5421 C. Beethoven. Fidelio. 5422 C. Donizetti. L'Élysire d'Amour. 5423 C. Donizetti. Lucrezia Borgia. 5424 C. Gluck. Iphigenie en Aulide. 5425 C. Handel. Judas Maccabeus. 5426 C. Kreutzer. Das Nachtlager in Granada. 5427 C. Marschner. Hans Heiling. 5428 C. Mendelssohn. A Midsummer Night's Dream. 5429 C. Mendelssohn. Elijah. 5430 c. Meyerbeer. Les Huguenots. 5431 c. Meyerbeer. L. E. Prophet. 5432 c. Mozart. L. E. Nasse de Figaro. 5433 c. Nikolai. Die Lust Igen Weiber von Windsor. 5434 c. Wallace. Maritana. 5435 c. Weber. Oberon. 5436 c. Weber. Preciosa. 5437 c. Hollander, GOP3. Spinnerlied. Jansa, LOP 54. Concertino. 7391, Les Fleurs d'Opéras, edited and fingered by Courvoisier. 20 BKS, 7441 to 7460. Second series. 7 books. 7463 to 7469, Jensen, A. Landler. MF8. Jensen. Wanderbilder. 2 BKS, 2129a, b. NOS 7, 10, 11 of these charming pieces belong to 3. Kaiser. 36 Elementary and Progressive Studies, OP 20, Introductory to those of Kreutzer, revised by E. Heim. Books I and II. 7397a, b. Book 3 belongs to the following step. Kirn, L. Canzonetta. Kirchner, FOP 184a Slumber Song. Hunting Sketch, Number 3. OP 608. Kirchner, Th. Furiat D. Album. MF 15. Cruz, Emile. Chant d'amour. OP 44, Number 2. Colas, F. Sonatines. OP 88. Emile Thomas No. 1, NUT, in C. 3 N La bemol, in A minor. Lachner, IOP 93. 3 Morceau de Salon, Number 2. Tarantelli, 3. Danse de Matelots. 7511 B, C. Number 1, Nocturne belongs to 3. OP 108. 4 Duos. Nocturne, Grande Polonaise, Land Like Idyll, Country Idyll, Bomisker Original Bauerntanz, Bohemian Peasants Dance. OP 94. Number 1, Siesta, Number 2, Grande Polonaise. OP 99. Sonatina in A, 7503. OP 100. Sonatina in B. 7504, OP 101. Sonatina in G, 7505. 3 excellent sonatinas for young pupils. Lachner's music recalls much of the spirit of Haydn. It is straightforward, healthy, and genial in character. The influence of Schumann and the somewhat complicated rhythmical feeling introduced by many modern German composers into their otherwise technically easy pieces, rendering them difficult to be understood by young beginners who are not specially gifted, are here conspicuous by their absence. Langer. GOP 20. Grossmutterchen. Landler. Laubach, F24 Scottish songs, arranged. 7513, Lee, Maurice. Cantilena Gavotte de Louis XV Reve Celeste, Morceau de Salon. Gavotte du Duc de Richelieu. 9406 f. Sylvana. Menuet. 9406 C. List. F. Consolation. MF 16. Lully. JB Entrée de l'Opéra, Les Songs Funestes d'Ades. Hermann, CVM 5. Gavotte et Rondo d'Alceste. A minor. Hermann, CVM 6. March album. BK2. Edited by Hermann. 8686 B. Contains 5 marches by Beethoven, 3 by Cherubini, and 1 by Lesueur. Martini, G.B. Gavotta. Jensen, V16. Mendelssohn. 4 marches, Wedding March, War March, March from Italian Symphony, Lied ohne Wort in E minor. BK5 of March albums. 8686 E. Christmas Piece. OP 72. Number 2. MF 112. Mio, Alfonso. The Cubanessa Dance. Moffat, Abaré et Musette. Jacques Anglaise. Hebridean Horam, Hebridean Schifferlied. Melodie Elegiaque. Pierrette. Danse Gracieuse. Fantasia on English airs. Fantasia on Irish melodies. Mozart, W.A. Allegretto, Sonata in G. 7324 C. Rondo, Sonata in F. 7324 C. Sonata in D arranged from the Pianoforte Duet Sonata, Op. 3, No. 1, by W. Abert. 11566, Romans aus der Nachtmusik, Jensen, V17. Nolk, A. Bercers. Op. 92. Our Favorite Tunes. Hermann. 7388, NOS 1, 2, 5, and 14 belong to IB. Papini, G. Du airs Napolitans. Number 1 in D, number 2 in D Pergolese, GB air. MF 116. Pleyel. OP 48. 6 Sonatinas. F. Hermann. 7546, Porpora, Niccolò. La Chaussee. Pianoforte accompaniment, arranged from the original figured bass by A. Moffat. Poznansky, J.B. La Paris. Rameau, J.P. Menuet et Passapides de Castor et Pollux. Hermann, CVM No. 7. Rigaudin, Dardanus. MF 99. Rigaudin en Rondo, Dardanus. MF 100. Reber, H. Bercers in G. Rainica, C. Miniature Sonatina in COP 122, No. 9. Sonate Miniature, in B minor. 2 miniature sonatas, in first position. OP 213. NOS 11 and 12. 7543, these 4 sonatinas would suitably follow those of Gurlit under Iab and Jabet. MF 18. Tears, Thranen. MF 40. Chant d'amour. MF 51. Farandole. MF 86. Rheinberger, J. Mazurek. MF 20. Rise, F. Sonatinas in F, in A minor, and in C, Thomas. 7547, Roeckel, J. L. Croquis Musicaux. 6 Morceau. 2 books. 7563 A, B. Number 1. A l'Antique. Number 2. Mazurka Caprice. Number 3. Simple Melody. Number 6. Sous la Lune. NOS 4 and 5 belong to 3. Air du Dauphin. 9460. La Kermesse de Saint Cloud. 9406. Rubinstein, A Romance, F. MF 24. Saint George. L'Ancien Régime. Petite Suite. 7570A, Entrée News. Morceau de Salon Tristesse Vie Histoire. Schmidt, J. Sonatina in C. E. Thomas. Schubert. 3 Sonatinas. E. Thomas. 7571, number 1 in D, number 3 in G, number 2 belongs to 3. Moment musical. MF 5. Ballet de Rosamonde. MF 28. Menuet favori. MF 52. Divertissement à la Hongroise. MF 93. A.M. Mir. ARR by Emile Thomas. Romance from Rosamonde. ARR by Emile Thomas. Serenade. ARR by Emile Thomas. Schubert, F. Dresden. Cantabile. MF 84. Romanza Espressiva. MF 101. Schumann, Arschlomerlied. MF 26. Reverie and At the Fireside, Hermann. Album. 56 pieces ARR by F. Hermann. 7574, Scenes of Childhood, Kinderscenen. Easy Pieces. OP 15. Arranged by F. Hermann. 7575, NOS 12 and 13 belong to 4. Album for the Young, Jugendalbum. OP 68. Arranged by F. Hermann. 7576, number 4 belongs to IANOS 2, 23 and 42 to IB number 22 to 3, and 33 to 4. Skid, L. Berceuse. MF 82. Senale, J.B. aria in G minor. Jensen, V7. Sonate. Jensen. 7405, Simon, A. Berceuse. Edited and fingered by Ernst Heim. Smith, Sydney. The Lily of the Valley, OP 14. Arranged. Spar, L. Romans in A, MF 22. Barcarolle from 3 Duettinos OP 135. 8695, Larghetto in G, MF 92. Squire, W. H. Gavotte Sentimental. Reverie. Serenade in A Beret. OP 24. Meditation. OP 25. Streletsky, A. L. Absence, Melody. Melody religieuse. For un menuet à l'antique. MF 103. Struss, Fritz. 2 characteristic pieces. OP 12. Number 1. Gondoliera. Sutcliffe, W. Andante in E Tartini, G Larghetto, G minor. Jensen, V6. Thomas, Emile. Air de ballet. Danse lente. Sans souci valse. Polka. Danse rustique. Light salon pieces in simple rhythms. Sonatine Nut, C. Tchaikovsky, P. Album of Favorite Pieces 1. Mazurka, 2. Sweet Dream, 3. Neapolitan Song, 4. Autumn Song, 5. Barcarolle, 6. Andante Cantabile, 7. Chant sans paroles, 8. Troika, 9. Christmas. Edited and partly arranged by Father Hermann. 7590, NOS 1, 6, 7, 8, and 9 belong to 2. Chanson triste. MF 85. Chansons paroles. MF 27. Valle de Paz, Edel. OP 29, number 2. Minuet. Veracini, a sonata in a minor. G. Jensen. 7416, Veracini, FM Minuet. Jensen, V5. Sarabanda e Danza Rustica. Moffat. 7589, Volkmann, Our Musical Picture Book. Arranged by F. Herman No. 4. On the Lake. MF 62. Number 6. The Shepherd. MF 64. Weber, C. M. von. Lonely. Krug. Mayen Blumchen. F. Herman. MF 105. Sonatina in C for 4 hands, arranged. Abert. 11765, Whitting, C. Andante alla Siciliana. Wolfermann, A Fantasia No. 1 in G, No. 2 in G melodious pieces, containing excellent practice. Romance. No. 1 of 3 pieces. Step 3. First 5 positions. Palestra. A collection of pieces, sonatas, suites, and concert pieces, for violin solo with pianoforte accompaniment, arranged in progressive order, carefully marked and annotated by Ernst Handbook. Virginia pieces with change from first to fourth position, by Lackner, Gurlitt, Hoffman, and Moffat. Piece with change from first to fifth position, by Lully. 11475A, Book VB pieces up to the fifth position, by Spar, Geminiani, Mozart, and Handel. 11475B, Book VC supplement to Books A and B pieces by Liszt, Jensen, Heller, Gade, and David. 11475C, Palestra, a collection of graduated pieces, revised by Ernst Heim, offers the most suitable material for the study of style and phrasing. Each book corresponds in difficulty with the same book of his violin duets. Arena, see page 124, and his violin studies, Gradus ad Parnassum, see page 114. Album de Danses. Volumes 1 and 2, containing some of the most celebrated dances by Johann and Joseph Strauss. 7319A, B. Album pour violon et piano. 15 volumes arranged by F. Herman. 7322 AN. A number of favorite pieces, such as Rubinstein's Melody in F, Raff's Cavatina, etc., are contained in these books, the majority being suited to 3, but a few to the next step. Arensky, A Serenade in G, MF 102. Bach, J.S. Eyre and Gavotte, from the Orchestral Suite in D. Jensen, V1. Andante. Sonata in a minor, No. 3. Jensen, V13. Concertos in a minor and E minor. Largo from a flute sonata. Jensen, V20. Siciliano from a flute sonata. Jensen, V21. Sonata in G minor. 7434, 3 Tonsatze, Arr von H. Henkel. 1 Berceuse, 2. Sarabande, 3. Toccata. 7326, Bart Helaman, E.H. Sonata in E minor. 7421, Batiste, E Voix Celeste. MF 70. Becker, J. Romance. MF 42. Beethoven Album. Arranged by F. Herman. 7329, Beethoven. 2 Romances in G and F, Jensen, V10, 11. 7331, two of the choicest gems of violin literature. One of the best and clearest editions is that fingered and edited by G. Jensen. Benda, Franz. 8th Sonata in A minor. 7433, Bennett, W. Sterndale. Overture, Parisina. 8671a, Overture, The Naiades. 8671b, Overture, The Wood Nymphs. 8671c, Virio, Sida. 6 Mi Air Veri. 7335, 7 Mi Air Veri. 7338, 12 Melodies Italiennes. 2 BKS, 7334a, B. La Virginella. MF 87. Blagrove, Stanley. Reverie. Borch, Gaston. Berceuse in GOP 50. Romance in GOP 57. 11326, Borders, W. Morceau à l'Irlandaise. OP 87. Romance and Bolero. OP 88. Duo Concertant. Borghi, L. Sonata No. 2, in A major. 7413, Sonata No. 4, in G minor. 7414, Brahms, JOP 39. Walzer. 9402, UNGA Richtans. 4 BKS. Simplified arrangement by F. Hermann. Brauer, Max Meditation on Little Study, by Schumann, Ernst Heim. Bergmuller. Nocturne. MF 91. Campanoli. Etude. Hermann, CVM 3. Chamber Music. Edited by H. Holmes. A selection from the solo sonatas of Corelli, Tartini, Bach, and Handel. 8679, Chopin, F. Mazurka. MF 34. March Funèbre. MF 89. Corelli, A12 Sonatas. OP 5, Gustav Jensen. Bound, with portrait. 7354 asterisk. Part I, Sonatas 1 to 6. 7354a, Part 2. Sonatas 7 to 12. 7354b, the accompaniments to these beautiful sonatas are the work of a true artist, who, with all the technical resources at his command, worked in reverential spirit with regard to the style and character of the old master. The accompaniments are varied and very interesting in their wealth of contrapuntal device and figuration. The careful way in which all the ornaments are written out, and the bowing and fingering add still further to the value of this fine edition. The same work in score by Joachim and Chris Ender Lever 3. OP 5, Part Prima, 6 Sonata Violino Solo e Violone, O Cembalo. Part Second Preludii, Allemande, Carenti, Guy, Sarabande, Gavotte e Foglia o Violino Solo e Violone, O Cembalo. 4936c, Foglia con Variazioni. G. Jensen. 7419, after a lapse of 2 centuries the study of Corelli is still indispensable. The above new edition has been admirably done by G. Jensen, who has availed himself of the ornaments as played by Corelli. Danby, J. Mazurka de Salon. David, Ferd. 6 Salon Stuck. OP 24. Revised by Father Hermann. 7349, OP 30. Bunt F. Hermann. 7363a, B. 24 pieces in 2 books. Number 1 is an attractive scherzo. Number 5, a graceful Gondellied. Number 16, a good wrist study. Number 24, an equally good staccato Legier row study. In others, the keys of 5 and 6 sharps and flats are freely used. Romance in F sharp major, original key. Romance in F major, transposed. Scherzo. MF2. Ungarisch. OP 30, number 19. Father Herman. De Angelis, G. Andante Religioso. OP 7. Biondina. Melody. OP 10. Petite Legend. Del Valle de Paz, E3 Capricci. OP 15. 7362, OP 28, number 1. Serenade Italienne. OP 32, album. Improvisation, Tarantelli, Melody, Adieu, Serenatella, Canzonetta Amorosa, Beret, Mazurka. 7364, Delibes, L. Silvia. Introduction and Valse Lente. Silvia. Barcarolle and Pizzicati. Arranged by M. Marsic. Dobrazinski, I.F. Les Larmes. MF 104. Dunkler, E. Morceau de Salon, revised by Herman. MF 48. Dussek. OP 69, number 1. Sonata in B. E. Thomas. 7360, a very favorite work. Dvorak. OP 15. Ballade. 7365, Ellerton. Duo in D minor. OP 56. 8675, Ersfeld, COP 15. Romance in B. 7373, Gabriel Marie. Serenade Badine. Gade, NWOP 6. Sonata in A, 7369. OP 21. Sonata in D minor. 7374, Gemini in E, F sonatas number 1 in A major, 7401, number 2 in B minor, 7402, number 8 in D minor, 7411. Selected sonata movements. 7412, German, Edward. Song without words. 11441, Saltarell. 7370, Three Dances from Henry VIII. Goddard, B. Berceuse de Jocelyn. Goltermann. OP 13. 2 Salon pieces. Léadus and Le Rêve. 1996, Berceuse. Gounod, C. Serenade. MF 72. Meditation on Bach's First Prelude. MF 118. Grieg, E. Christmas Song, ARR by F. Herman. MF 110. Guillaume. OP 4. Melancholy, Romance. Gurlit, COP 134. Sonatinus number 1, in A major, 7372A, number 2, in F, 7372B. True and unsophisticated melody distinguish these two sonatinas. The andante of the first is particularly fine. Handel. Largo. Aria, Ombre mai fu, ARR by R. Hoffman. Sonatas in A, 7422, in G minor, 7426, in D, 7427, in E, 7377. Suites NOS 1 and 2. Jensen. 7378A, B. These suites belong to two except for a bar in each. Hardig. Home, Sweet Home. Variations. 7380, Berceuse, Ir Morceau de Salon. Hauser, MLE Desir. MF4. Le Reve. MF11. Barcarolle. MF54. Hungarian Dance. 6 songs without words. 7506, melodious and characteristic salon pieces. Haydn. Variations Gotter Halt Franz den Kaiser. Thomas. Heller and Ernst. Ponce's Fugitives. Father Hermann Bki, Passé, Souvenir, Romance, Lied, Agitato, and c. 7386a, BK2. Reverie, Un Caprice, Inquietude, Prior Pendant L'Orage, Intermezzo and Theme Original ET Variations. 7386b, Brilliant and Fanciful. Very Grateful Drawing Room Pieces. Heller, Stephen. Rondo. MF88. Henkel, H. Gavotte Moderne. OP 81. Movements from the works of great masters. The following may be taken in the step Beethoven. Allegretto, 7387 F. Haydn. Nachtwachter Menuet. 7387 C. Marschner. Tanzmusik. 7387 I. Monsini, Chacon. 7387 M. Mozart. Allongaries. 7387 G. Mozart. Minuet. 7387 E. Rameau. Chacon and Musette. 7387 K. Hermann, EOP 12. Barcarolle. 8678, Hoffmann, J. Bolero dans des sorcières zingaresca, morceau caractéristique Robin-Adair. Fantasie Brillante. Hoffmann, Richard. Short Study, Klein Study. OP 110, Number 2. Hollander, V. Polonaise. 11501, Hurlstone. W. Sonata in D minor. 7507, Ireland, John. Berceuse. Jensen, A. Traumeré. As arranged by Wilhelm, this makes a fine solo for the fourth string. Serenade, Stanchion. Arranged by Hermann. MF 58. Wonderbilder. NOS 7, 10, and 11. 2129a, B. Jensen, GOP 25. Suite in A minor. 8680, Prelude from the same. Barcarolle from the same. OP 28. 3 pieces. OP 31. 3 morceau characteristics. 7394, OP 36. Second Romance in B. OP 38. Berceuse. Kaiser. 36 Elementary and Progressive Studies. OP 20, Introductory to those of Kreutzer, revised by E. Heim. Book 3. 7397 C. Kagerulf, H. Frühlingslied. MF 75. Cruz. E. Frühlingsgedanken. OP 9. 7510, 4 pieces. OP 28. 7517, Cavatina in E. OP 44. Number 1. Serenade Napolitane. OP 44, Number 3. Le Reve. Morceau. Op. 45. Number 3. Kuchen, F6 duos. 8681 AF. Kola. Op. 88. 4 Sonatinus. NOS 2, 3, and 4. 7399, Lachner, Ignace. Morceau de Salon. Op. 93 Number 1. Nocturne. Leclerc, J. M. Andante, Gavotta e Minuetto. Jensen, V18. Sarabanda and Tamburino. Jensen, V4. Tambourine. Hermann, CVM8. Sonate 4. G. Jensen. 7245, Elysian, A Coronation March. Lochhorn, A. A Child's Dream, De Kindstrom. Characteristic piece, arranged by Ernst Heim. Lahu, J. Albumblatt. MF6. Lully, J. B. Gavotte in D minor. Hermann, CVM 10. Mac-Kun, Hamish. Op. 30. Highland Memories, suite of 3 Scottish scenes, by the Burnside, on the Loch and Harvest Dance. 7520, 3 interesting and quite uncommon pieces. 3 romantic pieces. Op. 27. Number 1. L'Espérance. Number 2. Serenade. Number 3. Rêve d'amour. Mackenzie, ACOP 37, NOS 3 and 4 Benedictus and Zingaresca. Mallard, C. Sehnsucht und Hoffnung. March album. BKS 3 and 4. Edited by Hermann. 8686 C. D. Martini, G.B. Siciliana. Jensen, V15. Matras, Maud. Ballade. Op. 8. 7534, Mendelssohn. Op. 4. Adieu à Berlin. 8683, Moffat, Alfred. La Gracieuse. Mazurka. Legend. Mazurka Hongroise. Fantasia on Scottish Melodies. Molique, B6 Morceau Characteristics. Op. 41. Ernst Heim. 11562, Op. 47. 6 Melodies. 2 books. 9405a, b. Number 6 is especially piquant. Monsigney. Riga Udon. 7387d, Moskowski, MOP 8. 5 valses. 7527, Op. 21. Album Espignol. 7529, arranged by E. Thomas from the piano duets. Op. 23. From Foreign Parts. E. Thomas. 7531, Melody. MF1. Mozart, WA18 Sonatas. Mozart's sonatas, although presenting no special technical difficulties, require great delicacy and refinement in rendering. NOS 8, in C, 11, in G, and 18, in F, might be first studied. Andante, Minuet and Rondo, Hafner Serenade. 7418, Larghetto, from Clarionet Quintet. Jensen. V14. Andante in E, Sonata in B. 7324b, Adagio, edited by E. Heim. 11567, Adagio. MF 94. Nicode, J. L. Barcarolle. MF 31. Niskowski, SOP 23. Krakowian Melancholique. MF 77. OP 27. Krakowian in A, MF 74. Papini, Guido. Trawamorso de Salon. 8685 Number 1. Gavad. Number 2. Romance Sans Paroles. Number 3. Scherzetino. Papini's compositions belong to the better class of salon music, being especially melodious and attractive. Pfeiffer, GOP 77. Jacques dans le genre ancien. Thomas. 11630, Pitt, Percy. Canzonetta. OP 8, Number 1. Pleyel. OP 44. Hermann. 7544, Pognani, G Sonata in E, 7404. Raff, Joachim. Pastorale. OP 85. Number 2. Chanson Suisse. MF 106. Renard, F. Berceurs. MF 44. Rise. Romance. MF 9. Ritter. Operatic duets. The following can be taken in the step Sonnambula, 9407C, La Favorite, 9407D, Lucia de Lammermuir, 9407E, Zampa, 9407F, Zauberflote, 9407G, Lohengrin, 9407H, Tannhauser, 9407I, Oberon, 9407K, Taming of the Shrew, 9407L, Flying Dutchman, 9407M, Fradiavolo, 9407A. Road, POP 10. Airvary. Jensen V12. 8691, Roeckel, J.L. Croquis Musicals. Number 4. Theme Dansant. Number 5. Dans la Barque. Rubinstein, A3 Salon Pieces, OP 11, edited by E. Heim, Allegro Appassionato. 7562A, Andante. 7562B, Allegro. 7562C, Romance, E flat. MF 37. Melody. MF 41. Russian songs. MF 67. Barcarolle. MF 107. St. George, G. Desir. Canzonetta. Charwenka, XOP 20. Tone Pictures. 9408, Danse Polonaise. MF 23. Scholz, H3 Album Blätter. MF 47. Schubert, F. Sonatine, OP 137, Number 2, in a minor. Review et Deutsche par Emil Thomas. Ave Maria. ARR by Emil Thomas. Schubert, F., of Dresden. Labile, the B. Allegretto Grazioso. MF 83. Schumann. OP 94. 3 Romances. 7581, Abendlied. MF 3. OP 102. 5 Stuckheim Volkston. 7583, OP 113. Marchenbilder. 7584, Wareham. MF 90. Simonetti, A Reverie. Somerville, Arthur. Whims. Number 3 of 3 original pieces. Somis, G. B. Adagio and Allegro. 7403, Spar, L. Barcarolle. MF 30. Alla Tedesca. MF 39. Squire, WH Serenade. OP 15. 7122B. OP 26. Humoresque. Gavotte Humoristique. 7586, Streletsky, A Appassionata. Asphodel, Chant sans paroles. Cavatina en Ré majeur. Romanza in E flat. En valsant. Struss, Fritz. Two characteristic pieces. OP 12 number 2. Idyll. Sutcliffe, W. Romance. Svensson, JSOP 26. Romance in G, 7587. Tartini. Andante cantabile, 8th Sonata. Jensen. V8. Giga in D, Jensen. V9. Sonatas NOS 4 and 10 of OP1. 7407, Sonata number 8 in C minor. 7408, Sonata in C major, and Giga in D, 7409. Pastorale. Hermann, C.V.M.2. Thirlwall. Favorite airs, with variations No. 6 Old English song, Malibran's favorite. 9412 F. Good study for the bow. Thomas, Emile. 1 Air Fantasy sur les airs écossais. 2 De Fantasy sur les airs écossais. Danse Sicilienne. Danse de Fils. Legend. Meditation religieuse. Thome, FOP 25. Simple Aveu. Tchaikovsky. Andante cantabile. MF 45. Romance, MF 81. Troika. MF 76. Album of Favorite Pieces 1. Mazurka. 2 Sweet Dream. 3 Neapolitan Song. 4 Autumn Song. 5 Barcarolle. 6 Andante cantabile. 7 Chant sans paroles. 8 Troika. 9 Christmas. Edited and partly arranged by Father Herman. 7590, NOS 2. 3-4. And 5-3. Veracini, FM Concert Sonata in E minor. 7424, Vivaldi, A Sonata in A, 7423. Vieuxtemps, HOP 40. Number 1. Romance in F. Volkmann, our Hungarian sketch. MF 38. The Nights. MF 46. Musical picture book, arranged by Herman. NOS 2, The Postilion, 3 The Russians Are Coming, 5 The Cuckoo and the Wanderer. Wagner, our album Leaf. 8699, Rienzi's Prayer. MF 65. Spinning Song, from Flying Dutchman. MF 68. Walger, Carl. Serenade. Weber, C. M. Vaughan. Invitation à la Valse. Thomas. Wieniawski. OP 12. Number 2. Chanson Polonaise. 7494, Kujawiak, 2 de Mazurka. 7493, Jig. 7492, Effective and Brilliant Pieces. Number 1 of OP 12 belongs to 4. Wilhelm J. A. Walters Prieslied, from the Meistersinger. Wurst, ROP 25. 2 Romances. Worm, Marie. Esther Gavotte. MF 79. Step 4. All positions. Pela Estra. a collection of pieces, sonatas, suites, and concert pieces for violin solo with pianoforte accompaniment, arranged in progressive order, carefully marked and annotated by E. Handbook via pieces up to the 6th position, by Max Brauer, C. Gurlit, and J. S. Bach. 11476a, Book Vibe. Pieces up to the 7th position, by E. Thomas, R. Orlando Morgan, and J. Hoffman. 11476b, Book Vic. Supplement to Book A and B pieces by C. Ersfeld, C. Gurlit, B. Molik, M. Hauser, and A. Streleski. 11476c, Book VIIA. Pieces up to the 13th position by A. Streleski, P. Rode, De Angelis, and A. Moffat. 11477a, Book VIIB. Pieces up to the 13th position by Beethoven, Bailliot, De Angelis, and G. Papini. 11477b, Book VIIC. Supplement to Books A and B pieces by Molik, Mazas, and Abirio. 11477c, Palestra, a collection of graduated pieces, revised by Ernst Heim, offers the most suitable material for the study of style and phrasing. Each book corresponds in difficulty with the same book of his violin duets, Arena, see page 125, and his violin studies, Gradus ad Parnassum, see page 115. Bach, J.S. Aria from the Suite for Orchestra, arranged as a concert piece on the 4th string by Ernst Heim. Bach, F.E. Romance. Op. 21. 7664, Bailliot, P. Rondo sur un air Moldavien. Hermann, C.V.M.4. Becker, AOP 20. Adagio. 2078, Beer Walbrunn. OP3. Short Fantasia in GMIN, 2930. Beethoven. 6 quartets. Op. 18. F, G, D, C minor. A and B flat. Arranged by F. Hermann. 7341-6, Beethoven Iana. 3 BKS extracts from the pianoforte sonatas, arranged for violin and piano by F. Hermann. 7330 AC. Birio, Sida. Op. 32. Second Concerto in B minor. Op. 100. Scene de Ballet, E. Heim. Bortniansky. Adoration. MF 111. Coleridge Taylor, SOP 9. 2 romantic pieces, Lament and Merry-Making. 7352, OP 14. Legend, from the Concert Stuck, 7353. Of decided originality, for musically gifted students only. Valse Caprice. OP 23. 7358, Danse Negra, from African Suite. OP 35. 6100D, A Negro Love Song. OP 35, Number 2. 7359B, Corelli. Adagio and Allegro. Hermann, CVM1. Cui, César. Berceuse. Danby, J. Berceuse. David, Ferd. Etude. MF 36. De Angelis, G. Ponce Melancholique. OP 8. Ernst. Elegy. 7366, Field. Nocturnes, Hermann. 2128, Fleurs d'Opéras. Tannhauser. Courvoisier. 7470, Goltermann, G. Berceuse. MF 109. Gounod. Faust. Potpourri by R. Hoffmann. 5445 c. Gurlit, COP 105. Ovicha de Marionettes. 7371, OP 137. Commedietta Ovicha. 8676, Grieg, EOP 8. Sonata in FOP 13. Sonata in G minor, 7522. OP 45. Sonata in C minor. Three of the freshest and most poetical of modern sonatas. Hardig, Henry. Priora, 3 Mi Morceau de Salon. Reverie, 2D Morceau de Salon. Hauser, M. Chanson de Berceau. MF 53. UNG Irish. MF 71. Haydn. Andante. MF 97. Heller, Stephen. Furiat D. Album. Transkrid Parhw Ernst. Eheim. Henselt, H. Ant Damour. MF 29. Hiller, F. Zur Guitar. MF 49. Hoffmann, J. Beret, Gavad. Hoffmann, Richard. Potpourris on popular melodies from classical and modern operas and oratorios, arranged by R. Hoffmann Wagner. Der Fliegende Holländer. 5438 c. Wagner. Lohengrin. 5439 c. Wagner. Rienzi. 5440 c. Wagner. Tannhauser. 5441 c. Rossini. Il Barbiere di Seviglia. 5442 c. Rossini. Guillaume Tell. 5443 c. Aubert. Mazzaniello. 5444 c. Gounod. Faust. 5445 c. 8 Vortrages Tuck. OP 103 No. 2. Barcarola. 3 Aria. 4 Bolero. 6 Zigeuner Tanz. 7 Cavatina. 8 Perpetuum mobile. Hollander, GOP 50. Waldmarchen. Jensen, Gustav. OP 39. Capriccio. Jensen, G. Bolero in D minor. Kaliwoda, JWOP 237. Landler. MF 57. Cruz, EOP 20. Barcarolle, from Concerto. Lassen, E. Lieder Strauss. MF 50. Belongs to 3, except the opening on the G string. Leclerc. Le Tomeo. Sonata. 7428, Molique, B6 Melodies. OP 36. Ernst Heim. 11561, Moffat, A Melody Amoureuse. Punchinello. Gavad. Morgan, R. Orlando. Ballade. OP 28. Moskowski, MOP 17, No. 2. Minuet, E. Thomas. OP 23. Les Nations, arranged by Natchez. 7530, a less difficult arrangement by E. Thomas is also published. 7531, Valse Brillante. Arranged by Emile Thomas. 7532, Mozart, W. Adagio and Rondo. 7420, Niskowski, S. Dumka. OP 29. Emile Thomas. Zingaresca. Op. 27. MF 80. Les Larmes. Op. 36, number 1. Palmer, G. A Dream. Nocturne. Papini, G. Du airs suédois. 11622, Parkins, Beatrice. Berceuse. Popper, D. Romance. 7548, Rachmaninoff, S. Romance in D minor. Hungarian Dance. Raff, Joachim. 6 Morceau. Op. 85 No. 1, Marcia, number 3, Cavatina, number 4, Scherzino, number 5, Canzona, number 6, Tarantella. These pieces dedicated to the late Ludwig Strauss are gems of violin literature. The Cavatina is one of the most popular violin pieces. Meditation. MF 25. Op. 73, 78, 128, 129, 145. 5 Sonatas. 2568 AE. Some movements of these fine sonatas belong to V. Rieger, Max Op. 1. Sonata in D minor. 7535, Op. 3. Sonata in D major. 7536, Rode. Concerto No. 7. Rubinstein, A. Op. 13. Sonata in G. One of the composer's most genial works. Sonata in D. Op. 18. 7564, St. George, G. Chansons Paroles. Sauret, E. Souvenir d'Orient. 6 Morceau, Op. 63 Book 1. Souvenir de Constantinople. Danse et Ronde. 11694a. Book 2. La Revue, Gondoliera et Para. 11694b. Interesting pieces, full of oriental coloring. Morceau characteristics. Op. 47 No. 1, Canzona, No. 2, Impromptu. Scenes villageoise. Op. 50. 5 Morceau de Salon No. 1, Le Matin, No. 2, Pastorale, No. 3, Vieille Chanson, No. 4, Danse, No. 5, Idyll. Charwenka, Xaver. Op. 3. 5 Danses Polonaises. Arranged by G. Hollander No. 2, F sharp minor, No. 3, D major. NOS 1, 4, and 5 belong to V Fantasia Stuck. MF 33. Schubert. Op. 70, 159, 160 and 162. Schumann. Op. 105 and 121, Sonatas in A minor and D minor. 7579, 7580. Op. 73. Fantasia Stuck. Simonetti, A Mazurka. Sinding. Op. 10. Suite. 2477, Op. 27. Sonata in E major. 2826, Op. 30. Romance. 2827, Op. 61. 4 pieces. 3 BKS, 3050 AC. Sinding's compositions rank among the finest works by modern Scandinavian composers. The Suite Op. 10, resembles in style the Hallberg Suite by Grieg. Sid, Hans. Op. 71. No. 1. Romance. Op. 71. No. 2. Nocturne. Op. 71, No. 3. Scherzo Tarantelle. Chagrin. Op. 19. Sonata in G minor. 2215, this composer is a highly talented member of the modern Scandinavian school. Smetana. 2 Salon pieces. 2634 AB. Fine and characteristic pieces of the famous Czechian master. Somervell, Arthur. 3 original pieces: number 1, Romance, number 2, Barcarolle. Spar, LOP 2. Concerto in D minor. OP 135. 3 Duettinos. Number 2, Scherzo, 3. Sarabande. 8695, the Barcarolle, number 1, belongs to 2. OP 95. Duet in G minor. 9409, OP 112. Duet in E, 9410. OP 113. Hamburg Sonata. 9411, 3 adagios from the violin concertos, Father Hermann. 11705, Stanford, Villers. Legend. Streletsky, a romanza in F serenade. OP 191, number 4. Thomas. Sutcliffe, W. Gavotte Romantique. Thirlwall. Favorite airs, with variations: number 1. English air. 9412A. Number 2. Scotch air, Annie Laurie. 9412B. Number 3. Irish air, Sprig of Shillelagh. 9412C. Number 4. Welsh air, Poor Mary Ann. 9412D. Number 5. Northumbrian air, Will May the Keel Row. 9412E. Number 7. Number 7. Yeah, Banks and Brays. 9412G. Number 8. Number 8. Carnival de Venise. 9412H. These pieces are excellent bowing exercises. Thome, F1 Andante Religioso. OP 70. Tchaikovsky. Christmas. Noel. MF 117. Serenade Melancholique. OP 26. Vieux-temps, H. Reverie. Adagio. OP 22, number 3. 7594 C. Elegy. OP 30. Revised by K. Scholes. 7595, Souvenir de Beachams. OP 32, number 1. Father Hermann. 11751, Suite. OP 43. 2582A. Volkmann, Our Chant du Troubadour, Morceau de Salon, OP 10. Rev. Parr Scholes. Wagner, Our March, from Tannhauser. MF 73. Weber. 6 Sonatas. Complete, David. 191, Wichtel. Fantasias on National Songs. OP 119 number 1. Home, Sweet Home. 9413A. Number 2. Long, Long Ago. 9413B. Number 3. The Red Sarafan. 9413C. Number 4. Santa Lucia. 9413D. Number 5. Robin Adair. 9413E. Number 6. Die Drei Rosen. 9413 F. Wieniawski, H. Legend. Op. 17. 7495, Wurst, R. Russian Suite. F. Herman. 7501, Step V. Difficult. Octaves, springing bow, staccato etc. Palestra. A collection of pieces, sonatas, suites, and concert pieces for violin solo with pianoforte accompaniment, arranged in progressive order, carefully marked and annotated by Ernst Handbook VIIIA. Concert piece with employment of staccato, by Spar. Concert pieces with employment of springing bow by Bach and Paganini. 11478A. Book VIIIB. Concert pieces with octave passages by Niskowski and Coleridge Taylor. Concert pieces with double stop and chord passages by Beethoven and J. Hoffman. 11478B. Book VIIIC. Supplement to Books A and B concert pieces by David, Vutamps, Sarit, and Wieniawski. 11478C. Book IXA. Concert sonatas in classical style by Leclerc and Tartini. 11479A. Book IXB. Concert pieces in modern style by Ernst and Spar. 11479B. Book IXC. Supplement to Books A and B concert pieces in modern style by Wieniawski, Nicode, and Vutamps. 11479C. Palestra, a collection of graduated pieces, revised by Ernst Heim, offers the most suitable material for the study of style and phrasing. Each book corresponds in difficulty with the same book of his violin duets, Arena, see page 126, and his violin studies, Gradus ad Parnassum, see page 117. Beethoven. 10 Sonatas. Joachim. 3031, Op. 47, known as the Kreutzer, the grandest of all violin sonatas, and Op. 30, number 2 in C minor, belong to this step, the other sonatas being less difficult. Op. 12, number 1, and Op. 24, should first be taken by students passing from Mozart's sonatas to those of Beethoven. Op. 61. Concerto. Wilhelm J. 189A. Virio, Sida. Op. 30. Le Tremolo. Caprice. 9419, Op. 55. Fifth Concerto in D. Virio and Osborne. Fantasia on William Tell. Berlioz, Hector. Reverie et Caprice. Romance, Op. 8. Eheim. 11321, Bohm, C. Op. 314, number 2. Cavatina. Brook, M. Op. 42. Romanza in a minor. Coleridge Taylor, S. Highway then Sketches. Op. 16. Number 1, A Tale, number 2. A Song, number 3, A Dance. 7356, 2 Gypsy Movements. Op. 20. Number 1, A Gypsy Song, number 2, A Gypsy Dance. 7357, David, Ferd. Introd. And Variations on Air by Mozart. Op. 11. 8674, Eller, LOP 3. Concert Fantasia on Styrian Melodies. Hauser. Op. 43. Hungarian Rhapsody. 2567A. Hollander, G. Op. 10. Romance. Kreutzer. Concertos, NOS 13, 14, 18, 19. 1091 AD. Lob. Op. 7. Romance and Impromptu. 1092, Op. 8. Polonaise. 1093a. Lauterbach. Tarantelli. 2203, Leonard, HOP 2. Souvenir de Haydn. Lipinski. OP 21. Concert Militaire. 2642, Mackenzie, ACOP 47, Number 1, Highland Ballad. Mendelssohn. OP 64. Concerto. Moskowski. OP 16. Number 1. Ballade, Number 2, Bolero. 7528a, B. Nicode, J.L. Romance. OP 14. Nicode is one of the most talented and interesting among modern composers. Paganini, and Moto Perpetuo. Revised and the original orchestral accompaniment arranged for the pianoforte by Ernst Heim. A most useful wrist study. Variations de Bravauer Sermais. A fine study for the G string. Ragianti, J. Aria di Danza, La Monferina. An excellent study for saltato bowing. Rust, F.W. Sonata in D minor. Sarit, EOP 47, Number 3. Scene Polonaise. 11693, Scharwenka, Zavor. Dances Polonaises, 5 Polish dances. OP 3. Arranges Parg Hollander. NOS 1, 4, and 5. 7565, Sinding. OP 60. Concerto No. 2 in D major. 2976, Sid, Hans. OP 21. Second Concerto in A minor. Tartini. Trill du Diable. Sonata. Vieuxtemps, H. Fantaisie Caprice. OP 11. Hermann. 7592, Fantaisie. OP 21. Father Hermann. 11750, Andante and Rondo. OP 29. 2576, Rondino, Hermann. OP 32, Number 2. 11752, Fantasia Appassionata. OP 35. 2580, Wieniawski, H. Adagio Elegiac. OP 5. R. Scholz. 7498, Step 6. Very difficult. Concertos etc. Palestra. A collection of pieces, sonatas, suites, and concert pieces for violin solo with pianoforte accompaniment, arranged in progressive order, carefully marked and annotated by Ernst Heim Book XA. Concert pieces in the polyphonic style by Bach and Ernst. 11480a. Book XB concert pieces in the virtuoso style by Ernst and Paganini. 11480b. Book XC supplement to Rooks A and B concert pieces in the virtuoso style by Moskowski and Vieuxtemps. 11480c. Palestra, a collection of graduated pieces, revised by Ernst Heim, offers the most suitable material for the study of style and phrasing. Each book corresponds in difficulty with the same book of his violin duets, Arena, see page 127, and his violin studies, Gradus ad Parnassum, see page 118. Bach. Chacon. 2474, This edition of Bach's great work is of special interest and value, as in it the accompaniments provided by Mendelssohn and Schumann may be compared. Adagio and Fugue from Fifth Violin Sonata. B. Molik. 9401a. Brahms, JOP 77. Concerto. Bruch, MOP 26. Concerto in G minor. Dankla, COP 50. Romance and Bolero. A favorite and brilliant piece. OP 53. Elegy et Barcarolle. David, Ferd. Andante et Scherzo Capriccioso. OP 16. Eheim. 7348, Ernst, H.W. Fantasie Brillante sur la marche et la romance d'Otello de Rossini. OP 11. Ernst Heim. 11401, OP 22. Hungarian Melodies. 2849, OP 23. Concerto in F minor. 2850, Hauser. OP 34. Bird on the Tree. 2565, Joachim, JOP 11. Hungarian Concerto. Lob. OP 8. Polonaise. Wilhelm J. 1093b. Paganini. First Concerto in E-flat. 1991, Le Strigue, Witches' Dance. Le Carnaval de Venise. I Palpiti. Celebrated Compositions. 1990, Rubinstein. OP 46. Concerto in G major. 1339, Sarasate, Airs Espagnols. Spar, L 7th Concerto in E minor. 8th Concerto in A minor, Gesangszene. 9th Concerto in D minor. Vieuxtemps. Fantasie sur Norma. OP 18. 2573, Second Concerto in F minor OP 19. 2574, 6 Morceau de Salon. OP 22 No. 1. Morceau Brillant. 7594a. No. 2. Air Vary. 7594b. No. 4. Souvenir du Bosphore. 7594d. No. 5. Tarantelli. 7594e. No. 6. El Orage. 7594f. Concerto in D minor OP 31. La Chaussée. OP 32, No. 3, Hermann. 11753, St. Patrick's Day. Popular Melody. OP 33, No. 2. 7497, Ballade et Polonaise. OP 38. 7593, Wieniawski, H. Polonaise de Concert. OP 4. R. Scholz. 7491, Souvenir de Moscou. Airs Russes. OP 6. R. Scholz. 7499, Capriccio Valse. OP 7. Father Hermann. 11771, Romance sans Paroles. OP 9. Father Hermann. 11772, Carnival Russe. OP 11. Father Hermann. 11773, Scherzo Tarantelle. OP 16. Father Hermann. 11774, String trios. 3 violins. Hermann, father. The first practice in ensemble playing. 32 short pieces, arranged. 2 books. 5291a, b. I.B. Hoffman, Richard. 4 pieces in an easy style for the use of music schools, academies, etc. OP 104. 5292, 3. Lachner, Ignaz. 3 Sonatinus. OP 92 2. Number 1, in B flat major. 5293a. 2, in G major. 5293b. 3, in A, 5293c. Wolferite, FOP 88. Melodic pieces. 2 BKSI Wichtl. 3 trios. OP 79. 2 violins and violoncello. Corelli, Arcangelo. Overs reviews PARJ Joachim ETF Chris Ender. In score, 8 Vio Lever IOP 1. 12 Sonate de Chisa Atre, du Violine, e Violone, ORC Ludo Col Basso per el Organo. In Roma, 1683. OP 212 Sonate de Camera Atre, du Violine, e Violone, o Cembalo. In Roma, 1685. 4936a. 2 Lever 2. OP 3. 12 Sonate de Chisa Atre, du Violine, e Violone, ORC Ludo Col Basso per el Organo. In Medina, 1689. OP 4. 12 Sonate de Camera Atre, du Violine, e Violone, o Cembalo. In Bologna, 1694. 4936b. 26 Sonate de Camera Atre, du Violine, e Violone, o Cembalo. Opera 4. Arranged for 2 violins and violoncello, in parts, with all necessary indications for the mode of executing, for bowing and fingering by Gustav Jensen. 5303, IN2. Gurlit, Cornelius. OP 105. Ovicida marionettes. 7312, 2. OP 137. Commedietta Ovica. 5310, 2. Our favorite tunes. 5345, I Handel. Zwei Suiten nach Handelsken original composition and Herausgaben von Gustav Jensen. 5312, 2. Hermann, E Petites Variations Faciles. OP 13. 5332, IB Pleyel, IJ Overs. Arranges PARF Hermann OP 8. 6 trios. 7305, IOP 44. 3 trios. 5353, 3. OP 48. 6 Sonatinus. 5354, 2 and 3. Rainica, C Toy Symphony, with 9 toy instruments. 7115, 2. Wanhul. 15 trios facils. 5360, I. 2 violins and viola. Hoffman, Richard. OP 112. Trio. 5323, 2 and 3. Violin, viola, and violoncello. Pleyel, IJOP 44. 3 trios. 5365, 2 and 3. Haydn. Op. 53. 3 trios. 3 Mozart. Divertimento. Op. 19. 3 and 4. Beethoven. Op. 8, 25. Serenade and trios. 4 pianoforte trios. Piano, violin, and violoncello. Barnett, John Francis. Trio. Op. 49, in C minor. 9299, 4. Beethoven. 6 quartets. Op. 18. Arranged by F. Hermann. 6 books. 9291 to 96, 4. Beethoven Iana. Extraits de sonates pour piano de Beethoven arranges par Father Hermann Lever A. Op. 7, Op. 10, number 2, Op. 26, Op. 27, number 2. 7242 A. 3 Lever B. Op. 10, number 3. Complete. 7242 B. 3 Lever C. Op. 2. Number 3, Op. 13, Op. 14. Number 2, Op. 31. Number 3. 7242 C. 3 Bennett, W. Sterndale. Chamber Trio. Op. 26. 9659, 3. Brahms, Johannes. Trio. Op. 8. 7246, V. Dankla, J.C. 12 Melodies. ARR by Cornelius Gurlitt. 7248, I.B. Dussek. J.L. Favorite Sonata. Op. 37. 7249, 2. Ellerton. Trio, in A. Op. 27. 9304, 3. Trio, in G. Op. 45. 9305, 2. Trio, in E minor. Op. 46. 9306, 2. Trio, in C minor. Op. 47. 9307, 2. Trio, in F. Op. 48. 9308, 2. Gade, Niels. Novelle Eton. Op. 29. 7257, 4. Trio. Op. 42. 7256, 4. Gurlitt. C. Op. 105. Overture de Marionettes. 7258, 2. Op. 137. Commedietta Overture. 7261, 2. Our Favorite Tunes. Arranged by F. Hermann. 9310, IA and B. Op. 181. Miniature Trio. 7259, 2. The same refinement of conception which characterizes all Gurlitt's compositions pervades also this work, which on account of its simplicity is very suitable for beginners. Op. 129. Trio im leichten Style. 7260, 2. Happily conceived for youthful minds. The composer has been wise in giving as much importance and melodic interest as possible to every instrument. Op. 171. Third Trio, im leichteren Style. 7255, 3. The technique of this trio makes greater demands than Op. 129, but the brilliant spirit pervading this work, which appeals to slightly more advanced pupils, will amply repay its study. Hennessy, Swan. Liederen den Mond, 1 Mitternacht, 2 in der Früh, 3 am Abend. Op 10. 9309, IB Hermann, F Sonatine en Sol Majeur. 7389 B. IB. Sonatine en Ré Majeur. 7390 B. 2 Horsley. Trio in AOP 7. 9660, 4. Hudson, JW Trio in D, 7263. 2 Ivamy, JW Trio. OP1, in D, 7262. 4 An excellent OP1. Interesting subjects well developed. Kaliwoda. First Grand Trio in F minor. OP 121. 9661, 4. Cruz, Emile. Trio Facile. OP 31. 7264, I Maesder. Fourth Grand Trio, in GOP 59. 9662, V. Meyer, L. Trios Faciles, Kinder Trios No. 1, in G, 9317A. IB2, in G, 9317B. IB3, in F, 9317C. IB. These are not only easy and excellent in form, but their contents appeal to youthful minds, and they are invaluable to awaken the love for chamber music in children. Molik. First Trio, in B-flat. OP 27. 9663, 4. Pleyel, IJ Overs arranges PARF Hermann Op 8. 6 Trios. 7272, IOP 48. 6 Sonatinas. 5261, 2 and 3. Potpourris on popular melodies from classical and modern operas and oratorios. Arranged by R. Hoffman. 45 books. Series I, in the first position. I and 2. Le Postillon. 5401 E. La Sonnambula. 5402 E. Norma. 5403 E. Le Caliph de Baghdad. 5404 E. La Dame Blanche. 5405 E. La Fille du Regiment. 5406 E. Lucia de Lammermoor. 5407 E. Orpheus. 5408 E. The Messiah. 5409 E. The Creation. 5410 E. Zampa. 5411 E. Wild Scoots. 5412 E. Zaruendi Zimmerman. 5413 E. Joseph. 5414 E. Saint Paul. 5415 E. Il Siralio. 5416 E. Il Flauto Magico. 5417 E. Don Giovanni. 5418 E. Der Verschoots. 5419 E. Series 2. In various positions. 2 and 3. The Bohemian Girl. 5420 E. Egmont. 5421 E. Fidelio. 5422 E. Elisire d'Amour. 5423 E. Lucrezia Borgia. 5424 E. Iphigenie and Allied. 5425 E. Judas Maccabeus. 5426 E. Das Nachtlager in Granada. 5427 E. Hans Heiling. 5428 E. A Midsummer Night's Dream. 5429 E. Elijah. 5430 E. Les Huguenots. 5431 E. Le Prophet. 5432 E. Le Nace de Figaro. 5433 E. Die Lust Igen Weiber von Windsor. 5434 E. Maritana. 5435 E. Oberon. 5436 E. Preciosa. 5437 E. 3 and 4. Der Fliegende Holländer. 5438 E. Lohengrin. 5439 E. Rienzi. 5440 E. Tannhauser. 5441 E. Il Barbiere de Seviglia. 5442 E. Guillaume Tell. 5443 E. Mazzaniello. 5444 E. Faust. 5445 E. Saint George, G. L'Ancien Régime. Petite Suite. 7570 C. I. B. Schumann, R. Trio. Op. 63. In D minor. 7274, V Trio. Op. 80. In F, 7273. V Fantasia Stuck. Op. 88. 7275, V Third Trio, in G. Op. 110. 7276, V Silas, E Trios. Number 1, in C minor. 10051, 4. 2, in A, Op. 27. 10052, 3 and 4. 3, in C, Op. 46. 10053, 3. Sinding. Op. 64. Trio in A Min, 3051. 6 Sit. Op. 63, NOS 1 and 2. Trios. 2835 A and B. 2 Spar. Trio, in E minor. Op. 119, WSB Woolhouse. 9664 A. 4 Trio, in FOP 123. WSB Woolhouse. 9664 B. V Trio, in AOP 124. WSB Woolhouse. 9664 C. V Trio, in B flat. OP 133. WSB Woolhouse. 9664 D. V Trio, in G minor. OP 142. WSB Woolhouse. 9664 C. V Turner, Bradbury. Trio in C minor. 9329, 2. Volkmann, R Trio in B flat minor. OP 5. 7286, 3. Pianoforte and 2 violins. Boyce, William. Sonata in A major. G. Jensen. 7432, 2. Corelli, Arcangelo. 6 Sonate de camera a tre, du violine, e violone, o cembalo. Opera 4. With pianoforte accompaniment worked out from the figured bass of the author, and with all necessary indications for the mode of executing, for bowing and fingering by Gustav Jensen. 5302, IN2. Gurlitt, Cornelius. Op 105. Ovicha de Marionettes. 7307, 2. Op 137. Commedietta Ovicha. 5306, 2. Our favorite tunes. 40 melodies, ancient and modern. 5333, 2. Hermann, F50 favorite melodies. 5465D, I Morceau Melodiques. Op 26. 6 books. 5328 AF. BKS 1233. BKS 4264 and V. Hermann, E. Petites Variations Faciles. Op 13. 5332, I. A. Langer, Gustav. Grossmutterchen. Granny. Landler. Op 20. 2 Pleyel, I.J., Overas, arranges Parf Hermann Op 8. 6 trios. 7308, IOP 44. 3 trios. 5334, 3. OP 48. 6 sonatinas. 5336, I potpourris on popular melodies from classical and modern operas and oratorios. Arranged by R. Hoffman. 45 books. Series I, in the first position. IN2. Le Post Alien. 5401D, La Sonnambula. 5402D, Norma. 5403D, Le Calife de Baghdad. 5404D, La Dame Blanche. 5405D, La Fille du Regiment. 5406D, Lucia de Lammermoor. 5407D, Orpheus. 5408D, The Messiah. 5409D, The Creation. 5410D, Zampa. 5411D, Wild Scoots. 5412D, Zaruendi Zimmerman. 5413D, Joseph. 5414D, St. Paul. 5415D, Il Siralio. 5416D, Il Flauto Magico. 5417D, Don Giovanni. 5418D, Der Verschoots. 5419D, Series 2. In various positions. 2-4. The Bohemian Girl. 5420D, Egmont. 5421D, Fidelio. 5422D, Elisire d'Amour. 5423D, Lucrezia Borgia. 5424D, Iphigenie and Aulide. 5425D, Judas Maccabeus. 5426D, Das Nachtlager in Granada. 5427D, Hans Heiling. 5428D, A Midsummer Night's Dream. 5429D, Elijah. 5430D, Les Huguenots. 5431D, Le Prophet. 5432D, Le Nace de Figaro. 5433 Die Lust Igen Weiber von Winster. 5434 Maritana. 5435 Oberon. 5436 Preciosa. 5437 Der Fliegende Holländer. 5438 Lohengrin. 5439 Rienzi. 5440 Tannhauser. 5441 Il Barbiere de Seviglia. 5442 Guillaume Tell. 5443 Mazzaniello. 5444 Faust. 5445 Purcell, Henry. Sonatas. Arranged by G. Jensen. The Golden Sonata. 7410, 2. Sonata in B minor. 7429, 2. Sonata in A minor. 7430, 2. Sonata in C major. 7431, 2. Saint George. L'Ancien Régime. Petite Suite. 7570 I. B. Torelli, Giuseppe. Concerto. Op. 8. G. Jensen. 7417, 2. Veracini, A. Sonate. CMIN, G. Jensen. 7415, 2. Weydig, Adolf. Klein's Trio. Op. 9. 5286, 2. Morceau d'Ensemble. F. Hermann Chopin. March Funèbre. 5330 Schubert. Moment Musical. 5330 Mendelssohn. Duo. Op. 38. 5330 Father Hermann. Petite March. 5330 Nikolai. Merry Wives of Windsor. 5330 Beethoven. March Turc de Ruins d'Athens. 5330 F Mozart. Andante du 8 mi quachu or. 5330 G Father Hermann. Barcarolle. 5330 H Weber. Finale d Urianth. 5330 I Schumann. Coeur de Paradis et Paris. 5330 K Schubert. Entr'acte de Rosamonde. 5330 L Beethoven. And Die Freude, Hymn from Ninth Symphony. 5330 M Pianoforte, Violin and Viola. Gade, Niels W. Novell Etten. Op. 29. Arranged by Ernst Heim. 5268, 4. Very fine work, not over difficult, worthy of being better known. Jensen, G. Fantasia Stuck. Op. 27. 5275, 4. Cruz, E Trio in C. Op. 21. 5271, 4. Trio Facile, in C. Op. 32. 5272, 2. Lachner, Ignaz. Grand Trio. Op. 102. 5277, 2. Trio in C. Op. 103. 5278, 2. Pleyel. 3 trios. Op. 44. Hermann. 5280, 3. Potpourris on popular melodies from classical and modern operas and oratorios. Arranged by R. Hoffmann 3 and 4. Wagner. Der Fliegende Holländer. 5438, Wagner. Lohengrin. 5439s, Wagner. Rienzi. 5440s, Wagner. Tannhauser. 5441s, Rossini. I. L. Barbier. 5442s, Rossini. Guillaume Tell. 5443s, Aubert. Mazzaniello. 5444s, Gounod. Faust. 5445s, Rieger, Max Trio. OP2. 5283, V. Weydig, Adolf. Klein's Trio. OP9. 5286, 2. Violin, pianoforte, and organ, or harmonium. Audi Bird. Andante religieuse. 9551, 3. Bach, E Solfeggietto, ARR by Oscar Wagner. 9785b, 2. Also for flute, violin, and harmonium. 9785a, 2. Bach, J.S. Adoration, Meditation on the Seventh Short Prelude, composed by Oscar Wagner. 9550, 2. Also with second violin, and second violoncello. Clark, Scottson. March Auxiliary Flambeaux for piano, harmonium, violin, and violoncello. 8781, 2. Ati Okara, Puritani. 9552, 2. Meditation in B-flat. 9553, 2. Field, J. Nocturne in B-flat, Scottson Clark. 9554, 2. Gounod, C. Meditation on the First Prelude of J. S. Bach, for violin, or violoncello, harmonium and piano. 11450b, 3. Music with toy instruments. The toy instruments may be had of the publishers, Gurlitt, C. Kindersymphony. Toy Symphony for pianoforte, violin and violoncello ad lib. Cuckoo, quail, nightingale, trumpet, triangle, and drum. OP 169. 7108, 2. Haydn, J. Toy Symphony for pianoforte or 2 violins and bass, and 7 toy instruments. Score and parts. 7109, 2. Reinicke, C. Kindersymphony. Toy Symphony for pianoforte, 2 violins, violoncello, and 9 toy instruments, nightingale, cuckoo, 2 trumpets, drum, rattle, bells, glass bell, and tea tray. Score and parts. 7115, 2. Romberg, B. Toy Symphony, Kindersinfonie, for piano, or 2 violins and bass, with 7 toy instruments. 7116, 2. String quartets. Quartets for 4 violins. Clark, Scottson. Gavotte. 7231, 4. Lackner, IOP 107. Quartet in G, 7220. 4 Leo, Leonardo. Concerto a quattro violini obbligati, ARR for 4 violins with piano accomp. By Gustav Jensen. 5001, 2 and 3. Shaw, Sydney. Reverie. 7239, 2. 3 violins and viola. Hermann, E. Serenade. OP 14. 7228, 3. Lackner, Ignaz. Quartet in C Op 106. 7219, 3. 3 violins and violoncello. Henkel, H. Introduction and Polacca. Piano accompaniment ad lib, 7213. 3 St. George. L'Ancien Régime. Petite Suite, 7570 m. 2 violins, viola, and violoncello. Barnett, JFOP 8. Quartet in D minor. 9255, 4. Beethoven. 6 quartets. Op 18. Number 1, in F, number 2, in G, number 3, in D, number 4, in C minor, number 5, in A, number 6, in B flat. Revised by Father Herman. 6 books. 7201 to 6, 4. Op 127. Quartet in E flat. Woolhouse. 9633, VOP 59, 74, 95. Quartets. 195B. OP 127. 130 to 133, 135. Quartets. 195C. Beethoven Iana. Extraits de Sonates pour piano de Beethoven, arranges par Father Herman Lever A Op 7, Op 10, number 2, Op 26, Op 27, number 2. 7197A, V Lever B Op 10, number 3. Complete. 7197B. V Lever C Op 2, number 3, Op 13, Op 14, number 2, Op 31, number 3. 7197C. V Brahms. Op 51. 2 quartets, C minor and A minor. Op 67. Quartet in B flat. Cherubini. 3 quartets. 1346, Coleridge Taylor, S. Fantasia Stuck. Op 5. 7207, V. Dean, C Quartet in B flat. 9634, 4. Ellerton. Op 62. Quartet. Number 10. 9259A. V score. 8 VO, 9259B. OP 101. Quartet. Number 39. 9260A. V score. 8 VO, 9260B. OP 102. Quartet. Number 42. 9261A. V score. 8 VO, 9261B. Grieg. OP 27. Quartet. 2489, V Gurlit, Cornelius OP 105. Overture de Marionettes. 7210, 3. OP 137. Comedietta Overture. 7211, 3. Haydn. 83 quartets, complete. 15 celebrated quartets. 289, Hermann, Father Leichtstreich Quartet Satsa. 6 easy movements, Mendelssohn, 2 Lieder ohne Wort, Beethoven, Scherzo, Schumann, Knockstuck, Tchaikovsky, Romance, Bach, Gavotte. 7214, 2 and 3. Cruz, E Quartet. Op. 42, in D minor. 9262, V Capriccio. Op. 43. 7216, 3. Lachner, Ignace. Quartet in G. Op. 104. 7217, 2 and 3. Quartet in A minor. Op. 105. 7218, 2 and 3. Quartet in B flat, Ov. Post. 7221, 2 and 3. Mendelssohn. 7 quartets. 1742, Mozart. 10 celebrated quartets. 16, Usley, Sir Fag Quartet in C, 9266A. 4 score. 8 VO, 9266B. Quartet in D minor. 9267A. 3 score. 8 VO, 9267B. Perry, E Prize Quartet. 9635, 4. Pleyel, I.J. Ervers arranges PARF Hermann Op. 8. 6 quartets. 7222, IN2. Op. 48. 6 sonatinas. 7223, 2 and 3. Prout, EOP 1. Prize Quartet. 9636, 4. Op. 15. Second Quartet, in B flat. 9270, 4. Rise, H2 Quatuors Facils. Op. 20. 2 Rode, Pierre Very. Op. 10. Gustav Jensen. 8691, V arranged by Jensen for solo violin with easy string accompaniment. Saint George. L'Ancien Régime. Petite Suite. 7570 D. 2 An excellent and melodious quartet for beginners. Schubert. Quartets. 2 volumes, 168 AB. Schumann. Op. 41. 3 quartets. 2379, Spar. Op. 4, number 1 and 2. Quartets. 2483 AB. Op. 45, number 2. Quartet. 2483 C. Stanford, C. Villers. Quartet. Number 3, in D minor. Op. 64. V score. 12 MO. 9272A. Parts. 4-2. 9272B. Piano quartets. Violin, viola, violoncello, and piano. Beethoven. Op. 16. Quartet in E. 294, Beethoven Iana. Extraits de sonates pour piano de Beethoven, arranges par Father Hermann Lieber A. Op. 7, Op. 10, number 2, Op. 26, Op. 27, number 2. 7175A. 4 Lieber B. Op. 10, number 3. Complete. 7175B. 4 Lieber C. Op. 2. Number 3, Op. 13, Op. 14, number 2, Op. 31, number 3. 7175C. 4 Brahms. Op. 25, NOS 1 and 2. Quartets in G minor and A major. 6 Op. 60, Number 3. Quartet in C minor. 6 Mendelssohn. Complete quartets. 1741, Mozart. 2 quartets in G minor and E. 272, Pfeiffer, G Quatuor or NFA minor. Op 119. 7183, 4. Pleyel, I.J. Ervers. Arranges Parf Hermann Op 8. 6 quartets. 7182, IOP 44. 3 quartets. 7180, 3. Op 48. 6 sonatinas. 7181, I Prout, EOP 2, in C Prize Quartet. 9637, 4. Op 18, in F, 9253. 4 Reinberger, J Quartet in E flat. Op 38. 7185, 4. Schubert. Adagio and Rondo. 1347, Schumann. Op 47. Piano Quartet. 2380, Weber. Op 8. Piano Quartet. 2177, Westrop, HOP 2. Quartet in A flat. 9638, 4. 2 violins, violoncello, and piano. Abaco, Evaristo Feliz Dahl. Suite, Sonata de Camera, in G minor. Arranged by Dr. H. Riemann. Score and parts. 5390, 2. Boyce, W. Sonata in A major. G. Jensen. 7432, 2. Corelli, Arcangelo. 6 Sonate de Camera a tre, du Violine, e Violone, o Cembalo. Opera 4. With pianoforte accompaniment worked out from the figured bass of the author, and with all necessary indications for the mode of executing, for bowing and fingering by Gustav Jensen. 7171, IN 2. Hoffman, are potpourris on melodies from operas and oratorios. 19 BKS, 5401 F 5419 F. Violin parts in first position only. I potpourris on melodies from operas and oratorios. Second series, with use of the higher positions. 26 BKS, 5420 F 5445 F. 2-4. Pleyel. 3 quartets. Op 44. Hermann. 7178, 3. Purcell, Henry. Sonatas. Arranged by G. Jensen the Golden Sonata. 7410 A. 2 Sonata in B minor. 7429, 2. Sonata in A minor. 7430, 2. Sonata in C major. 7431, 2. Squire, W. H. Serenade. Op 15. 7122 C. 4 Veracini, Antonio. Sonata in C minor. Arranged by G. Jensen. 7415, 2. 3 violins and piano. Gurlit, C. Ovicha de Marionettes. Op 105. 7209, 2. Commedietta Ovicha. Op 137. 7212, 2. Morceau d'Ensemble. F. Hermann. 2-4 Chopin. March Funèbre. 7215 Schubert. Moment musical. 7215 Mendelssohn. Duo. Op. 38. 7215 C. Father Hermann. Petite March. 7215 D. Nikolai. Merry Wives of Windsor. 7215 A. Beethoven. March Turc de Ruins d'Athens. 7215 F. Mozart. Andante du 8 mi quachu or. 7215 G. Father Hermann. Barcarolle. 7215 H. Weber. Finale d Urianth. 7215 I. Schumann. Coeur de Paradis et Paris. 7215 K. Schubert. Entr'acte de Rosamonde. 7215 L. Beethoven. And Die Freude. Hymn from Ninth Symphony. 7215 M. Puppini, G. Hope March. I Saint George. L'Ancien Régime. Petite Suite. 7570 N. 2-string quintets. 3 violins, violoncello, and bass. Saint George. L'Ancien Régime. Petite Suite. 7570 K. 2 violins, viola, tenor, violoncello, and bass. Beethoven Iana. Extraits de Sonates pour piano de Beethoven, arranges par Father Hermann Lever A Op. 7, Op. 10, No. 2, Op. 26, Op. 27, No. 2. 7143 A. V. Lever B Op. 10, No. 3. Complete. 7143 B. V. Lever C Op. 2, No. 3, Op. 13, Op. 14, No. 2, Op. 31, No. 3. 7143 C. V. Boccherini. Quintet for 2 violins, alto, and 2 celli. 2231, Borch, Gaston. Elegy. Op. 56, No. 1. 7013, 4. Dance movements from the works of great masters. F. Hermann J. S. Bach. Sarabande from the Second Violin Sonata, 7151 A. 2 G. F. Handel. Scherzo from the Concerto in G minor. 7151 B. 2 Joseph Haydn. Nachtwachter Menuet. 7151 C. 3 Monsini. Riga Udon from La Reine de Galkand. 7151 D. 3 Mozart. Minuet from the Divertimento in D, 7151 A. 3 Beethoven. Allegretto from Die Geschöpfe de Prometheus. 7151 F. 3 Mozart. All Ungaries from Violin Concerto in A, 7151 G. 3 Cherubini. Ballet music from Ali Baba. 7151 H. 2 H. Marschner. Tanzmusik from De Faulkner's Braut. 7151 I. 3 Rameau. Chacon and Musette. 7151 K. 3 Gluck. Musette from Armida. 7151 L. 2 Monsini. Chacon from La Reine de Galkand. 7151 M. 3 Smith. Quintet for 2 violins, alto, and 2 celli. 2171, V2 violins, 2 violas, and violoncello. Beethoven. 4-string quintets. 599, Gade, Niels W. Quintet. Op. 8. 7138, 4. Haydn. Quintet Concertant. Op. 88. Cruz, E-Prize Quintet. Op. 49. 7165, V. Mendelssohn. Op. 18, 87. 2 quintets. 1743, Mozart. 10-string quintets. 18 to 19, Schubert. Op. 163. String quintet. 775, solos with quartet accompaniment. Mozart, W.A. Adagio for violin, with quartet. 7153, 3. For viola, with quartet. 7154, 3. For violoncello, with quartet. 7155, 3. Pianoforte quintets. Piano, 2 violins, viola, and cello. Beethoven Iana. Extraits de Sonates pour piano de Beethoven, arranges par Father Hermann Lieber a Op. 7, Op. 10, No. 2, Op. 26, Op. 27, No. 2. 7145a. V. Lieber B. Op. 10, No. 3. Complete. 7145b. V. Lieber C. Op. 2, No. 3, Op. 13, Op. 14, No. 2, Op. 31, No. 3. 7145c. V. Brahms, J. Op. 34. Quintet in F minor. 4 Gurlitt, Cornelius Op. 105. Overture de Marionettes. 7149, 2. Op. 137. Commedietta Overture. 7141, 2. Pleyel, I.J. Overs arranges par Father Hermann Op. 8. 6 quintets. 7160, I. Op. 48. 6 sonatinas. 5021, I. Potpourris on popular melodies from classical and modern operas and oratorios. Arranged by R. Hoffmann. 3-4 Wagner. Der Fliegende Holländer. 5438 Q. Lohengrin. 5439 Q. Rienzi. 5440 Q. Tannhauser. 5441 Q. Rossini. I. L. Barbiere. 5442 Q. Guillaume Tell. 5443 Q. Aubert. Mazzaniello. 5444 Q. Gounod. Faust. 5445 Q. Prout, EOP 3. Quintet in G, 9245. 4 Saint George. L'Ancien Régime. Petite Suite. 7570 F. 2 Saint-Saëns, COP 14. Quintet in AV Schumann. OP 44. Piano Quintet. 2381, V Spar. OP 130. Quintet. WSB Woolhouse. 9632, 4. Piano, 3 violins, and violoncello. Henkel, H. Introduction and Polacca. 7213, 3. St. George. L'Ancien Régime. Petite Suite. 7570 L. 2 piano and 4 violins. Leonardo. Concerto a quattro violini obbligati, arranged by Gustav Jensen. 5001, 2 and 3. Maurer. Op. 55. Concertant. 2908, 3. Piano, violin, viola, violoncello, and bass. Hummel. Grand Quintet in E-flat minor. Op. 87. W.S.B. Woolhouse. 9622, 4. Schubert. Op. 114. Trout Quintet. 169, sextets. Bennett, W.S. Op. 8. Sexteto. 4 piano, 2 violins, viola, violoncello, and double bass. 9621, 3. Jensen, G. Symphonies arranges pour flute, ou violon, du violons, viola, violoncelle et basse Joss Haydn. N. Rye major, D major. 7131, 3. N. Ut minor, C minor. 7132, 3. W. A. Mozart. N. Ut major, C major. 7133, 3. N. L. A. major, A major. 7134, 3. Joss Haydn. N. S. I. bemol major, B flat major. 7135, 3. Potpourris on popular melodies from classical and modern operas and oratorios. Flute, 2 violins, tenor, violoncello, and pianoforte. Arranged by R. Hoffmann. 3-4 Wagner. Der Fliegende Holländer. 5438 N. Lohengrin. 5439 N. Rienzi. 5440 N. Tannhauser. 5441 N. Rossini. I. L. Barbier. 5442 N. Guillaume Tell. 5443 N. Aubert. Mazzaniello. 5444 N. Gounod. Faust. 5445 N. St. George. L'Ancien Régime. Petite Suite 2. 2 violons, alto, violoncelle, contrabass et piano. 7570 H. 3 violons, violoncelle, contrabass et piano. 7570 I. Septets. Beethoven. Op. 20. Septet. 2466, Corelli, Arcangelo. Ervers Reviews Parj Joachim etf Chris Ender. 8 Violivers 4, VOP 6. Concerti grossi con due violine, e violoncello di concertino obbligati, e due altri violine, viola e basso di concerto grosso ad arbitrario che si potranno raddoppiare. In Roma, 1712. In score. 2 books. 4936 D, E. 2 morceaux d'ensemble, for 3 violins, viola, cello, C bass, and piano. F. Herman 2. Chopin. March Funèbre. 7110 A. Schubert. Moment musical. 7110 B. Mendelssohn. Duo. Op. 38. 7110 C. Father Hermann. Petite March. 7110 D. Nikolai. Merry Wives of Windsor. 7110 E. Beethoven. March Turc de Ruins d'Athens. 7110 F. Mozart. Andante du 8 mi quachu or. 7110 G. Father Hermann. Barcarolle. 7110 H. Weber. Finale d Urianth. 7110 I. Schumann. Coeur de Paradis et Paris, 7110 K. Schubert. Entr'acte de Rosamonde. 7110 L. Beethoven. And Die Freude, Hymn from Ninth Symphony. 7110 M. Squire, W. H. Serenade. Op. 15. Piano, 2 violins and violoncello, with flute, clarinet, and double bass ad lib, 7122 C. 4 octets. Gade, N.W. octet, Op. 17, for 4 violins, 2 violas, and 2 violoncellos. 7107, V. Mendelssohn. Op. 20. Octet. 1782, Schubert. Op. 166. Octet. 1849, Old Chamber Music. Riemann, Dr. Hugo. Old Chamber Music, ALTE Kammermusik. A selection of canzones, sonatas, etc., decisa and de camera, for strings alone, or with a thorough bass, by composers of the 17th and 18th centuries, edited and arranged. In score. 3 BKS, 5391-93. Violin and Orchestra. Nardini, Pietro. Adagio for violin, arranged for violin and small orchestra, 2 flutes, 2 bassoons, violins, violoncellos, and contrabass, by Gustav Jensen. Score and parts. 7072, 3. String Orchestra. Beethoven Iana. Extraits de Sonates pour piano de Beethoven, arranges par Father Hermann Lieber A. Op. 7, Op. 10, No. 2, Op. 26, Op. 27, No. 2. 7143 A. V. Lieber B. Op. 10, No. 3. Complete. 7143 B. V. Lieber C. Op. 2, No. 3, Op. 13, Op. 14, No. 2, Op. 31, No. 3. 7143 C. V. Borch, Gaston. Elegy. Op. 56, No. 1. Parts. 7013, 4. Corelli, Arcangelo. Overs Reviews Parj Joachim etf Chris Ender. 8 Violivers 4, V. Op. 6. Concerti grossi con due violine, e violoncello di concertino obbligati, e due altri violine, viola e basso di concerto grosso ad abitrio che si potranno raddoppiare. In Roma, 1712. In score. 2 books. 4936 D, E. 2 Del Valle de Paz, E. Prelude. Op. 9, No. 3. 7045, 2. Minuet from Ondina. Op. 21. 4 score. 7044a. Parts. 7044b. Arioso. Op. 26, number 1. 7046, 4. Haydn, J. Symphonies arranged by Gustav Jensen in D major. 7131, 3. In C minor. 7132, 3. In B flat major. 7135, 3. Ilif, F. Pizzicato Serenade. Score and parts. 7057, 2. Cruz, Emile. Suite in G, Prelude, Allemande, Jaeg, Intermezzo, Scherzo, and Finale. Op. 38. 7015, 4. Lee, Maurice. Gavotte du Palais Royal. 7066, 2. Mozart, W.A. Symphonies, arranged by Gustav Jensen in C major. 7133, 3. In A major. 7134, 3. Roeckel. Air du Dauphin. Ancienne danse de la cour. 7083, Saint George. L'Ancien Régime. Petite Suite. 7570 G. 2 Charwenka, ex Andante Religioso, 4-string orchestra, harp, and organ. Op. 46b4. Score. 7088a. Parts. 7088b. Shut, E Serenade in D Op. 6. Score and parts. 3 Wurst, Arsu le Balcone. Serenade for string orchestra with violoncello obbligato. Op. 78. V full score. 7098a. Orchestral parts. 7098b. Russian suite for string orchestra with violin obbligato. 4 full score. 7097a. 4 orchestral parts. 7097b. Worm, M. Esther Gavotte. Score and parts. 7099, 3. Dance movements from the works of great masters. F. Hermann. 2 and 3 J. S. Bach. Sarabande from the Second Violin Sonata. 7151a. G. F. Handel. Scherzo from the Concerto in G minor. 7151b. Joseph Haydn. Nachtwachter Menuet. 7151c. Monsignor. Riga Udon from La Reine de Galkand. 7151d. W. A. Mozart. Minuet from the Divertimento in D, 7151a. Beethoven. Allegretto from Die Geschöpfe de Prometheus. 7151f. Mozart. All Ungaries from Violin Concerto in A, 7151g. Cherubini. Ballet music from Ali Baba. 7151h. Marschner. Tanzmusik from De Faulkner's Braut. 7151i. Rameau. Chacon and Musette. 7151k. Gluck. Musette from Armida. 7151l. Monsignor. Chacon from La Reine de Galkand. 7151m. NB. Any of the pieces mentioned in the guide can be procured from Messrs. Augener & Co. It will be sufficient to give the edition no where marked, where there is no, name of author and title should be given. Guide through viola literature. Methods for the viola. Bruni, A.B. tenor method. Edited, with fingering, bowings, and marks of expression by Emil Cruz. 7659, Hermann, Father. The study of the viola, Das Studium der Viola, L'étude de l'alto part I. Instruction in viola playing, 20 introductory exercises with explanatory remarks. 7652a. Part 2. 24 easy exercises, first position, after the author's Études Spéciales, OP 24, Book I, with 2 viola ad lib, 7652b. Part 3. 12 easy exercises and pieces, first to third positions, after OP 24, Book 2, with pianoforte accompaniment ad lib, 7652c. Laubach, A. A practical school for the viola, method pratique pour alto, comprising the rudiments of music, scales, arpeggi, progressive exercises, and pieces in all major and minor keys. 7654, Lutjen, H. Practical and progressive method, intended both for beginners and for more advanced players. Containing exercises by the greatest masters and some passages from the works of Haydn, Mozart, Beethoven, Schumann, etc. Lutjen's method consists largely of extracts from the great masters. Hermann's is the simplest course for young beginners. In Laubach's method the exercises are specially well graduated as to difficulty. Schroeder, see Handbook of Violin Playing, has a chapter on viola music. 9212, Viola Studies. Steps I2. Hoffman, ROP 86. The First Studies. 2732, Cruz, E. Progressive Studies for the Viola, with accompaniment of a second viola. OP 40 Book I, commencing with exercises on the open strings, and gradually introducing the notes of C major in the first position. 7653a, Select Studies, taken from the works of Campanoli, Mazas, Corelli, Kreutzer, Spar, Furillo, Wenzel-Pickel, Rode, and Gavinis, in progressive order, phrased, fingered, and arranged. Book I 30 Elementary Studies in the first position, with accompaniment of a second viola, by Campanoli and Mazas. 7657a, Scales and Arpeggios for the Viola, through all major and minor keys, systematically arranged, bowed and fingered. Book I. Through 1 and 2 octaves. 7658a, Step 3. If Laubach's method be adopted, Book 3 of Hermann, 7652c, might suitably follow, to be succeeded by Bruni. 25 studies from his method, E. Cruz. 7659a, Cruz, E. Progressive Studies for the Viola, with accompaniment of a second viola. OP 40 Book 2. Studies in the first position in the flat keys, major and minor. 7653b, Book 3. Studies in the first position in the sharp keys, major and minor. 7653c, Select Studies for the Viola, taken from the works of Campanoli, Mazas, Corelli, Kreutzer, Spar, Furillo, Wenzel-Pickel, Rode, and Gavinis, in progressive order, phrased, fingered, and arranged. Book 2. 30 Studies in the first position by Corelli, Campanoli, Kreutzer, and Spar. 7657b, Book 3. 20 Studies in the first 3 positions, by Corelli, Campanoli, Kreutzer, Furillo, Spar, Wenzel-Pickel, and Mazes. 7657 C. Scales and arpeggios for the viola, through all major and minor keys, systematically arranged, bowed, and fingered. Book 2. Through 2 and 3 octaves. 7658b, Step 4. Campanoli, B41 Caprices pour le viola, Revis et doites pare Cruz. 7651, Cruz, E Progressive Studies for the Viola, with accompaniment of a second viola. Op. 40 Book 4. Introduction of the second and third positions, and studies in the first 3 positions. 7653d. Select studies for the viola, taken from the works of Campanoli, Mazes, Corelli, Kreutzer, Spar, Furillo, Wenzel-Pickel, Rode, and Gavinis, in progressive order, phrased, fingered, and arranged. Book 4. 20 studies in the higher positions. 7657d. Book V 20 studies in the higher positions. 7657c. Pieces for viola and piano. Step I. Cruz, E. The Violist. A series of progressive pieces. Op. 13 Book I 12 very easy pieces, commencing with the open strings, and gradually introducing the notes of C major in the first position, 7636a. 25 pieces in progressive order. In the first position 1. Cruz. Number 1 Prelude, number 2 Melody. 2 Schumann. Op. 68, NOS 1, 2. Melody, Sol de ten Marche. 3 Gurlit. Berceuse, and Haderer Morgan. 4 Schumann. Trillerliedchen and Jagerliedchen. Op. 68. 5 Fitzenjagen. Cavitine. 6 Reinecke. Air, Unbekümmert, from Op. 213. 7 Cruz. Melody. 8 Schumann. Klein Romans and Fröhlicher Landmann. 9 Gluck. Air from Orfeo. 10 Gurlit. Stanchen and Jagged Stuck. 11 Mendelssohn. Lied Ohne Word, Op. 30, number 9. 12 Haydn. Aria from Die Jahreszeiten. Step 2. Cruz, E. The Violist, BK2. Easy pieces in C, 7636b. The Violist, BKS 3, 4. 20 progressive melodies in the first position. 7636c, D. 25 pieces in progressive order. In the first position 13. Schumann. Kanonisches Liedchen and Schnitterliedchen. 14 Cruz. Gavotte, from the Violist. 15 Mozart. Gib mir die Hand from Don Giovanni. 16 Schubert. Das Fischermädchen. 17 Mendelssohn. Venetian Gondola Song. 18 Schumann. And Siciliano. 19 Cruz. Ponce Fugitive, from the Violist. 20 Reinecke. Farandole, Op. 213, number 10. 21 Weber. Air from der Verskutz. 22 Beethoven. Sonatina. 23 Handel. Aria from Ovicha to Ariadne. 24 Cruz. Romance, from the Violist. 25 Bach. Gavotte, from French Suite. Mac-Kun, Hamish. 3 Romantic pieces. Op. 27 number 1. L'Espérance. Mendelssohn. Op. 72. 6 pieces. Arranged. 7631, Rainica. Op 122 a 10 petits morceaux. 7642, Op 213. 10 petits morceaux. 7643, albums. Volumes 1 and 2. 7625 a, b. Album classique. Moffat Laubach. 5566, Step 3. Bergmuller. 3 Nocturnes. 7626, Goltermann, GOP 114. Sonatina. 7635, Handel. Sonata for viola da gamba and cembalo concertato, arranged by G. Jensen. 5551, Hermann, F12 easy exercises and pieces, 1 to 3 positions. 7652 C. Kaliwota. Op 186. 6 Nocturnes. 2104, Cruz, E. Select pieces in progressive order, viola part in the first 3 positions 26. Mozart. Song from Figaro. 27 Weber. Air from der Frühscouts. 28 Sigurlit. Buds and Blossoms. Op 107, number 4. 29 Mendelssohn. Song without words, number 14. 30 Handel. Largo. 31 Schumann. Reverie. Op 15, number 7. 32 Mendelssohn. Song without words, number 22. 33 Gluck. Ballet from Orfeo. 34 Sigurlit. Slow Waltz. Op 146, number 1. 35 Kagerulf. Longing. 36 Streletsky. Cavatina. 37 Mendelssohn. Song without words, number 25. 38 E. Cruz. Sketch. Op 13E, number 3. 39 Schubert. Serenade. 40 Father Hermann. Rondino. Op 24, number 2. 41 Mendelssohn. Christmas Pieces. Op 72, NOS 4 and 5. 42 Handel. Sonata. 43 Haydn. Air from the Creation. 44 Mendelssohn. Song without words, number 13. 45 Schumann. Fairy Pictures. Marchen Builder. Op 113. Number 4. Cruz, EOP 5. Liebesbilder. 7627, Op 9. Frühlingsgedanken, Spring Fancies. 7628, Op 13. The Violist. A series of progressive pieces. Book V. 3 easy sketches in the first 3 positions. 7636E, Book 6. Sonata in A minor. 7636F, Op 45. Suite de pieces. Prelude, Nocturne, Le Rêve, Danse rustique. 5572, Kuchen. 6 duos concertants. 6 BKS, 7629 AF. Laubach, A20 Scottish songs. 7633, Mendelssohn. Op 4. Adieu à Berlin. 7632, Sid, Hans. Op 39. Albumblätter. 2549, Stelling, K. Morso Favoris. 10 arrangements in separate NOS Albumblatt, Wagner, Consolation, Liszt, Abendgebet, Reinecke, Tears, Reinecke, La Fontaine, Henselt, Gavotte, and Rondo, Lully, Romance, Rise, Scherzo, David, Berceuse, Reber, Mazurek, Reinberger. Squire, W. H. Gavotte Humoristici. 7647, Thomas, E. Sanssouci Waltz. Sonatina in C, 7644. Volkmann. Op. 11. Musical Picture Book. ARR by Hermann. 7650, Wagner, R. Album Leaf. 7649, Step 4. Goltermann. Op. 15. Duo. 1997, Op. 25. 2207, Cruz, E. Select pieces in progressive order. Viola part in the higher positions 46. Schumann. Little Study. Op. 68, number 14. 47 Schubert. A.M. Mir. 48 G. Goltermann. Romance from Sonatina. Op. 114. 49 W. H. Squire. Gavotte Humoristici. 50 Schumann. Stuck im Volkston. Op. 102, number 2. 51 Schubert. Romance. 52 A. Streletsky. L. Absence. 53 E. Thomas. Sanssouci Valse. 54 Mendelssohn. Song Without Words. Number 1. 55 W. H. Squire. Reverie. 56 Schubert. Ave Maria. 57 A. Streletsky. Asphodel. Chant sans paroles. 58 J. S. Bach. Air from the Orchestral Suite in D59. E. Cruz. Liebesbilder. Op. 5, number 2. 60 Schumann. Evening Song. Op. 85, number 12. Joachim. Op. 9. Hebrew Melodies. 7630, Makkan Hamish. 3 Romantic Pieces. Op. 27 number 2. Serenade. 3. Reveille d'amour. Mozart. Adagio. 7634, Popper. Op. 5. Romance. 7637, Prout, EOP 26. Sonata in D major. 7639, Schumann, Our Evening Song. 9676, 3 Romances. Op. 94. 7641, 5 Stuck im Volkston. Op. 102. 7645, Marchenbilder, Fairy Pictures. Op. 113. 7646, View Temps. Op. 30. Elegy, Scholz. 7648, Step V. Brahms, JOP 120. Sonatas in F minor and E. Cruz, EOP 20. Concerto in C minor. 5571, an effective modern work. The Barcarolle is published separately as number 65 of Select Pieces. Cruz, E. Select Pieces in progressive order, in the higher position 61. Meyerbeer. Air from Les Huguenots. 62 E. Cruz. Spring Fancies. Op. 9. Number 2. 63 Chopin. Nocturne. Op. 37, Number 1. 64 Beethoven. Romance in F major. Op. 50. 65 E. Cruz. Barcarolle from Concerto for Viola and Orchestra. Op. 20. Rubinstein, A3 Salon Pieces, Op. 11, edited by F. Herman Moderato. 7638A, Allegro con moto. 7638B, Allegretto. 7638C, Op. 49. Sonata. One of the finest compositions for the viola. Duets for violin and viola. Furillo. Op. 9. 6 Sonatas. 2 Jansa. Op. 70. 6 Duets. 2 BKS, 2234 AB. 3 Caliwota. Op. 208. 2 Duets. 2105, 3. Cruz, E4 Duos. 2 BKS, 5594A, B. 2 Mozart, WA Op. 28. 2 Duets. 3 Pleyel. Op. 44. 3 Duets. 7858, 3. Op. 69. 3 Duets. 2-3. Schern, M6 Easy Duettinos. 1 and 3 positions. 7620, I2. Spar, LOP 13. Grand Duo. V trios for violin, viola, and piano. Gade, Niels, W. Novell Etten. Op. 29. Arranged by Ernst Heim. 5268, 4. Jensen, G. Fantasia Stuck. Op. 27. 5275, 4. Cruz, E Trio in C. Op. 21. 5271, V Trio Facile, in C. Op. 32. 5272, 2. Lachner, Ignaz. Grand Trio. Op. 102. 5277, 2. Trio in C. Op. 103. 5278, 2. Mozart. Trio. Op. 14. In E. Clarinet or violin, viola, and piano. Symphony Concertant. 2206, Pleyel. 3 Trios. Op. 44, Hermann. 5280, 2. Potpourris on popular melodies from classical and modern operas and oratorios. Arranged by R. Hoffmann Wagner. Der Fliegende Holländer. 5438, 3. Lohengrin. 5439, 4. Rienzi. 5440, 3. Tannhauser. 5441, 4. Rossini. I. L. Barbier. 5442, 3. Guillaume Tell. 5443, 4. Aubert. Mazzaniello. 5444, 3. Gounod. Faust. 5445, 4. Rieger, Max Trio. Op. 2. 5283, 4. Weydig, Adolf. Klein's Trio. Op. 9. 5286, 2. N.B. Any of the pieces mentioned in the guide can be procured from Messrs. Augener & Co. It will be sufficient to give the edition no where marked, where there is no, name of author and title should be given. Guide through violin literature. Contents. Page Violin Methods 109 Technical Exercises 110 Studies 110 Violin Solos 118 Duets. 2 violins. Step I. First position 119 2. First 4 positions 121 3. First 5 positions 123 4. All positions 125 V difficult 126 6. Concert duets 127 duets for violin and violoncello 127 violin and organ 127 violin, with pianoforte accompaniment. Step IA. First position, elementary 128 IB. First position, easy and progressive 129 2. First 4 positions 133 3. First 5 positions 142 4. All positions 151 V difficult. Octaves, springing bow, staccato, etc. 156 6. Very difficult. Concertos, etc. 158 string trios. 3 violins 162 violins and violoncello 161 2 violins and viola 161 violin, viola and violoncello 161 piano trios. Violin, violoncello and piano 162 2 violins and piano 165 violin, viola, and piano 167 violin, piano and organ, or harmonium, 167 music with toy instruments 168 string quartets. 4 violins 168 3 violins and viola 168 3 violins and violoncello 168 2 violins, viola and violoncello 169 piano quartets. Violin, viola, violoncello and piano 171 2 violins, violoncello, and piano 171 3 violins and piano 172 string quintets. 3 violins, violoncello and bass 172 2 violins, viola, violoncello, and bass 173 2 violins, 2 violas, and violoncello 173 solos with quartet accompaniments 174 piano quintets. 2 violins, viola, violoncello, and piano 174 3 violins, violoncello, and piano 175 4 violins and piano 175 violin, viola, violoncello, bass, and piano 175 sextets, etc. Sextets 175 septets 176 octets 176 old chamber music 176 violin and orchestra 177 string orchestra 177. Viola literature. Methods 179 Studies 180 Duets. Viola with pianoforte accompaniment. Step I 181 to 182 3 182 4 184 V 185 Violin and viola 185 trios. Violin, viola, and piano 185 footnotes, one with the same intention. Mr. E. J. Bond, of Brading, Isle of Wight, has produced a 4-footed bridge, which, upon the testimony of those who have tried it, has in some cases effected an improvement. Testimonials from great artists concerning these and other attempts at improving the violin frequently appear. Meanwhile, the artists themselves are well content with the bridge and the instrument generally as left by Stradivarius. One would not desire to deny the possibility of further improvements to the instrument, yet nearly 2 centuries of ceaseless experimenting have yielded no result that has been considered worthy of universal adoption. Tr2 regarding these two figures as sections of a trunk of maple, the first shows how the slab back is obtained, Sir Couch, and the second the other method. Tr3 the semicircular projection at the top of the back is also termed the button. Tr4 the quality of the wood in a bridge, whether hard or soft, and its thickness, according to Otto, its weight, materially affect the tone of a violin. Bridges as supplied by dealers are usually almost twice the proper thickness, to allow for rubbing down with sandpaper. The best bridges are the genuine Aubert, with the name stamped inside an oval, those with large and decided reddish markings showing hardness of grain, and the less distinct markings a softer quality. When fitting a violin, a few of each should be tried, first cutting the feet to the approximate slope with a sharp penknife, then with a small piece of fine, no zero, glass paper held steadily between the FF holes, rub the bridge to and fro over the glass paper between the notches of the FF holes, until, on removing the glass paper, it is seen to fit perfectly, standing upright when the instrument is level. The sketch shows the amount of slope to be made on the E side, the distances for the notches to receive the strings, and the amount to which the feet must be thinned in an ordinary full-sized instrument. The height of the bridge is dependent, for convenience of stopping, upon the height of the fingerboard. A high bridge gives more power, but often the quality of tone is not so good. The E string, being harder to press down, by reason of its greater tension, is kept a little nearer the fingerboard than the others. From the end of the fingerboard, the E string should be about this distance. The G on 1/2 size and 3/4 size instruments for children, these distances must be reduced about 1/3. Tr5 boxwood and rosewood are also frequently used for the pegs. The former gives a firm hold, but makes a creaking noise when tuning. Rosewood answers its purpose well, though it is not so strong as ebony, which however is more apt to slip. Tr6 it is best to compare the ends before putting the string on, tying the knot at the end which appears thinnest. The last inch or so at each end of even the best string is often rough, and not so durable as the rest of it. Tr7 to ensure equality of tone, it is very important that the strings should be correctly gauged with regard to their relative thicknesses. If all the strings are too thick, the instrument will speak with difficulty in delicate passages, demanding a heavier pressure of the bow. If too thin, loss of power will be the result, though with a corresponding gain in sweetness and clearness, and if one string be much out of proportion to the others, the first finger when placed properly on that string and the adjacent one will not yield a perfect fifth, besides the inequality in power. The following diagram shows a set of strings of medium thickness, together with the distances apart near the bridge on a full-sized violin, as suitable for ordinary hands. For fingers that taper much towards the tips, or for those that are very broad, the distances may be made a little narrower or wider accordingly. First strings of silk, known as acrybells, are in great demand by players with perspiring hands, as they are less affected by moisture than gut, but the tone is not so good. They possess certain advantages in durability, and standing well in tune, but are more difficult to tune, as a very slight movement of the peg will send them up half a tone. When frayed, they should be removed, the quality of tone they then yield being very bad, affecting the other strings. If gut strings of good quality are bought, and the strings carefully looked at before playing, breakages at awkward moments will seldom occur, as the strands generally give warning before breaking by showing symptoms of unraveling, especially at the knot end, or under the bow when they should at once be replaced. Tr8 kid of reasonable substance gives a pleasant hold for the fingers, although wire is in greater favor with bow makers for appearance sake. But it is apt to tarnish and unravel, especially where the thumb comes in contact with it. TR9. A convenient form is that provided by many English dealers, consisting simply of a round box, preferably of tin, with a hole in the bottom for the finger to push the resin up, preserving the upper surface level. TR10. New work is first prepared with a staining mixture to the desired depth of color, smoothed and coated with hard spirit varnish, and again polished. TR11. The A may be taken from a pitch pipe, tuning fork, or piano, which should be maintained at concert pitch. In old violins, if the belly has yielded to pressure under the right foot of the bridge, it is well after playing to let down the first string. If a string is too flat, pull it up about a tone above the proper pitch, let it so remain for a few seconds and then lower it to the correct pitch. If too sharp, reverse the process. Only the A must be taken from a keyboard instrument, the fifths on the keyboard being not quite perfect, but tempered. Perfect fifths can only be obtained by a good deal of practice. Advanced students may test the tuning quietly by taking any two adjacent strings, with the little finger equally on both, in harmonics, or by beating lightly with the stick on the string. In the course of a piece, if even this is not possible, a slight pressure above the nut will sharpen a string, tugging it between nut and bridge will flatten, but this must only be regarded as a temporary expedient. TR12. The real holding as regards the weight of the instrument is done at the other end by the chin pressing the violin against the collar bone. What further steadying power is necessary, the lower joint of the thumb must supply, rather than the first finger. Players who have attained considerable freedom are able to play certain passages without any portion of the side of the index finger coming into contact with the neck. Chin rests of various patterns should be tried, and that which best suits the particular player selected, as bodily proportions differ. TR13. The easiest keys for beginners are G, D, and A major, as in these keys the open strings may all be utilized, the fingers fall more naturally into position, and do not require to be set back a semitone, as in C major, F on the E string, and in the keys with flats. The scales and easy melodies in G, D, and A might therefore be practiced with the following exercises, or if deemed advisable, precede them. TR14, i.e. without the aid of the intervening fingers. TR15, also known as the elastic staccato, ricochet or balzate. TR16. In the above examples the lowest note is played with a firm accent, beginning with the down bow, the wrist remaining flexible. In example E, the bow should be turned over so as to bring the hair almost flat upon the string, the hair preferably being rather tighter than usual. A slight jerk imparted to the downstroke sends the bow skipping over the strings of its own accord, on repeating the same arpeggio a few times. TR17. In Spar's method, and in a few other works, a wavy line over the note indicates its employment. TR. Transcriber's notes. The cover image was created by the transcriber, and is in the public domain. Uncertain or antiquated spellings or ancient words were not corrected. The illustrations have been moved so that they do not break up paragraphs and so that they are next to the text they illustrate. Typographical and punctuation errors have been silently corrected. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook. Handbook of Violin Playing. Updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start, full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license, available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Electronic Works 1.a. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee, as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLOF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work, as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e. Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2 If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3 If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4 Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark. 1.e.5 Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark license. 1.e.6 You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7 Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8 You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works provided that, you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6. Indemnity: you agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark. Project Gutenberg trademark is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a nonprofit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, Utah 841-16801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact. Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg Trademark Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks. Handbook of Violin Playing Part I. The instrument. Origin of the violin. The oldest violins. Development of the violin. Prominent makers of the present day. Attempts at improving the violin. Attempts to discover the secrets of measurement of the Italian violin makers. Points of note in the old Italian violins. Imitations of old Italian violins. Constituent parts of the violin. Function of the sound post and the bass bar. Position of the bridge. Amount of pressure upon the upper table. Size of the violin. The wood of the violin. The varnish. The strings. Strings pure in fifths. The string gauge. Care of the strings. The bow. Constituent parts of the bow. Resin. Violin cases. Prices of violins. Prices of violin cases. Prices of bows. Care of the instrument. Cleaning the hair of the bow. Naming and tuning of the strings. Compass of the violin. Part 2. The technique of violin playing. Attitude of the player. Holding the violin. Position of the left hand and the left arm. Holding the bow. Position of the right hand and arm. Testing the position. Bowing. Principal signs used for the left hand and for the bowing. Use of the down and up bows. The first bowing exercises. Placing the fingers. Practice of intervals in C major, chord exercises in arpeggio form. Stretching the little finger. The various kinds of bowing. Primary bowings. Secondary bowings. Arpeggi. The vibrato or close shake the trill. The mordent, prall triller. The double trill. Scale practice. Fingering of the scales. The chromatic scales. The positions. Changing the position. Sliding the fingers whilst changing positions. Double stops. Double stops without open strings. Chords of 3 notes. Chords in 4 parts, quadruple stops. Harmonics. Artificial harmonics. Double harmonics. B. Artificial double harmonics, the pizzicato. Part 3. The rendering. Intellectual culture. Taste. Individuality. Phrasing. Appendix. Pictorial representation of the bow strokes. The mute. The simultaneous sounding of subordinate and combination tones. Celebrated violin players of the 17, 18, and 19 centuries. Some violinists of the 20 century. Translator's Appendix. The viola. Guide through violin literature. Violin methods. Technical exercises. Studies. Pieces for violin solo. Duets for 2 violins. Step I. First position. Step 2. First 4 positions. Step 3. 5 positions. Step 4. All positions. Step V difficult. Step 6. Concert duets. Duets for violin and violoncello. Duets for violin and organ. Pieces for violin with piano accompaniment. Step IA. First position, elementary. Step IB. First position, easy and progressive. Step 2. First 4 positions. Step 3. First 5 positions. Step 4. All positions. Step V difficult. Octaves, springing bow, staccato etc. Step 6. Very difficult. Concertos etc. String trios. 3 violins. 2 violins and violoncello. 2 violins and viola. Violin, viola, and violoncello. Pianoforte trios. Piano, violin, and violoncello. Pianoforte and 2 violins. Pianoforte, violin, and viola. Violin, pianoforte, and organ, or harmonium. Music with toy instruments. String quartets. Quartets for 4 violins. 3 violins and viola. 3 violins and violoncello. 2 violins, viola, and violoncello. Piano quartets. Violin, viola, violoncello, and piano. 2 violins, violoncello, and piano. 3 violins and piano. String quintets. 3 violins, violoncello, and bass. 2 violins, viola, tenor, violoncello, and bass. 2 violins, 2 violas, and violoncello. Solos with quartet accompaniment. Pianoforte quintets. Piano, 2 violins, viola, and cello. Piano, 3 violins, and violoncello. Piano and 4 violins. Piano, violin, viola, violoncello, and bass. Sextets. Septets. Octets. Old chamber music. Violin and orchestra. String orchestra. Guide through viola literature. Methods for the viola. Viola studies. Pieces for viola and piano. Duets for violin and viola. Trios for violin, viola, and piano. Guide through violin literature. Viola literature. The full Project Gutenberg license PG1 PG2 PG3 PG4 PG5 PG6 PG7 PG8 PG9 PG10 PG11 PG12 PG13 PG14 PG15 PG16 PG17 PG18 PG19 PG20 PG21 PG22 PG23 PG24 PG25 PG26 PG27 PG28 PG29 PG30 PG31 PG32 PG33 PG34 PG35 PG36 PG37 PG38 PG39 PG40 PG41 PG42 PG43 PG44 PG45 PG46 PG47 PG48 PG49 PG50 PG51 PG52 PG53 PG54 PG55 PG56 PG57 PG58 PG59 PG60, PG61, PG62, PG63, PG64, PG65, PG66, PG67, PG68, PG69, PG70, PG71, PG72, PG73, PG74, PG75, PG76, PG77, PG78, PG79, PG80, PG81, PG82, PG83, PG84, PG85, PG86, PG87, PG88, PG89, PG90, PG91, PG92, PG93, PG94, PG95, PG96, PG97, PG98, PG99, PG100, PG101, PG102, PG103, PG104, PG105, PG106, PG107, PG108, PG109, PG110, PG111, PG112, PG113, PG114, PG115, PG116, PG117, PG118, PG119. PG 120, PG 121, PG 122, PG 123, PG 124, PG 125, PG 126, PG 127, PG 128, PG 129, PG 130, PG 131, PG 132, PG 133, PG 134, PG 135, PG 136, PG 137, PG 138, PG 139, PG 140, PG 141, PG 142, PG 143, PG 144, PG 145, PG 146, PG 147, PG 148, PG 149, PG 150, PG 151, PG 152, PG 153, PG 154, PG 155, PG 156, PG 158, PG 160, PG 161, PG 162, PG 163, PG 164, PG 165, PG 166, PG 167, PG 168, PG 169, PG 170, PG 171, PG 172, PG 173, PG 174, PG 175, PG 176, PG 177, PG 178, PG 179, PG 180, PG 181, PG 182, PG 183, PG 184, PG 185, PG 186, PG 187, PG 188.